Jinho is a chubby boy with a fierce passion for video games, to the point where he could be considered addicted. After completing all the objectives in the life simulation game, he falls into a state of depression because he doesn't know what to do next. But then the game sends him a notification. Jinho desperately does everything he can to prevent the game from ending. When the game activates the real-life fairy tale mode, his life seems to turn over a new leaf. What awaits Jinho in the future? Let's explore with Life Manhwa and accompany him on this surprising journey. The story begins with an evening scene at Seoul Station, which is still quite crowded. This is indeed a long journey for him. In the quiet railway area, a few people are scattered along the corridors, waiting. Out of nowhere, a set of clothes appears, accompanied by a pair of black and white sneakers. A phone is raised with the camera mode displayed. Fat Jinho, wearing stiff square glasses, is looking at the screen and marveling, "Oh my, is this the right place? It seems like another game." He tells himself, "If this isn't the place, I'll have to go to another station." The phone shows an option to register a profile or not. Jinho chooses yes without hesitation. Immediately, a notification is sent. Your profile has been successfully updated. Following that, several achievements are updated. You have watched the new life beginning ending. You have obtained the "This is just the beginning" skill. Congratulations. You have watched the 99th ending. After reading the notification lines, Jinho is so happy that his hands and feet tremble. It's over. He is so moved that he bursts into tears. It's finally over. Lee Jinho's laughter echoes through the station and is so loud that an old woman nearby is startled. Ha ha ha, I must be the only person in Korea who has seen all 99 endings. Watching Jinho acting crazy, yelling to himself, the old woman suddenly finds him cute. Ho ho, look at that, young people these days are so happy just playing with their phones. How funny, why does her daughter-in-law want to take away her child's phone? But then, as the train speeds past like lightning, Jinho slumps down as if he has lost all his energy. The old woman quickly changes her mind. Oh dear, my daughter-in-law is not wrong, I have to take his phone away. Turning back to Jinho, his phone is now ringing because of a call. He looks at the name on the screen and feels uneasy. What now? What should I do? He presses the answer button. His voice is slightly hesitant. Yes, Mom. A harsh voice echoes from the other end. Where are you, son? Hyunman and Jihai are frowning at home. No, which station are you at? She angrily asks. It's not a place for the homeless like last time, is it? The husband whispers, adding a few threatening words. Your father is very angry. At this moment, Jinho stammers, Station, Seoul Station. After hearing that, both the husband and wife are stunned. On the other side, a piercing scream is heard, causing his eyes to widen. What? His mother continues with a long tirade of scolding. Do you think you're even human? The university entrance exam is in 2 days, and you're still playing games? I told you it's okay if you don't study, just come home on time. Her fiery scream makes the neighbors feel unhappy. The child asks his mother with a little naive curiosity. Mom, the neighbors are arguing again. The mother answers helplessly. Ignore them, that family is so pitiful. Jinhee's voice gets louder and louder. 6 years, I've endured enough. Jinho quickly tries to reassure Jihai. I love you, Mom, I'll be home soon. But those words are not enough to calm her anger. Oh, just wait until you get home. Before she finishes speaking, Jinho hangs up. Her anger explodes to the extreme. She tears at her hair and screams, Oh my God, that kid, I'm going to die. Hyunman stands by with his arms crossed, his face tense in agreement. Jihai turns to her husband and says, I can't stand him anymore. Hyunman is also worried. Should I text him, asking if he needs someone to pick him up? She softens her voice. Of course, I wonder if he has enough money for a taxi. Obeying Jihai, he immediately texts him, Son, do you have money for a taxi, or should I pick you up? He refuses immediately. No need, I have enough money for a taxi. He sends back a message with a danger alert. Your mother is very angry. She's been planking for 5 minutes. He shudders slightly. I'm doomed. He also advises him, be careful on the road and come back quickly. Jinho apologetically admits his guilt. Yes, I'm sorry. Then he tells himself, I should probably turn off the game and go home. Suddenly, the phone screen displays something that catches Jinho's attention. He looks at it in surprise. The notification lights up. You have watched 99 endings of life. The next 2 strange notifications from the system. Well done, from now on, your real life will begin. Then the screen suddenly shines unusually brightly. A game that only the most elite gamers can participate in through a secret path. A god-level game using location-based services to increase realism. It took 6 years to complete this game. It was so difficult that everyone gave up, and even the homepage crashed. At that time Jinho was still struggling, not knowing how to play when the computer kept saying error, 404 not found. He lamented, "Where can I find the instructions?" Another person advised, "Well, it won't help much anyway, lol." Jae-jun invites him, "Hey Jinho, are you going to the internet cafe? Oh, are you still playing that trash game?" He replies without hesitation, "Yes, it's crap." In another instance, when a friend asks him, "Where are we going today?" he replies, "The Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. Want to come along?" The other person grumbles, "Really, what would you do if you lived in the countryside?" Jinho doesn't care and asks back, "What do you think if I spend my own money and find a part-time job to cover travel expenses?" Hearing that, the other person helplessly scolds, "Don't you think about not playing games, you addict?" Thinking about it, I don't know when it started, he was completely fascinated by this game. In one story, he is someone who failed law school 4 times but eventually became a prosecutor in court. In another development, Jinho is a street artist in Hongdae who rises to the top of the Billboard charts. These are completely things he craves but cannot have in real life. Therefore, he tried to reach those illusory lights. He did everything he could to live in that game, cherishing a determination to remake his life, which is also his own life. Returning to reality, Jinho blankly stares at his phone. A light shines directly on him from somewhere. What is this? Isn't it over? He feels uneasy, not understanding what the current situation is. Hundreds of questions pile up. What could it be? Secret story, creative mode. Suddenly a notification appears. Download completed. Select inherited skill to receive rewards. Jinho still doesn't realize what is happening. Skill? But then he quickly presses the screen repeatedly. As long as this game doesn't end, anything is fine. Jinho has a plan of his own. If I can only choose one, the skill I need most right now is this one. He pressed select. But nothing happens next. The screen doesn't change at all. What's going on? He complains uncomfortably. Is the Wi-Fi not connected? What? While he's confused, bolts of electricity suddenly appear. Jinho only manages to scream. A blue electric current shoots straight into the sky, flashing brightly. The system announces, "You have obtained the real-life fairy tale skill. The 100th life, your own life, begins." Entering a new identity, what he receives is skill, top of the nation. The key point is life and success created from 99% talent and 1% effort. Which shows that studying is also a kind of talent. No matter how long you sit at the table, if you can't do it, you can't do it. The surrounding scene is exactly an exam. When the host reads, "This is question number 21. The classmates sit close together, bowing their heads and listening attentively to every word, the event leading to the Shinmyangyo incident. In July 1866, an American merchant ship suddenly caught fire. What was the name of that ship? On the paper of the best student in the school, a slightly pressured word of encouragement is left. Friend, cheer up for the school. As soon as the question is finished, the host immediately cheers. When Jinho raises his answer board, the teacher is surprised by his incredible speed. This also makes the teacher have to ask him again, "Game addict Jinho, you're so fast." Writing the answer as soon as you hear the question, are you so confident that it's the right answer? Jinho doesn't let the teacher see him as someone who is useless like that, so he replies immediately, "Yes, I'm confident it's correct. Everything after that is not worth mentioning." Until the break time, Jinho breathes a sigh of relief. Phew. As soon as the break starts, Jinho immediately rushes to the toilet to relieve himself. Sitting there he looks up at the ceiling and thinks about what happened. I was a little surprised when they suddenly talked to me. Jinho recalls what just happened. A girl smiles and praises. "Oh, the lazy guy has talent too." The other boy next to her agrees, "Amazing." Thinking back to those flowery words makes Jinho shyly rub his nose. The feeling is not bad. Is this what Maslow said? The need for appreciation in the 5 human needs. Suddenly Jae-jun opens Jinho's toilet door and shouts, "Who are you?" Jinho can't be so smart. He jumps in fright. "Oh damn it, you scared me." Park Jae-jun stubbornly makes a fuss. "Get out of my friend's body, you demon." Jinho frantically chases him away. "Jae-jun, you crazy guy, close the door." The two are so noisy that the people outside find it annoying. Did those two rent this toilet? Finally, The two drag each other out into the hallway to talk. Jae-jun speaks first, so. Jae-jun points at him and says, "That trash game called Life Remake." Jinho corrects him, "God-level game." Jae-jun doesn't care. "Whatever, did you memorize all those text files? Do you have the top of the nation skill?" Jae-jun feels it's absurd and shouts, "It's ridiculous. How can someone memorize all that stuff?" Jinho puts both hands on his forehead and spins them, his expression extremely serious as he answers. "If you get hit by a signboard and memorize 50,000 files, related to textbooks and subjects, you will become a genius like me." Before he can finish speaking, Jae-jun interrupts. "Don't lie." Jinho tries to explain to his friend, "Really, because that's the condition to get the top of the nation skill in Life Remake." Jinho thinks back to that feeling. That day along with the feeling of being electrocuted. Immediately after, Jinho himself seemed to completely change. The knowledge I couldn't understand suddenly flooded into my head and a strong idea arose. Everything seemed to flood into his brain and be absorbed quickly. The power of this skill can change me. Fast forward to that night, Jinho is focused on reading a book when his mother calls out, "Son, aren't you going to sleep?" He contemplates, "And since that power touched my brain." Jinho replies, "I'm going to sleep now, Mom." On the table is a stack of books illuminated by the desk lamp. It still hasn't changed, my longing and will. After all, for the past 6 years I have. Jinho sits at his desk determined to study hard, betting his life on the game. The result of many nights of overcoming neglect is a tired body. Of course, nothing in this world is free. I have to cram everything in as if my life depends on it. Jinho lies slumped on the table. He is moved. Finally I can sleep, Jinho also realizes. And the feeling after submitting the test, tired but satisfied. Exhausted, but as he lies slumped on the table, he smiles with satisfaction, the hope that everything is possible. He wonders, it's been a month since the Great Bell Challenge to the film studio. And the principal said he would give a scholarship to the last one left, right? Jinho resolves, let's do it. Returning to reality, Jae-jun puts his arm around Jinho and walks back to class. As they walk, he still asks in disbelief, "You've changed." "No, is it really you?" Jinho doesn't answer but secretly answers in his heart, "No, it's not." Jae-jun looks at him and explains his suspicion. "Suddenly you shine brighter than anything I've known about you for the past 7 years. He sincerely encourages Jinho, "I will cheer for you until you are the last one left, my friend." Jinho happily reminds his friend, "Thanks, let's go quickly, your dance group is going to perform during the break, right?" Jae-jun excitedly boasts, "That's right. I've put in a lot of effort, it's my first time appearing on television." They arrive at the classroom door but both still haven't finished their story. After finishing work and receiving the scholarship, "Do you want to go eat pork ribs?" Second round is Italian restaurant, third round is pizza. Jae-jun's invitation makes Jinho wonder, how can you not gain weight? As soon as he opens the classroom door, Jinho is surprised because so many classmates are shouting his name, "Jinho, Jinho." In that crowd, Jinho's teacher appears, greeting him with a bright smile and asking, "Have you seen your SAT mock test scores?" Jinho gently replies, "Ah, yes." The teacher continues, then. He is excited, "Do you know you might be the only person in the entire country to get a perfect score?" Hearing that makes Jae-jun's face surprised at his own friend. On the contrary, Jinho calmly replies, "Oh, I'm the only one. It's not that difficult." In another corner, the principal can't stand still when he knows his score. He needs 2 people to support him to stand firm. But are all the scores out yet? The teacher next to him shouts, "Principal." He laughs deliriously, "I will use all my assets to make a scholarship for Jinho." Jinho turns to awkwardly explain to Jae-jun, "Sorry, my mom doesn't believe me either, so I guess you won't either." Jae-jun is still confused and doesn't believe that he has changed. "Who are you? Get out of my friend's body," he helplessly exclaims. "Can you stop it?" At this time at home, Jihai happily shouts and boasts, "My son got a perfect SAT score." The neighbors are also surprised by this rare happy atmosphere. The child innocently says, "Mom, that house is laughing today." The mother quickly stops her child, "Shhh, ignore them." A commendation certificate is hung on the wall, carrying the pride of the mother and the regret of Jinho. "I'm sorry for only being addicted to games until now." Jihai realizes, "You know that too?" Hyunman pours water for his son. "Oh, if it's a learning game, you should have told your parents sooner. let's have a party to celebrate our genius Jihai getting early admission to Korea University. He raises his glass to receive it. Thank you, Dad. Hyunmin changes the subject. So what are you going to do until you go to university, tutor? Jihai agrees with her husband. That sounds good. Now even my distant relatives are asking you to tutor their children. Facing the joy of his parents, he laughs along happily. After that, Jihai expresses his wishes. I'm thinking about traveling alone for a while. He remembers something, skill. Where there is a will, there is a way. Knowledge can be learned. Health can be improved through exercise. Clothes can wear out over time. A skill obtained with pure water at midnight. The surrounding image darkens. Only the water drops are slowly falling into a bowl that is full. Bowing 108 times in 77 days. Putting water on the face, and drinking the rest. The stone statue appears before his eyes. This ritual must be performed in front of the Buddha statue, the seated stone Buddha at Gatbai. Fast forward to when he told that story to Jae-jun, but he doesn't believe it. What crazy conditions, it's better to be hit by a signboard, Jihai adds. They even agreed to let me do the ritual at Banjunsa Temple in Samseong-dong. It seems like you can replace it with a similar distance. Jae-jun scolds him. You stubborn kid. Don't tell me you're really going to bow 108 times in 77 days. Jihai slyly shows Jae-jun his phone. Do I look stupid? Of course, I just logged in and copied the picture of me bowing 108 times. Jihai had fallen asleep while still kneeling, but now that it has become real, those tricks are no longer effective. He blames himself. What was I thinking? I should have increased my stamina first. Jihai remembers the scene when he met the monk. The road to Gatbai is very rough because it's under construction. Let's go, Jihai cries quietly. I didn't expect bowing to be so difficult. Having only bowed 3 times, he grits his teeth and tries to hold back his tears. I've used all my energy to hike all the way here. But if I give up now then... Jihai swallows his tears. He remembers his mocking nickname. Hey Anyadwai, can I borrow your gym clothes, Anyadwai? At that time, he explained to Jae-jun, that's my nickname. It's Glasses and Pimples Yeo, and Pig Dway. Jae-jun at that time annoyedly glanced at the people who just called Jihai. What are you saying? You look like a fish being squeezed by a hydraulic press. Fine, take a picture and send it to me. He nods, okay, then looks at the phone and exclaims, damn it, you scared me. Selfie mode? Jihai's reaction makes Jae-jun burst out laughing. Hey Anyadwai, you're underestimating yourself a bit too much. He despondently doesn't bother to answer him. That wasn't a joke, I was really surprised. In the steamy bathroom, Jihai is still lost in thought. Looking in the mirror that isn't foggy is scary. When I see myself clearly that I don't like, I don't know what to do. His glasses are now on the ground. I want to be reborn, with bright skin and a body that doesn't gain weight no matter how much I eat like Jihai. Jihai's tears fall continuously. No, I don't want to be reborn. I still want to be the son of my parents, whom I still love. On the day he leaves, Jihai gives him an envelope. Isn't today the day you go to the temple? Take this. Jihai intends to refuse. Mom, I have enough money, but Jihai insists on not listening. Take it. She has always felt guilty and blamed herself. Your father, after leaving his hometown, hasn't been able to go home much in the past 2 years because he doesn't want to be called lazy. I was too busy taking care of your father, so I neglected you. So I let you indulge in games. I shouldn't have done that. I thought that as long as your parents made enough money, you would never be hungry. Lee Jinho's face is stunned when he hears his mother confide, you only have one life. I think you should at least enjoy playing games with friends in a healthy way. Under the starry night sky, Jinho remembers his mother's love. Thank you for growing up like this. I love you, my son. He continues to bow as if responding to that gratitude and love. Mom, Dad. Jinho bows before the Buddha statue and softly vows, I promise I will become a son that my parents can be proud of. So it's the last day of 77 days. Jinho is sitting in his room when suddenly a monk walks in and calls out, Devotee Jinho, are you ready to face the mountain? Jinho, completely changed, smiles brightly and replies, yes, master, thank you for everything. At Incheon Airport, people are walking around bustling. Here are a few sisters holding name signs and screaming madly Appa. In front appear 3 popular handsome guys being photographed by fans. All eyes are on them. Look over here. On the other side, 2 bodyguards are struggling to do their job. Step back. At this time, one of the bodyguards receives news and is surprised. What's going on? Is it the departure area? is there a member who got separated from the fan group? The other bodyguard replies seriously, no. The voice in the walkie-talkie suddenly cries out, what, so it's just a normal person. The bodyguard also finds it strange, what are you talking about, hey, even if they're wearing sunglasses? How can you mistake a celebrity for a normal person? The bodyguard on the other end of the line says loudly, you'll know when you meet him, then turns to explain, sorry, it seems like I was mistaken. Jinho replies, it's okay. People immediately start talking, what are they saying? They said that's not a celebrity. What? Two girls are whispering, maybe he's a rising actor, I think so too. Jinho appears with a handsome face that captivates people. A voice says, no wonder, so handsome. The voice on the other end of the line says angrily, where are you, you traitor? He gently replies, the traitor is looking for a place to meet. The other side immediately changes his face. Oh good. Jinho frowns when he hears the other person say, hey, I'm giving you one last chance. He reaffirms, I told you it's not plastic surgery again. The person on the other side cries out. Stop peeling tangerines. Park Jae-joon is lying down peeling tangerines while talking on the phone with Jinho. It's hard to win the lottery. Where did you find such a jackpot? He says casually, here. Jae-joon jumps up, hey, you shouldn't say that. Then a picture of the conversation appears, in which Jinho is sitting posing. Day 7, my legs seem a little thinner after walking. The other side replies to the message, what a coincidence. A picture of Jae-joon gnawing on a piece of meat is sent over, eating pork trotters. The message continues to appear. Want to die? Jinho interrupts, you've seen the picture, I'm here, hanging up. Skill, where there is a will, there is a way. It's not a skill that changes appearance after 77 days. A lotus flower is emerging, even if it's a muddy new beginning. If you persistently strive upwards. The lotus flower has bloomed large, showing off its bright petals, radiating positive light. Like a lotus flower in full bloom, you will develop a brilliant appearance. The information board appears, that's right, skill, where there is a will, there is a way. At the window of the plane taking off, the sunlight shines in. A beautiful flight attendant appears with a smile and says, do you need anything, sir? Jinho politely refuses, no need. In his heart he praises endlessly, oh. It's true that it is Korea's leading airline, they are so enthusiastic. On this side, another flight attendant is holding a towel in her hand, her face shyly saying, it seems like you're coughing, sir? Jinho continues to refuse, oh. Yes, thank you, In his heart he wonders, where? Another flight attendant invites him to drink water with a bashful voice, are you thirsty, sir? He helplessly replies, I already drank. She still insists, are you sure you're not thirsty? Hearing that, he gives up. Jinho smiles awkwardly, thank you, but in his heart he laments, how annoying. He holds the water bottle in his hand, there's a small piece of paper pasted there. Jinho tells himself, as expected, another note, the power of appearance is truly amazing. He looks at the pile of notes in the book and thinks, the notes I've received so far, more than the phone numbers in my phone, thinking about it. Jinho recalls the conversation between him and his mother while watching TV, son, are your exchange student friends the same age as you? That's good, you never went on field trips before. You were just burying your head in games. Remembering the joyful moment makes him blush with happiness, have fun. The plane is flying in the sky, Jinho is eagerly looking forward, now I'm good at studying and also handsome, now I can make friends with a lot of people, right? In Milan, Italy, the evening scene is sparkling and beautiful. Jinho, after a long flight, leans back on the soft bed. His face reveals an unexpected expression, sweat is pouring down, no one is talking to me, why? His face is pale, Jinho has forgotten something important. The members of the Great Bell Challenge language study program are top students who can fight to the end. Their self-esteem is inherently formed by being better at studying than ordinary students. Lee Jinho appears, like a destroyer of their ecosystem. At that time, he thought, if I let them know I'm good at Italian, they will talk to me, right? But on the contrary, they show jealousy, he's also good at Italian? Moreover, there is another unintentional reason, some people huddle together and whisper, he's really on another level, compared to people like us. There is a simple rule in human relationships, but for Jinho, who has just escaped from a life of game addiction, it is very difficult to understand. He lies on the bed sighing heavily. I hope I don't have to be lonely for 2 weeks. The scene shifts to a restaurant in Italy. Jinho sits in the restaurant ordering food, feeling tired, I didn't sleep well at all. He gloomily picks up the bread and takes a bite. That's it, I have to eat breakfast early. But eating alone is not delicious at all. I thought just being handsome was enough. The boredom unintentionally reduces the appetite. As soon as he takes a bite, he is surprised by the flavor. Ah, so delicious. For that reason, it increases the appetite. The freshly baked croissant is crispy, and when broken in half, the inside is soft and stringy like cheese. He eats and praises. What kind of jam is this? I've never had it in Korea. Suddenly he notices a man reading a newspaper and drinking coffee. Jinho intently watches his enjoying appearance even though he is also sitting alone. Then he crosses his legs exactly like him with a cheerful expression. Finally, Jinho picks up the cup of coffee and enjoys it. That's right, I shouldn't feel bored coming here. Now I'm a cool guy enjoying a cup of coffee in Milan, the city of fashion. But when Jinho takes a sip of coffee, his face changes. He spits out all the coffee in his mouth, his heart screaming. Suddenly there are footsteps walking towards him while he is confused with the coffee cup. Cough, cough. Oh, it's too bitter. Did I order the wrong thing? The bill says coffee though. Then, out of nowhere, a girl with slightly curly blonde hair bends down towards him and explains, in Italy, coffee means espresso. Didn't the owner tell you in advance? Jinho is startled and observes her. Immediately after, he shyly replies in Italian, Oh really, I didn't know, I should have found out first. His heart is stirring. Oh, she's so beautiful, the girl is surprised. Oh my, you speak like a native, no wonder the owner didn't ask. Her eyes look at Jinho and ask him, Your expression is so interesting, are you a model, or an actor? He replies, Oh no, I'm a student, I'm going to university this year. The beautiful girl says, Oh, you're wasting that precious talent. Jinho replies with a hesitant tone, Thank you, you're also beautiful and, before he can finish speaking, she pulls out her business card for Jinho. You need to practice more, you're still too shy. He laughs happily. Really? Jinho takes the business card and suddenly thinks, I failed. Suddenly the girl gives him a sweet kiss, catching him off guard. His body stiffens and his face turns red. But thank you for the compliment. Then she leaves but doesn't forget to tell him, If you're interested, call me, and act worthy of your appearance, be confident. Her eyes look at him for a long time and then turn away. Jinho, whose face is now flushed, looks in the direction of the girl, her voice full of regret. If I had known what you looked like without glasses, I would have kissed your lips instead of your cheek. Jinho stares blankly in the direction of her back as she walks away while saying, Too bad. His heart is now overjoyed. Oh. He recalls her words, Oh my God, in my life, I never thought I would be courted by such a bold beauty. Jinho eagerly picks up the business card to look at it, and unlike what he thought, now is not the time, I have to save her number quickly, huh? Looking at the business card in his hand, his heart skips a beat. It's not a phone number but an Italian modeling agency. He remembers his mother's advice, Jinho, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Jinho is disappointed, so it's just street recruiting. Having just been played by a beautiful girl, Jinho covers his face in anger but can't do anything. So frustrating, as soon as he finishes speaking. Someone asks him from somewhere, What's frustrating? He calms down and looks up at the other person, and Sungmi. Kim Sungmi sits opposite Jinho and complains, I told you to call me sister. I worked until early morning yesterday so I'm very tired, don't tease me. She is Kim Sungmi, a reporter for the Great Bell Challenge, supervising the exchange students. Sungmi is the one who sat next to him on the plane. You say that but still woke up early? Jiho defends, it would be a waste to go to Italy just to sleep. Sungmi is still sleepy, you woke up early too, the others are probably still sleeping. He smiles awkwardly. I was too nervous to sleep, but in fact, Jinho is crying inside, I didn't sleep well. While Sister Sungmi is looking at the table and saying, Oh, you ordered the exact same thing as me, it looks delicious. Jinho suddenly thinks, wait, yesterday's matter. Sister Sungmi can solve it, right? The waiter brings the food up, and Jinho says, sister, I have a problem. She gently replies, What problem? The food is placed on the table. Jinho is hesitant, not knowing how to start. Well, both siblings are excited by this delicate and beautiful dish. Jinho looks at Sister Sungmi and says loudly, Oh, it's true that the power of rich adults, life remake, the skill of a country mouse and a city mouse. Sungmi refuses. Confused, it's not that, but what is life remake? Looking at the beautiful plate of food, Sungmi suggests, I think our order is wrong, can you tell the owner? Jinho is happy to, okay. Jinho talks to the waiter. Sorry, I think my friend's food is wrong. She said she didn't order so many dishes, but the waiter affirms, no mistake. He is startled, his face changes. What then? Why is it like this? Jinho secretly deduces, don't tell me this is. The waiter repeats the question, why? While Jinho is still thinking negatively, they deliberately serve dishes that weren't ordered to cheat me, to charge more for tourists who don't know the language. Suddenly the waiter smiles brightly and explains, because I want your jewel-like eyes to shine in my restaurant a little more. Can you say that again? Jinho turns around and catches Sungmi's murderous gaze. What did he say? He hesitates awkwardly. Should I say it? Sungmi urges, tell me quickly, I'm hungry. The sky in Italy with its fresh and cool air, the sunlight shines down, making the atmosphere warm. At this time, the waiter looks at Sungmi and winks at her. She smiles and says repeatedly, grazie, grazie. Jinho's voice rises, aren't you annoyed? She turns back to look at him. What? Jinho says bluntly, well, you were just hit on by him. After hearing him say that, Sungmi calmly replies, what's wrong with that? It's purely kindness. Jinho is stunned when she finds out about what happened before. Even if it wasn't, it's quite pleasant. Besides, shouldn't you be more worried about being flirted with by a beautiful woman in the morning? He shyly turns his face away. She saw that? Sungmi secretly exclaims, truly a rare child. Looking at Jinho blushing, she wonders, how can a person have the whole world if they want it, but be so naive? Sungmi immediately associates him with an elephant that is chained and cannot escape. Or perhaps. Then she changes her expression and lowers her voice. Jinho, although I'm not yet a main screenwriter, let me give you some advice as a TV screenwriter. What do you think is the most important thing in the broadcasting industry? Jinho thinks of the modern cameras and equipment and replies, well, isn't it beautiful celebrities and fancy cameras, and lighting too? Sungmi asks, why do you think so? Jinho thinks of an idol's performance and explains, you need to attract everyone's eyes with your appearance, so they will be interested in watching and the ratings will increase. Then he is startled when Sungmi asks back, you know quite well, but then, is the secret to the high ratings of the Great Bell Challenge also thanks to appearance? She continues, broadcasting is broadcast, a compound word of broad and cast. Sungmi slightly opens her eyes. If you have attracted someone's gaze and have something to convey, then find a way to express it all. Then she mentions the woman just now, the beauty who flirted with you earlier, attracted your attention with her appearance, and gave you her business card. Next is the waiter's matter, and the cafe owner attracted my attention with his service attitude, before conveying his message. A flower appears and immediately gets the problem for Jinho to understand. Of course, things don't always end well. If I give flowers as a sign of affection but the other person hates it, how embarrassing it would be. Sungmi's words remind Jinho of a sad memory. When he took flowers to confess his love and that girl ran away screaming, the four eyes confessed to me. Two words ring in Jinho's head, disgusting. He bows his head sadly and replies, that's right. Jinho is surprised when he hears that sentence. But you have conveyed it already, right? Sungmi lowers her eyes and smiles softly. Is that still not enough? Scene changes, the sun is shining, the bus is running on the road. A pair of hands turns the pages of a black cover Italian notebook. She looks at the notebook and scratches her head awkwardly. How should I pronounce this? The pronunciation system is so different from English, I can't understand it. She is startled and looks towards the sound. By the way, Sister Sungmi. Jinho holds the cup of tea seriously and says, if it's not because of the flowers, but because they don't like me, don't associate with them. She calmly eats and says, what's the point of associating with people who don't like you? That would be impolite to the other person too. Sungmi puts the plate down, she says, but the second half is kept in her head, you don't need to worry about that. An image of him smiling brightly and reaching out to help appears. Do you need a hand? The weather is sunny, at school. Day 4 of foreign language study abroad. Two young men sit wearily by the side of the road. One with his hands clasped together laments, I want to eat cold rice with ramen so badly. The other leans his head against the wall. His eyes closed, I want to eat kimchi soup. One points to the church, look, there's a church there, let's pray, Lord please send us a rain of kimchi soup, we're in Italy, shouldn't we pray in Italian? Jinho walks glumly and prays in Italian. A voice calls out from afar, it's Jinho. A young man with burnt orange hair exclaims, TSK, you must be having a hard time. He wearily asks for help, save me. It seems like Kim Sungmi's advice has worked. Sungmi opens her mouth in surprise. But didn't you say you were going to ask for advice? What, you solved it already? Two girls are watching from afar. Kim Sungmi's advice has awakened Jin-ho's latent initiative and courage. One says even that kid is talking to other people now. I thought he was the arrogant young master type. In her thoughts, that courage is so contagious. They look at each other and exchange, should we try talking to them? A post on a personal page. In the picture they are smiling happily. The interaction is quite high, and 152 others have liked it. According to her thoughts, inevitable jealousy from people of the same gender is natural. After some time, 2 hours later, a group of young men with pale faces, "Oh Jin-ho, this building is beautiful too, let's take a photo together, stand up straight and we'll take it." Time passes again. 3 hours later, Jin-ho's hands, feet, and head are tied with ropes and pulled in all directions. Whoa, Jin-ho, the atmosphere here is great. Let's take a photo together, please save me, come here, my lovely little light. Finally his friend puts his arm around his shoulder and says, you're a real man, have some water. Thanks. For some unknown reason, he becomes closer to the boys than to the girls. Jin-ho is helpless. I'm starting to be afraid of going to new tourist spots. We have to take new photos when the scenery changes. His friend next to him smiles slyly. The handsome man naturally becomes a beautiful life film. He seems proud. As expected, having a good-looking appearance must be the best. Right. Jin-ho replies, even moderation should be done in moderation. The boys chase and catch that bastard, letting the girls exclaim, what's wrong with those boys? The screen lights up, it's the previous post. Someone shouts from afar, hey, don't bully our Jin-ho. When a hand is about to grab Jin-ho's collar. Notification from the post, and 10,000 others have liked it. A current runs through his head. Jin-ho is stunned, the current runs through. A confused thought, what is this? The feeling of wearing clothes that don't fit. His clothes are transparent, showing his whole body. Jin-ho looks at his hand and thinks, if I don't straighten my back, it's so uncomfortable. He holds up the card and thinks of something. Could it be, he asks, hey guys, did you post the photos taken with me on social media? A girl raises her phone and says with a smile, of course, he asks again, how many likes have you gotten? The girl happily replies, just past 10,000, why? He realizes something and thinks, so that's it. A website appears, Life Rebirth Forum, found a method to unlock the I Am the Best skill guide, my bones, anyone curious? If so, I will continue in the comments, Jin-ho exclaims, oh. The content on the web is roughly 99 life author. The first unlocking condition is to receive a model invitation. Just scribble on any piece of paper, then take a picture and receive a business card. Easy, right? How is it so easy? Anonymous player, after taking pictures at the Central District Prosecutor's office. This is as easy as pie. Quickly tell us the second condition. 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 Jin-ho reads and exclaims, Life Rebirth hasn't died yet? As expected, all game experts are playing this game, right? He continues to scroll. 99 life author. The second unlocking condition is to upload your photo to a virtual social network created in the game and receive 10,000 likes. 8 Reset my life. Exit game GG. The second unlocking condition is to upload your photo to a virtual social network created in the game and receive 10,000 likes. This member has withdrawn. Seems to understand. A person is born only to be a model. Jin-ho laughs. Just create exactly 10,000 accounts, these fools. A talent is born but not recognized. At a gelato shop. Jin-ho sits with his legs crossed on a chair and calculates. That's exactly the I am the best skill. I never thought I could get more skills. Then he is sad again. I wonder what the limit is. Can I achieve all 99? Are there any downsides? Jin-ho enjoys the feeling of fun, but this feeling is like receiving a CBT reward, then an OBT reward, and now a continuous attendance reward. Amazing. Outsiders look at him and imagine and exclaim, why is Jin-ho sitting there alone doing commercials for chocolate gelato and strawberry gelato? The chocolate flavor is rich. As sweet as strawberries. His friend pouts and disapproves. That guy grimaces, disgusting, but the girl next to him is infatuated in her heart. I love him. A voice from afar makes Jin-ho pay attention. That's not it. He looks towards the crowd and asks, what's going on? Is there a fight? Jin-ho immediately approaches the crowd. He tries to squeeze through to see what is happening, more confident and energetic. No, that's not the appearance I want. At this time, a man, it is unclear who, growls loudly, "Forget it, stop it now." On another side, a woman holds her phone and answers, "Hey, take your model away, the photo shoot ended earlier than expected." Looking at the whole scene, a brown-haired man with a proud appearance shouts, "I'm not working with that company anymore." Standing behind is a woman listening to the phone with a serious face. How could they send such a terrible model? Jinho looks at the lines on his phone screen, the shouts of cursing still echoing in his ears. Is my request so difficult? Is it difficult to ask a model to do the job of a model? Message sent. Jinho, what's going on over there? It's so noisy. He immediately reports the situation. They are shooting models here. The professional world is so interesting. At the same time, the brown-haired man is making a camera shape with his hand to his eye. What should we do, Ms. Screenwriter? Should we reshoot tomorrow? Wait a minute. He suddenly laughs excitedly. Ha ha. Jinho has fallen into the sights of the brown-haired man. He cheers with joy. Heaven has helped. Bring that Asian guy here. Looking at his handsome face, the brown-haired man is even more sure and hurried. By all means. Skill, I am the hottest. When do you think a person is at their peak? When working hard, when showing expertise, when throwing money around? It's when everyone else is looking at you. Some people are born to shine. In another place, a man is so angry that he is tensing his muscles, biting his hand and growling. It turns out to be Leonardo, model, characteristics, just got fired. He stands leaning against the wall, his eyebrows furrowed in extreme anger. It's absurd. They're using another model instead of me? Remembering Jinho's image at that time, he shouts even more in his heart. With that amateur? While he on this side, his hair is styled neatly and shiny, still innocent. Because this is the first time I'm wearing makeup, what should I do if my face is itchy? Hearing that, the staff member can only give up, try to bear it. This makes Leonardo even more resentful. He is a real chicken, he has never even worn makeup properly. Leonardo remembers the face of the person who fired him and secretly curses. That stupid photographer, the face? Sure, he's handsome, but that's not the only reason. An image of Jinho being found among a group of people appears. People like us can recognize it immediately, even when hiding in the crowd. You can feel that aura. The phone call that had been made, and the contact name saved on the phone, Ms. Sungmi. I have to call her boss. A deep, steady voice sounds. I just received permission from the supervisor for the photo shoot. It turns out to be Jinho's. The brown-haired man looks up at him and smiles slightly. Good. Then, he strokes his chin thoughtfully. But are you really a professional model? He hesitates secretly. I'm not saying I won't shoot if you're not, but... After a moment of hesitation, he is also frank. If you ask about experience, then no, I'm not. Returning to the present, it is already night. The bright lights of the studio turn on. Jinho is adjusting his sleeves. That thought is still in his head. But if you ask about skills, then yes, I am a professional model. Jinho in a luxurious suit, full of aura. Jinho's eyes light up. It's just that I'm not famous yet, so I don't have a management company. An old elephant appears and looks towards him. At that moment, an invisible chain is immediately broken. That elephant leaves the chain that once bound itself, and walks alone towards the light. At the same time, the photographer's eyes widen in shock. What is this? He praises endlessly. Good, very good. The photographer smiles brightly, extremely satisfied. He excitedly holds the camera towards Jinho. Lift your chin a little, look arrogant. Then, he shouts excitedly, now we will shoot with props. In a hidden corner, Leonardo secretly shocks, covering his face with his hand. Just by watching the photo shoot, I saw it coming. The newspaper about Jinho's image on the cover proudly, photo page. He affirms, complete. And more than that, the hand of the reader stops to look. Leonardo's heart is choked, above all. He looks straight at Jinho's glowing photo and affirms, he is cool. Leonardo can only turn and retreat. I was going to spit on the photographer if it was terrible. He bitterly accepts, but now I realize the difference in class. One morning, in Seoul, South Korea. In a bathroom, the sound of water flowing from the shower is gurgling. Then, someone slams the faucet shut. White hands carefully use a towel to dry their head. The hazy figure of the man is faintly visible behind the hot steam of the bathroom. It turns out to be Jinho. He smiles lightly, his hand stroking his chin with satisfaction. Handsome. Then Jinho is immersed in his memories. This foreign language practice trip is full of new experiences. I even took pictures. The brown-haired man regretfully grabs his hand with sparkling eyes. Wanting to cry, let's reshoot, and Jinho is a little speechless, replying politely, when you come to Korea, I will think about it. He remembered the scene of being fought over, and also made many friends, final photo, final photo. But as he held the thick wad of cash in his hand, a voice suddenly rang out, oh, Jinho got a huge amount of money for modeling, what are you going to use it for? Of all the things I've done, the best is. He looked at Jihai, smiling happily while washing dishes with a towel around her neck. Jinho sat in the chair, he smiled shyly, I think this is the first time I bought a gift for my parents. Come on, Mom, why are you already wearing a scarf in the morning, you might lose it. Jihai replied with a happy laugh, Mom has to show off the gift her son bought her everywhere. And your dad is even more so than that, even though he doesn't say it. Beside her, he put the food in his mouth and answered her, no way. At the same time, at a gas station, oh my, our boss's son has a perfect casting score. A man in a gas station employee's blue uniform held a gas nozzle in his hand, seemingly talking happily with a customer, is that a new watch? The person in front of him heard this and replied, oh, it's nothing special. It turned out to be Hyunman. He raised his hand as if to block the sun like a normal action, but inside he was arrogant to the point of wanting to ascend to the heavens. It's just a watch that our son bought with the money he earned from modeling in Italy, that's all. Seeing this, the gas station attendant joked along with him. Oh my, can our gas station also have a model? In another place, in the clear blue sky adorned with flying birds, Jinho and Jihai were still at home eating happily, unaware that the head of the family had just gone out to boast to the world, oh right, son, yes. Jihai stood with her back turned, cooking and asking, do you know Ms. Jinsul? He reminisced about the past and replied, of course I know Ms. Jinsul, that annoying aunt who always belittles me and Mom. The image of her spewing harsh words without restraint when he was young was still vivid in his head. Jinho has gotten fat again, sister, I told you to only feed him once a day. While Jihai could only be embarrassed, he still needs to eat. Right then, Jinhei's killing intent flared. Her eyes flashed red like blood, her hand gripped the bar of soap so tightly that it was barely alive and trembled in fear like a small animal. That little jerk. What I mean is, she wants you to tutor her child. What do you think, son? Hearing this, Jinho hadn't finished speaking when Jinhei's hand gripped the glass so tightly that it broke. Well, if Mom's friend has asked. He pretended not to see anything, lowered his head, and cold sweat dripped. I can do it. But I don't want to burden Ms. Jean Suk with tuition fees, Mom. But in Jinho's heart, he was clear, you want to refuse to take revenge but can't find a good reason. In his head, the image of Jinho sitting on the shoulders of his muscular mother. Oh, sister, if our Jinho says he can't, what can we do? Behind them was Jinsul kneeling and crying miserably, clinging to them, sister. She mentioned again, what about Ms. Myung? Hearing this name, Jinho seemed to wake up, Ms. Myung. He remembered when she scolded Jinsul mercilessly under his mother's bewildered gaze. She was almost the only one who stood by me and Mom. Hey you, why are you scolding someone who is worried about their own affairs? Oh no, Sister Myung, I'm worried about the child. Mom's friend, who gave a lot of pocket money. Myung patted her chest and scolded, is that what you're worried about? How annoying, is there anyone here who gives our Jinho more pocket money then? I do? She raised her head high and looked down. Her tone of scolding was extremely angry. How dare you criticize the company, in front of a major shareholder? Returning to reality, Jinho could only rub the back of his neck awkwardly. Oh come on, I don't discriminate against Mom's friends at all. The pocket money I receive from Ms. Myung isn't just a small amount, right? Seeing his expression, Jihai became even happier. Is that what you think? Embarrassedly rubbing his nose, Jinho couldn't help but exclaim, if you study hard, people can be filial like this. I'm really happy to have the skills of the top student in the country. Are you sure you don't want Mom to come along? It's just the entrance ceremony, not graduation. He adjusted his cuffs, while answering his mother's question, is that the suit you were given in Italy? Yes, Jae-jun said I definitely have to wear a suit to the entrance ceremony. The purple-haired boy sitting next to Jinho patted his chest and shouted, what are university students? They've crossed the threshold of adulthood. Suits, the symbol of adulthood. He couldn't help but argue bluntly, then what should freshman university students wear? Oh, a suit? Just then, Jihai folded her arms and walked in with an indifferent expression. Really? That's completely different from our time. Is that so? Jinho stood at the door, turned his head and waved to her. I'll call if I'm late, I'm leaving. He sat in the car seat, smiling slightly, his hand supporting his face as he looked out the window. At the crowded train station, passers-by, both men and women, couldn't help but turn back in surprise. They discussed animatedly, wow, look at that person. In the midst of the ordinary crowd, Jinho stood there prominently. Wearing a striking black suit, he was the only one wearing a suit. The sounds of discussion continued incessantly, and those words all reached his ears, causing Jinho to hold his phone and not want to look. There's no way that can be a freshman. No way people would wear a suit to a university entrance ceremony, right? I should post this on every time. On the phone screen, chat window, damn Jae-jun, damn Jae-jun. Right, I'm going to kill Park Jae-jun. He widened his eyes, his mouth twisted. At this moment, Jinho suddenly realized the shocking truth. Right, I know Park Jae-jun. At the Department of Business Administration, a piercing scream of lament echoed resoundingly. Where's Lee Jin-ho? Hasn't he arrived yet? He's supposed to read the oath as the freshman representative. Young Jae and a buzz-cut young man looked around everywhere with urgency and anger. Contact him quickly, it's about to start. How do I know his phone number? I don't even know what he looks like. The two people searching suddenly started arguing loudly. Why doesn't the class president know these things? How would I know who didn't attend orientation and doesn't use social media? What? Short-term language study abroad? Want to put that on the bus? What for? Jin-ho missed the orientation because he's on a short-term study abroad trip. What an arrogant guy. The person with the perfect score on the university entrance exam in the Department of Business Administration. All three clenched their fists angrily. And he's also the one reading the freshman oath and he's late? He's probably leisurely walking through the main gate right now, holding a cold Americano. While young Jae was still shouting, just wait and see, on the other side, two girls were gathered together looking at something on the phone. Jihai, look at this. It was a post. The photo showed a man in a suit standing in the middle of a crowd of people. Anonymous, what's this? Is our school filming a TV show? He still looks handsome even with his face covered. Both people laughed after seeing it. He's probably not a freshman at our school, right? I hope so. I want to meet him in person so badly. Just then, a voice rang out, causing the two girls to look up. Excuse me. People's plans are not as good as heaven's. It was our Jinho. He was sweating profusely, panting, and loosening his collar to breathe easier. Are you a senior in the Department of Business Administration? Seeing Jinho's expression, both people blushed shyly, but the clueless Jinho didn't notice it at all. Maybe not. Oh no, I am. He smiled slightly, pulling his tie to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Jin-ho, the one responsible for reading the oath this time. I'm sorry for being late. It's okay. Just then, young Jae, enraged, ran over screaming, his voice growling. What do you mean it's okay? You have to be on time for an appointment, isn't it late enough already? But Jinho, hearing young Jae's scolding, still smiled extremely handsomely. Do you think you're so great? That smile seemed to emit a halo, making people not know who to bow to when entering a temple. Young Jae at this time seemed to be enlightened by the party. He stared blankly at this halo and exclaimed, wow, whoa, really, he's really outstanding. A moment later, he was still standing on the stage giving a speech. I, Lee Jin-ho, as a proud representative of the freshman class of Korea University, the cradle of wisdom. So this is the Lee Jin-ho that everyone is talking about. Below, one person crossed their arms and commented, he's really more than I imagined, I like him even more. Young Jae showed outward doubt, like that much? Someone shouted, causing him to turn his head, like even more than that. Young Jae boldly affirmed, like him? Definitely. 10 minutes ago, he was jealous of Jinho's handsome appearance. A guy who got a perfect SAT score and also has this kind of face. Jinho calmly stated the reason for his lateness. I dropped my contact lenses on the way here, so I couldn't see clearly, and ended up getting lost. She still gave him a bright smile to welcome him. It's okay. The questions in young Jae's head still hadn't been answered. Not only is his face top-notch, but that suit must cost several million won or more. But why wear a suit to the entrance ceremony? Speaking of which, I heard that an heir to a chaebol once wore a tailcoat to the opening party. Just by looking at the clothes, he could assess a person's position. Impossible, could it be? Young Jae painted a scenario like in a SEO novel. He's from a chaebol family. His face has never been known, probably because he's not the official heir. He was already panicked. If we accidentally scolded someone like that, would we be vaporized? Sigh, he already apologized. We should listen when people are being gentle. It's not like that. Young Jae clenched his fists to stay calm. Well, let's just let it go, and... He bowed deeply to Young Jae. I'm really sorry for not contacting you and being absent from the orientation. Young Jae didn't understand what was happening. Huh? Jinho regretted his hasty decision at the beginning, because I thought that study abroad trip was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I completely forgot about the orientation. I should have found a way to contact the seniors first. Young Jae quickly reassured him. It's okay, this orientation isn't mandatory, and we're not the old-fashioned type of seniors. This kid seems pretty nice. A friend suddenly jumped into the conversation. Yeah, only that guy is old-fashioned, we're not. He got angry and shouted, shut up. He felt very confused. Anyway, why did you mention the orientation? Jinho honestly replied, actually, I heard people talking about me very loudly earlier, thanks to that. I found you seniors. Young Jae didn't know where to hide his face. I'm sorry. Young Jae was curious about Jinho's style of dress. Why are you dressed like that? Jinho was startled. He had his own reason. Because I'm someone who likes to attract attention. Who else would wear a suit to the entrance ceremony? He's being too flashy. I'm not playing with him. No, I can't live alone in university. An idea suddenly popped into Jinho's head. He made a shocking statement. I've been invited for an interview for Korea Tomorrow magazine after today's entrance ceremony. Young Jae couldn't believe his ears. Korea Tomorrow. He knew some legitimate information. The first university magazine in the country. All prestigious magazines that outstanding students of Korea University dream of appearing in. Young Jae carefully thought for a long time. Well, I guess that's not surprising. I also want to be in it. With that face and a perfect SAT score, the school probably wants to put him on the front page right away. He paid attention to Jinho's words. As soon as I received the invitation, I thought a lot. He tried to pretend that he was okay. But deep inside the tears were an ocean. How can I make people think of the Department of Business Administration when they look at my photos? That's what I'm worried about. Is it because of the national top student skills that he lies so smoothly? Jinho was hesitant in choosing clothes. In an environment that brings together the best people in Korea like Korea University, what should I wear to be worthy of the Department of Business Administration? Which is considered the elite of the elite? He soon had the answer, in short, there's only one. Jinho will shine thanks to it. The only outfit that doesn't embarrass the Department of Business Administration is a suit. His whole body was sweating. Now that I've said it, it's a bit too much, right? Am I overdoing it? I wish I had told the truth that I was tricked by a friend. Young Jae put his hand on his shoulder. Jinho, he was startled. Yes. He wanted to build a good relationship with Jinho. From now on, call me Hyung. He followed Young Jae's words, Hyungnim. Young Jae looked at him with affectionate eyes. I wish every younger sibling was like him. Hey, these kids these days really don't have any school spirit at all. She just looked and realized, you really have a strong old-fashioned smell. Sunlight shone into the convenience store. Jae-jun couldn't help but laugh. Oh my stomach, the only outfit that doesn't embarrass the Department of Business Administration is a suit. I don't like being teased. Hey, give me the card scanner, I want to scan your head. Who caused this mess in the first place? Jinho couldn't believe it. I didn't expect you to be fooled too. Wait, how did you go on the plane without taking off your shoes? He was curious about the atmosphere there. So how was the photo shoot yesterday? Jinho wasn't too surprised. Korea Tomorrow? The photographer begged him, take another photo. They praised him endlessly. Great, the emotions are at their peak. Get ready, just one last photo. Another person quickly pulled him out. Enough, we have to interview Jinho too. The photographer still wasn't satisfied. Please, just one more photo. He arranged the documents on the table. It's all good, and the senior also gave me this. Jae-jun didn't understand what he meant. What is that thick stack of papers? Young Jae was proud of himself. Oh my god, if you didn't have a Hyung like me, don't expect to get this. Jinho suddenly became worshipful of him again. Hyungnim. The manager had to correct him. Sorry, that person printed all the paper from the library. He was also surprised when he learned the value of this document. The printed information includes professor trends, majors, electives, course content, clubs, etc., all of which the senior compiled for you. Jihai changed his goal. I think I'll switch to the guitar practice class. He fell into confusion. Why? His eyes were full of happiness. The reason? Every young Korean has dreamed of wearing jeans, carrying a guitar on their shoulder, and traveling around the country. Jihai thought about a leisurely life, recess, spread a mat on the school lawn, and take out a guitar, open a can of beer. Doesn't that sound great? He nodded in agreement. Jae-jun suddenly started rummaging through his things. Hearing you say that, now I feel a little, he smiled brightly, right? He pulled out a spray bottle. It feels too outdated. Get out of my friend's body. Ghost from the 88s. Jihai almost choked. It smells so good. He corrected Jae-jun's words. Hey, doesn't your family have anyone from the 88s? This is disrespectful. Jae-jun showed annoyance. Hey handsome, you look like you're filming a Febreze commercial. Jihai hadn't had time to lecture him. Saying it's offensive is an understatement. With that face, Jae-jun wondered again, why are you wearing a white t-shirt inside a red jacket? He analyzed the meaning of it, because red is intense and white is pure. Jae-jun was done with this case. You crazy clown. He shouted and made a fuss. If I were your mother, I would cry every time I saw my child dressed like that. She just appeared and hit Jae-jun. I'm the one who wants to cry. You jerk, Shin Aeseo, the convenience store owner, Park Jae-jun's mother. Aeseo was so angry she wanted to explode. I pay you double to come here and play? He even gave the excuse, I only play when there are no customers. Jihai politely bowed to her. Hello. Aeseo spoke up in his defense. Jihai's outfit was bought by his mother. Think carefully before you speak. Jae-jun whispered to him. No wonder the fashion sense is so unique. You should have said it earlier. Jihai didn't dare to criticize. Right, I should have said it earlier. Scene changed to Paris, the office of the chief designer of the fashion brand Seir. The sound of arguing rang out. What, Tim Jones, you're planning to leave France for Korea? The blonde-haired guy couldn't accept the change of plans. Fashion Paris Week is coming up. Are you out of your mind? Our design team is about to go downhill. He tried to salvage the situation. What's wrong with you? You just got over a crisis. Where are you going to find an unknown Asian model? Jones even pretended to be cool by wearing sunglasses indoors. He had decided on his own, therefore, I will go in person. Jones decided to change because he saw Jihai's advertising cover photo, to the country where my muse is. A piercing scream rang out. No, wake up, Tim Jones. The assistant heard the scream but remained calm. Mr. Tim Jones has finally gone crazy. Tim Jones was still encouraging himself. Let's go. Suddenly he slammed the table hard. It's understandable. Tim Jones sat among the papers scattered all over the floor, his hand supporting his forehead, exhausted and helpless. Our chief designer he's been in a crisis for over a month. Something that's never happened before. Scene change. In a quiet room, the little girl gently pushed the door open, her voice full of expectation. Next week I'll get to see Teddy Bear Appa again. At this time, at the coffee shop, the table was full of finished cups of coffee. Tim Jones leaned back in his chair, lamenting in frustration. I'm finished. No matter how much coffee I drink, inspiration doesn't come. He touched the bottom of the cup with his finger, his eyes full of fatigue and pain. Before, just smelling the coffee at this shop was enough to spark ideas. Now it's just a tool to fight sleepiness. Tim Jones sighed. At times like these, I'm really jealous of Mr. Rockerbelt. He remembered the moment before. At that time Rockerbelt cheered happily. This cup of coffee, he was surprised. Is the coffee delicious, Mr. Rockerbelt? Rockerbelt's eyes lit up, raving madly. Imagining my muse drinking this cup of coffee, inspiration is exploding again. He immediately said to Tim Jones, we have to sketch right away. Tim Jones laughed and said, is he so desperate that he has to take drugs? Tim Jones raised his coffee cup, smirking, his heart full of sarcasm. Is there such a great muse? Really, how pathetic. I won't become that kind of designer. But today, he himself was in that situation, even more pathetic. He cried out, oh, I'm so jealous. Then right at the coffee shop, Tim sat on the chair, waving his arms and legs and flailing. I also want a muse. The little girl passing by pointed at him. Mom, there's a crazy person here. Suddenly a voice came, causing him to stop, listening attentively. Wow, I didn't think this brand would use an Asian model. Behind Tim Jones, two girls exclaimed admiringly, "The suit looks so comfortable. Should I buy another one for my husband?" Then he pulled the chair and stood up. Tim Jones walked past the two girls, his face full of pride, raising his head and thinking to himself, "That is the power of fashion, making the viewers want to wear it too." Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Scene changed back to the office. Two assistants turned their heads to look back. The assistant spoke up, "You're just in time." At this moment, Tim Jones gave an order, "Oh well, that can wait. I want a list of all the Asian male models who have appeared in magazines recently. I need it by tomorrow." Tim Jones continued, "Oh, and one more thing, I'll be focusing all day today, so don't bother me, okay?" Hearing this, the assistant was stunned. He's doing things his way again. The female assistant gently advised, "Just let it be, it's not the first time he's been like this, and you know how he is." Tim Jones' eyes sparkled. The assistant immediately realized, once Tim Jones' eyes light up like a child, no one can stop him. The scene changes to a morning. The sky quickly turns to night. Before us is the complete design along with a refreshing smile. Haha. Tim Jones spread his arms wide, extremely excited, and shouted, "That's it, that's it." A luxurious magazine cover appears. At this time Tim Jones is also constantly yelling, "Inspiration surges from just one image in my head, no matter what, I will find you, muse." The scene changes to a beautiful sunny afternoon. Mi Young, dressed in simple clothes, sat cross-legged, staring intently at the iPad screen. Suddenly she looked up and teased, "You always scold me that crossing my legs will warp my spine." Opposite her, Jinho, holding a bouquet of flowers, asked back, "Why is Aunt Mi Young sitting with her legs crossed like that?" Mi Young exclaimed, "Good heavens, my son." She reached out to receive the bouquet Jinho gave her and said at the same time, "After 40, I can live however I want." He immediately retorted, "There's no such thing." "Oh, that bag is just a promotional gift." Jinho then casually complimented, "But you look too young to say you're over 40. Hearing this, Mi Young smiled brightly and joked with him, "Oh my, this kid, are you flattering me because I'm a major shareholder?" He thought shyly, "What flattery, I don't do that." Then Jinho remembered the old days, when he was still chubby, and Mi Young was the one who always praised me more than anyone else and kept the little self-esteem I had left. It was her. Myung pinched his chubby face and exclaimed, "I told you he's an unselected lottery ticket." He begged helplessly, "And Mi Young, please stop." Until Jinho became handsome, Mi Young immediately raised her phone. "See, I told you that if you lose weight you will become more handsome." He smiled and looked at the picture. It's finally come true. Back to the present, Myung gave him a colored bag. "This is a gift for my son's university admission." Jinho happily opened it immediately. "Thank you." But in the next second, the smile on Jinho's lips gradually faded. "Auntie, can I exchange that bouquet of flowers for another gift?" Hearing this, Myung wondered, "Why?" He held the high-end bag in his hand and hesitated. "I feel like I'm receiving something too good." She replied calmly, "Good heavens, my son even knows about designer handbags? I thought you weren't interested in fashion." In her heart, she thought, "It's surprising that he has an eye for aesthetics." Jinho looked shyly at the bag with the logo, Christian Seir. Then he explained, "I don't know much, but I see that logo a lot, it's all over the shows Mom watches." Myung laughed it off to break the embarrassment. "Could it be because of that?" "Don't worry, it's a fake, I bought it at the market for 5,000 won." Hearing this, he felt relieved. "I thought it was real." Myung's face suddenly turned serious. "You think so?" "Well, it is real, there's even a certificate in front." Jinho was immediately stunned. "And Mi Young?" She raised her hand to support her chin. "Brand value is really interesting, isn't it? Sometimes it even represents sincerity, and..." At this moment, an advertisement video appeared on the screen. The male host greeted, "This holiday season, send your heart to your parents with the 000 red ginseng set. Health is important." Then Myung continued sincerely, "Sometimes, just adding a brand logo is enough to increase the price of an ordinary item many times over." Suddenly Myung turned to ask him, "Have you ever seen the blue bracelet from brand 00? The price is more than 500,000 won. In the old days the brand was a guarantee of product quality." She said bluntly, "Now, who still thinks about quality?" A typical example of the trend appeared. "Among the myriad of 000 brands, I bought it because it was the best." But now their views have completely changed. No, I only bought it because it's 00. Mi-young gave an example. Just stick a brand on it, and the value increases rapidly. Isn't it like having the Midas touch? Jinho reached out and rubbed his head, and smiled awkwardly. It's really the Midas touch, he thought. But why is she suddenly talking about these things? Immediately afterwards, Mi-young called out, startling him, Jinho. She fell into contemplation and exclaimed, why did I only now see your Midas touch? Her sharp eyes seemed to have discovered something special. Just because you gained a little weight, I'm not the type of person who doesn't notice that. Why haven't I noticed your potential before? How strange. Jinho was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hesitated. People say studying will change a person. He was secretly afraid. Auntie, could it be? Jinho's anxiety grew even greater. Does she know that I changed thanks to Reset Life? Mi-young said seriously, son, or? He nervously clenched his hands. But her next words made Jinho feel relieved. Have you thought about dropping out of school and coming to work at my company? He was surprised. What? She glanced away but still tried to persuade. Well, who knows, these days it's rare to find someone who is both handsome and has a title like you, national top student. And admitted to Korea University. I'm afraid other companies will snatch you away. Jinho said tactfully, come on, auntie, I haven't even finished the opening ceremony yet. Let's talk about tutoring Jiang. In his heart, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course she doesn't know anything about Reset Life. Jinho said the subject is English, the goal is to get around 70 points, right? Mi-young shared honestly, yeah, she's never gotten over 20 points in English. Jinho carefully wrote it down in his notebook and asked, have you hired a tutor before? Hopelessness was evident on her face. I have, but no one lasted more than a month. Mi-young narrated Ji-young's bad habits. She doesn't do her homework, doesn't pay attention to the teacher, and doesn't follow the schedule. The teachers are always the ones who give up first. She was even more worried about her daughter. She grew up thinking she can do anything just because of her background. Jinho smiled lightly and thought back to the past. No way, someone who played Pokemon until 6th grade. He thought, it seems like the pink pig has reached puberty. After that, Jinho jumped up and said confidently, trust me, I'll show her the power of a perfect SAT score. Mi-young smiled with satisfaction. Oh, that's so reassuring. Then I'll leave everything to my son. Mi-young hesitated slightly. Now, should we talk about the tutor fee? Jinho said frankly, if you pay too much, you probably won't see my face again. She laughed. Oh my. Scene change. Someone is pressing the door lock. As soon as they entered the house, someone's voice rang out, welcome home, madam. Another voice rang out, where's Ji-young? The maid replied, the young lady is in her room. She knocked on the door of a room. Mi-young asked from outside the door, daughter, are you awake? Inside, Ji-young was still awake but just silently looked at her phone without answering. Even though she didn't receive any response from Ji-young, she still announced, today, Mom has arranged an English tutor for you, starting next week, let's try our best. Mi-young's next words made her eyes widen in surprise. The tutor is Lee Jinho. Do you remember him? Appa used to come to our house a lot. Happy past scenes flashed before Ji-young's eyes. Still without a single word, she slowly stepped back, her eyes filled with sadness. Mi-young turned around abruptly, blaming herself. What kind of mother am I? Suddenly she stopped. Ji-young gently opened the door, looking out cautiously. Really, next week I'll get to see Teddy Bear Appa again? A clear morning, Saturday, Dongdaemun 00 shopping mall. A sigh echoed from somewhere, attracting everyone's attention. It turned out to be Park Jae-jun's voice. Why in the world do I have to do this? Walk around Dongdaemun with this dude on such a beautiful day. Jinho started to flatter his best friend. Because you have the best eye for fashion, help me out a bit, what are friends for? After he finished speaking, Jae-jun asked back, hey really? Jinho then offered, today you can eat anything you want, I'll treat, on the condition that it's only under 30,000 won. Jae-jun happily agreed immediately. I love France, I love my country. While walking among the clothes he wondered, but what made you decide to change your style? He answered without hesitation, there are many different reasons. Jinho immediately brought the screen of his phone in front of Jae-jun, especially because of this reason. He was surprised. You're using social media now too? Looking at the image of Jinho on social media, Jae-jun exclaimed in surprise, is that really you? Before his shock, Jinho gradually explained, no, I just downloaded this app yesterday and found this. I swear, I know people are secretly taking pictures of me. But I never thought I would become an icon of this fashion terror. Jinho continued to share about the things he was experiencing. Thanks to that, I made more friends in the department. They praised one after another. But is that a concept? It looks really fashionable. I just saw you on social media. Jae-jun asked in surprise. But why Dongdaemin? This place is full of cheap brands. Jinho, it's okay. I look expensive in anything. Hearing this, he laughed. You're such a narcissist. Suddenly, Jinho remembered Mi-young's words, and why did she only see Midas touching me now? Jinho walked and thought, if her words are correct, this could be an opportunity for me to repay the favor from 3 years ago. He secretly remembered, to on Deokji scene change, a guy angrily scolding into the phone, you want to quit? Deokji nervously scolded, no, how can you suddenly say you're going to quit? The spring season just arrived today. Jiang Deokji, operating an online shopping mall. The other end of the phone yelled, but it's been 3 months and you still haven't paid me. I'm living a hard life now too. Ending the unstable conversation, Deokji sighed softly, why do I only fail like this? He lowered his head, sighing in frustration, with so many people here. Deokji blankly, his eyes helpless, said to himself, I've tried many possible ways. He thought, when it comes to myself, no one can compare when it comes to fashion. I even borrowed money to hire attractive models. Deokji continued to ponder the events that had happened. I even hired brokers to increase the recognition of the store. He tiredly covered the light with his hand. All I have left is bankruptcy. No money to pay the employees, let alone buy new inventory for tomorrow. Damn it. Deokji was silent in the room. Suddenly he clenched his hand. Well, I'll just give up. 3 years in this industry is enough. Then, Deokji calmly whispered to himself, in this world, those who are destined to succeed will succeed, and those who are not will never succeed no matter what, right, Jiang Deokji. At that time, he looked at Jinho and Jae-jun unintentionally standing outside and continued, look, if there are people who can save the clothes that are so terribly ugly that they are only sold in Dongmyo, then there are also stores that even Andre Park can't save. Then, he smiled slightly, as if mocking himself, and that store is probably mine. Deokji's face froze, but unexpectedly, Lee Jinho appeared before Deokji's eyes from afar. He secretly wondered, why is he? He ran excitedly towards Deokji, making him only think, continue to get closer. Deokji was confused, to my store? Jinho, with a bright face, ran and called on Deokji, it's me, Jinho. Memories suddenly came back. 3 years ago, before a room, there was a loud yell, no, you can't do that. It turned out to be Deokji's voice. He taught loudly, selling clothes isn't as easy as eating cake, understand? Jinho immediately accepted, yes, on Deokji. After speaking, Deokji brought out a can of drink and invited and encouraged Jinho, okay, you're doing a great job. When I open the second branch, I'll recommend you as the manager. He happily replied, thank you. One day, while working, Jinho pulled a mannequin and asked, on Deokji, can you use this app to film a video of me working? He understood what he was doing and agreed. Want to show off to your family, agreed. Deokji was filming his image, and secretly congratulated himself, such a smart kid, has decided on his own career path and started a business, it's worth being impressed. But what is Reset Life? Is it a new photo app? Jinho laughed and thought, it seems that he has misunderstood something, but he really is a good older brother. Deokji finished the story, and concluded with a sentence, that's how it is. I was worried when the kid who just came here for 2 weeks suddenly disappeared. He was still skeptical, you're really Jinho? He scratched his head and smiled shyly. I'm trying to unlock new skills. Jinho seemed apologetic. I'm sorry for suddenly leaving without saying goodbye. Can I see some clothes? Deokji was still enthusiastic, of course. He picked up a shirt and introduced it. These are the latest products. Jae-jun was looking at each shirt carefully. Seeing this, he turned to ask, Park Jae-jun, what do you think? Jae-jun nodded in praise, it looks good. Jae-jun added, matching with white canvas shoes, the top of the top. After speaking, he turned to, boss, do you have any white canvas shoes? Deokji immediately replied, yes, I'll get them right away. He secretly looked at them. After a while, Jinho tried on the shoes he had just taken out. Jinho had tried on the shirt just now, he praised himself, oh. Jinho tried on the outfit, narcissistically said, how is it, when I wear it, it's like high-end, right? Diakji became surprised. Is that really my clothes? Jae-jun smiled disappointedly. It's really annoying, but I have to admit that. He curiously asked, so your photo shoot wasn't a waste of effort? Diakji heard and was stunned. Photo shoot? Jinho immediately decided, then I'll take this set. Suddenly Diakji grabbed his hand. Jinho heard the call and replied, what's wrong? Diakji, in his heart. He kept hesitating. This may be my last chance. Finally, Diakji boldly expressed, can you help with something? Jinho was surprised by the suggestion. As a model? He clasped his hands, earnestly hoping that Jinho would agree. Yes, just for an hour. No, even 30 minutes is more than enough. Please, I beg you. Without hesitation, he happily accepted. After all the time you spent on me 3 years ago, of course I have to help you. Hearing this, Diakji was so happy that he cried. Really? Thank you so much, Jinho. Diakji flustered. Oh right, I should pay you, right before you change your mind. My wallet, where's my wallet? Jinho politely refused. It's okay, you don't have to pay me. While speaking, Diakji opened his wallet, insisting on paying him. No, money matters must be clear. The three looked at the wallet. A cold wind swept through. The atmosphere became silent. Although reluctant, his voice was still firm. I'll immediately borrow money to pay you. Jinho firmly refused. Don't go. I said it's not necessary. After that, many bags of items were brought back. Jinho's mood was a bit confused. Although you gave me a discount, this is too much. Jae-jun immediately retorted. You're saying it like it's for him. These are things that will be sent to the orphanage tomorrow. Turning to see Jae-jun's appearance, he was confused. But what kind of clothes are you wearing? Jae-jun calmly replied, this is the concept of a rich lady sweeping the store. When else will I have the opportunity to carry so much stuff? But he was still suspicious. But it still feels kind of wrong. How can you shop and have money? While crossing the street, the two were still excitedly talking together. That's exactly how I've felt about you for the past 7 years, my friend. Why? Jinho thought of delicious food and replied, don't you remember anything? When we were in elementary school, who was the one who got an extra scoop of ice cream because of his handsome appearance? And who was the one who got the special offer of free drinks at the barbecue restaurant? Jae-jun turned to look at Jinho. Oh, was that special treatment? I thought I was just lucky to meet some generous owners. He was completely helpless with him. What kind of brain do you have? Jae-jun innocently said, it's obvious, because I've received it naturally since I was born, like breathing. He became more and more annoyed. Wow, how annoying. He followed behind, trying to flatter Jinho. Come on, talking about food makes me starve, treat me to a meal now, Jinho. He resentfully blamed, I said a lot and you only heard ice cream and cola. From behind, a voice calling Jinho's name rang out, startling him, Jinho. A girl was happy. Oh my god, it's really Jinho. Jinho and Jae-jun looked back. The girl's voice continued, it's been a long time, right? The guy next to him looked annoyed. Who is it again? Jae-jun heard and felt nauseous. What does she want, greeting you so enthusiastically? At that time, Bora stepped forward, gently greeting them. It's me, Bora. We were in the same class in high school. Memories immediately came back. The image of Bora holding her head and making fun. Wow, the four-eyed guy is confessing to me. Bora not only tore up Jinho's confession letter, but also showed disdain. How disgusting. Gay Bora, returning to the present, she said softly. I used to like you. Jinho at this time still greeted warmly. Of course, I remember Bora. She heard this and was happy. I knew it. Jinho was curious. How did you recognize me? Bora replied shyly, you're famous on social media as the national oppa of the neighborhood. Before that fake face, Jae-jun could not hide his disgust. Oh, now he's become handsome and famous, so you're pretending to know him? Jae-jun remembered the time. He felt uncomfortable being confessed to and even had false rumors spread, and then moved to another neighborhood because he was not confident enough to face people. How shameless. Bora awkwardly smiled. Jinho, because we met by chance like this. She put on a lovely face and asked, or can you have a cup of coffee with me? He was stunned after hearing that. Seconds later, the corner of Jinho's mouth turned up, revealing contempt. He flatly refused, sorry. After a brief silence, Jinho smiled and brought up the bags of clothes. then delicately chose his words, I'm busy right now, so I don't think it's possible, then I'll go first. Bora's mood darkened but still tried to pull him back. Wait, then can we at least exchange phone numbers? Jinho frankly said, no. She angrily asked him back, why? Even though he had turned his back and walked away, he still hesitated. The reason? Jinho said meaningfully, I think you know better than anyone. After saying that, he politely said goodbye. It was nice to meet you, take care. Although he rejected Bora, Jae-jun was still not satisfied with Jinho's friendly attitude. Hey, why did you still talk to her like that? That little girl caused you a lot of trouble, he said softly, but she's still a classmate from 2nd grade. She angrily clenched her fist and shouted, hey, Lee Jin-ho. Bora was so angry that she trembled. She grumbled, do you think I'm flirting with you? Hanging around with those little kids all day, thinking you're like a prince. Bora began to reveal her true nature. Hey, that face is just temporary. Her next words made Jinho and Jae-jun look back. You're such a jerk. Hearing that, Jae-jun immediately turned to talk to Jinho to provoke Bora. Your Highness, your servant's stomach is rumbling. Let's hurry to the ball. He also joined the joke. Oh. Then Jinho jumped on his back. Let's go, my servant, hee. She was ignored and could only stand and watch them play. Musmada. The setting sun shone down on a restaurant. One person grilled meat and asked, after being rejected so bluntly by me, she probably won't try to talk to me again, right? Jae-jun saw him in contemplation and praised, and you're so cool today, why didn't you do that sooner? He said softly, not really. He began to imagine the scene of meeting Bora. If Bora said at that time, I'm really sorry about everything from before, maybe I'm at the coffee shop with her now. While tiredly rubbing his head, Jinho said in a tired voice, honestly, I still feel a bit empty in my heart. True love is really painful, he said. Do you know why? Jae-jun pushed the newly grilled meat in front of Jinho and said immediately, because your stomach is empty. He picked up the meat frantically. Seeing that, he asked, how is it now? While eating, he said, I have to admit, that's not emptiness, but hunger. Jinho suddenly remembered and said, that's right, today I also received some money from Ondeokji. Eat as much as you want, let's eat until we die. 1 hour later, the staff announced, the total bill for our table is 140,000 won. Just hearing the amount, Jinho glared at Jae-jun, you pig, you alone ate 4 servings. Scene change, a bag printed with the words, Ancestral Church, the ancestors will support you. A voice rang out, believe in our ancestors, the ancestors will always love you. A girl blankly said, what kind of strange cult is this? I wonder if there are people who really believe or are they just swimming in money? Behind, the young man was still enthusiastically spreading the ideology. Do you believe in ancestors? Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, excuse me, she refused, I already have wet wipes. Just seeing Jinho, the girl blushed in confusion. I think letting your hair down would suit this outfit better, what do you think? Without taking her eyes off him, she said gently, yes, I'll believe. He sighed in relief. Jinho turned away, thinking to himself, this is driving me crazy. That's the 5th time I've given fashion advice to a stranger. Memories of the post when he visited Ondeokji's shop to choose clothes suddenly flooded back. While promoting Ondeokji's store, I also unlocked a skill. The system sent a notification, neighborhood fashion, unlock conditions, 1. Receive 1,800 likes on social media, 2. Read 10 fashion magazines at a hair salon. My aesthetic sense has become more refined. Hearing those words from outside, don't I need to read any more handsome student magazines? Jinho looked at himself in the mirror in horror. This outfit looks so disgusting. I seem to be going crazy just wanting to give fashion advice to everyone. Jinho patted his forehead a few times, trying to regain his composure. Calm down, Lee Jinho, will you be like this with the seniors? Focus on Fat Koi now. Today is the day to register for clubs, so I need to calm down. And then Jinho arrived at the place. He knocked on the door a few times. As soon as Jinho entered, he smiled brightly and said, excuse me, I'm here to register for the club. He was stunned to see the senior sleeping soundly on the sofa. Young Jae sleepily woke up, drooling, and said, oh my, isn't that our Jinho? Then why are you here? Jinho asked worriedly, senior, are you sick? Young Jae was fully awake. No, say it again. Suddenly he said in surprise, you're here to get a club membership application form. Young Jae shouted excitedly, making him panic, Heyda, a club. Then he slammed a piece of paper on the table and introduced, golf, mountain climbing, studying, then tennis, and also soccer. Young Jae's voice was full of excitement. Which club do you want to join? Our junior, our dear junior. Jinho smiled awkwardly and chose, then tennis. He immediately replied, good, a perfect choice. Seeing Young Jae so excited, he thought, why is he suddenly so energetic? He raised his phone to take a picture of Jinho's club membership application. Then Young Jae said while typing on his phone, Jinho, do you know how much the professors pay attention to you? He said, the principal was very satisfied after your photoshoot for the magazine, so the professors are secretly competing with each other. He blankly said, competing for what? Young Jae listed and explained, competing to get you into their club. They keep nagging me. Why didn't you come to register sooner? He kept rambling, I'm thinking of ways to lure you into our club, and it seems you want to do it yourself. But Jinho didn't pay attention but pondered, so, the professors usually act as advisors for the clubs, right? Young Jae added, then call me when you have free time today, and be careful of the professors who aren't chosen by you. He vaguely thought, but am I really that important? In the Principles of Business Administration class, the professor began to lure him, Tro Jinho, I think you will realize the joy of golf in the second semester. In the Principles of Economics class, another professor was also pulling him. Instead of drawing the production possibility curve, I accidentally drew the mountain trail on Mount Seir. Take this opportunity to think about the pleasure of climbing. During lunch in the school cafeteria, he couldn't avoid being approached by another professor. I'm sure Tro has the face of someone who likes soccer. Jinho wearily said, so, I spent the whole day being followed by the professors. Young Jae, instead of comforting him, emphasized, didn't I tell you, you will endure this throughout the semester. An NPC said, Jinho-kun, why haven't you joined a club yet? He determined, this is more stressful than the first time I played a dating game. Young Jae laughed, ha ha ha, you play those games too. Then, he threw him a tennis racket, here, take it, it's all yours, all sponsored by the former seniors, so don't feel too pressured. Young Jae hesitated then. The image of the tennis court appeared in his eyes. Both of them arrived at the tennis court. Welcome to the tennis club. Everyone was practicing hard. The tennis ball was not still but moving continuously. Someone tossed the tennis ball in their hand. Then immediately served professionally. Jinho felt enlightened, wow. Young Jae glanced over and explained to him, serving so powerfully and quickly that the receiver can't touch it, scoring a point, is called an ace, how cool is that? But Jinho was still vague, the receiver, an ace? He reassured him, after playing a few times, you'll understand everything. Someone in the tennis court called out loudly, hey, Young Jae brought Lee Jinho here, hey? Everyone was shocked, what? Young Jae brought GPA here, GPA ah, the guys in the mountain climbing club must be so jealous. Time passed quickly, Young Jae darkened his face and said, hey, look, Jinho has been doing that for an hour. The tennis ball was tossed up. Jinho swung the racket in one hand, his eyes full of determination. But he missed. Jinho calmly said, I missed again. Young Jae and his friend next to him were stunned. Tennis, he plays so badly. A sigh rang out in the middle of the tennis court, phew. He dejectedly walked around picking up balls and thought, this is not good, the only time I played tennis before was during school assessments. Jinho remembered the image of the seniors awkwardly encouraging him, you're the best, the best. He realized, the older brothers always encourage me, but my skills must be called terrible. He quietly watched everyone play tennis professionally. The ball moved continuously. Jinho's mood suddenly dropped. Hesitation shone in his heart, should I unlock the skill right now? If I unlock the tennis prince skill, I can become better than anyone right here. Jinho clenched the tennis racket in his hand. The first unlock condition, hold a tennis racket, has been completed, and the second unlock condition is 100 rally. He tried to think carefully. The difficulty of the rally may depend on how much the opponent is willing to help me. If I take a shortcut, I can unlock it quickly. If you can help me achieve 100 rallies by any means, I will give you everything. Thinking of this, Jinho's facial muscles tightened visibly. But why do I feel so wrong about that? Suddenly another person walked over. It was Young Jae, who noticed the look of contemplation on Jinho's face and walked over to ask, startling him, what are you thinking about so seriously? Jinho awkwardly and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. Young Jae blankly said, not understanding what was wrong with him, are you acting up? Why are you suddenly apologizing? Jinho said with a heavy voice. Actually, I completely failed the school assessment, so I feel like I'm just a burden to the tennis club without any skills. Young Jae was stunned after hearing that. Then he burst out laughing. Young Jae bent down to pick up the ball on the ground and said, "Is this the first time you've joined a club? Well, I thought someone who should have high scores like you only spent time cramming. As a game addict, I don't care about filling out student records." Hearing that, he thought, I'm playing a game. Young Jae juggled the ball on his hand and shared comfortably. Club activities, you know, the problem is not good or bad, as long as you have fun. He threw the ball to Jinho and continued, nowadays, children are too influenced by competitive society to the point that they think it would be terrible if they fell behind even a little. Young Jae affirmed, in the end, those who enjoy it have already won. Hearing all those words of his, Jinho's eyes lit up. That's right. Young Jae wondered, or are you tired of practicing self-serve returns with the ball machine? Do you need this senior to rally with you right now? Jinho immediately refused. It's okay, I'll practice a little more myself. Jinho realized, the anxiety about falling behind almost swallowed me. I almost missed the truly important things. At a house, a neatly cut plate of fruit was placed on the table. Then a voice rang out, "You're the English tutor scheduled to start today, right? Jiang will be here soon. Please make yourself comfortable." The maid asked, "What would you like to drink, coffee or soft drinks?" Jinho smiled and replied, "Soft drinks, please." While eating fruit, he thought, I know Aunt Young is a very successful woman, but I didn't expect her to have a maid. Suddenly a girl rushed in and shouted, "Mom!" That was Jiang. She hurriedly took off her shoes. "I'm home." Jiang excitedly asked then, "Where's Teddy Bear Appa?" She threw her backpack to the maid. She hurriedly caught her backpack and said, "I don't know about any teddy bear, but your tutor is right there. Good heavens. You're throwing things around again." Jiang looked at Jinho waving, Hello Jiang, it's been a long time since we met." At that moment, she pointed at him, "I remember." Her next words stunned both Jinho and the maid, "You're my mom's boyfriend." Jiyoung's voice was somewhat harsh. She said bluntly, "Do you think I don't know? You're the man in my mom's phone wallpaper." She spoke quickly, "Why are you here? Teddy Bear Appa should have come." Jinho only managed to say a few words, "Wait, Jiyoung, I..." Jiyoung immediately spoke in one breath, making Jinho unable to speak. "I understand, you used that handsome face to seduce my mother and steal the position of tutor." "Right." He could only secretly retort, "Seduce? Who?" After speaking, she turned and left. "Humph, I shouldn't have come home early." A maid called, "Miss." The maid spoke up to advise, "Miss has promised to study hard for this tutoring session." Jiyoung replied harshly, "Mom broke her promise to bring Teddy Appa first. So why should I do that? I won't study. Tell Mom to change the tutor." At that time, Jinho secretly got angry. His voice was strangely low. "Hey, pink pig." His words made Jiyoung surprised. "Where did you learn that bad habit?" Remembering the past, when she was young, she used to call, "Hey, pig." Jiyoung was annoyed and pulled Jinho's clothes. "Play with me quickly." Mi-young was sitting with Jihai. She was embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I haven't taught her properly for a long time." Jiyoung's voice still echoed, "Piggy, piggy-ah." Jihai said softly, "It's okay, she's just a child." The image of her hugging her father's neck on the hospital bed appeared. And what more could I ask for than for my child to be healthy? Jinho was only engrossed in playing video games, making Jiyoung annoyed. "Wait, I'll play with you after unlocking the skill." She reached out and snatched his phone and threw it hard. His phone flew out the window. Seeing that, Jinho froze, while Jiyoung still angrily said, "No phone, play with me quickly." Mi-young and Jihai were startled by her. Suddenly a slap rang out. "Raise your hand for me, you pink pig." At this time, Jinho was strictly teaching Jiyoung, "You can't throw other people's phones like that, understand?" She was punished to raise her hands to the sky but still stubbornly shouted, "Go buy a new one, you poor beggar." He hit his own hand hard, making her panic. This is the consequence of being a brat. Jihai was quite surprised by the situation before her. "Come here quickly, Ach. I'm sorry." Mi-young doubted, "Should I stop them?" Jihai immediately stopped. "Just let it be, he's teaching her for us." Back to reality, Jinho still used the old trick to warn Jiyoung. He said softly, "I'm thinner now, I don't make that sound anymore." She, being punished, could only look up at him. The maid was stunned by the actions of the two. Jiyoung was still suspicious. "Are you really Teddy Bear Appa?" Jinho affirmed. Who else would it be? He gnashed his teeth, having realized, the truth is you didn't even know that I lost weight, which means you really don't talk to Enmi Young. Jinho did not take long to feel the distance between the two mothers and children, so that's why she has such an attitude. He looked at Ji Young in front of him, his heart filled with pity. A child who doesn't have friends, what would happen if she completely cut off with her family? Then he said, Hey, Kang Ji Young, put your hands down. As soon as she was able to put her hands down, she twisted around a few times while he asked, I heard everything from Enmi Young. I heard you've been rude to her lately, right? Hearing that, Ji Young snapped, What does it have to do with you, Appa, don't stick your nose in. Jinho immediately growled like a tiger to scare her, What, don't stick your nose in? Overwhelmed by his aura, Ji Young slumped down. He comforted her softly, It's okay, Appa didn't come here to scold you, I came here to help you. Ji Young, hearing those warm words, was surprised. It must have been very difficult for you. The more he spoke, the more moved she became. Tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes, and Myung is always busy, and now with her promotion, I can't even see her face on the weekends. He continued to reassure Ji Young, Don't worry, I'll come once a week. She was surprised, really? The maid was also surprised that he made her listen, that young man. In the maid's eyes, Jinho was like a living bodhisattva. He transformed the stubborn girl Ji Young into a gentle lamb in an instant. She threw herself into his arms and cried. He softly comforted There, I understand, Fan Nan. At Mi Young's office. She was surprised and stood up after hearing the information from the phone. Really, our Ji Young did that? The maid's voice rang out from the phone, Boss, do you know what she did right after that young man left? She studied. The maid added, but he started teaching from very basic conversations, is that okay? Mi Young comforted, Don't worry, he's the best student admitted to Korea University. She said softly and politely, Thank you for taking care of her, you must be tired, please rest early. Mi Young remembered the past. Little Ji Young innocently asked, Mom, I have a performance at school tomorrow, are you not coming? When Ji Young was a little older, she sadly hesitated to say, Mom, tomorrow No, you're tired from work, right? Her sad voice rang out, Mom. Ji Young's eyes could not hide her emotions. She said softly, It's not work, is it me who makes you tired? She slammed the door. If it's Teddy Bear Appa, then he will understand me. Returning to reality, Mi Young silently regretted, If I had known, I would have called him sooner, son. She waited and whispered, See you again tomorrow. Scene change, the tennis ball appeared with the numbers ringing out, 97, 98, 99. The racket collided strongly with the ball, 100. Jinho powerfully made the serve. He silently looked at the ball, tennis prince skill. A little prince once said. On a beautiful day. Someone was sitting and writing something in a notebook. It turned out to be Jinho. He wrote and thought, She knows quite a few advanced words and answers simple questions well. It's not so bad to say she's unintelligent. Jinho affirmed, That's just the result of losing motivation to study for too long. Scene change, Ji Young's voice rang out, Appa, I don't know how much money my mom pays you to tutor me. But just teach as usual. Hearing that, he wondered why. She said calmly, Anyway, Mom doesn't care about my grades. Ji Young's face showed sadness. If I do well, she says it's good. If I don't do well, she says try harder next time and that's it. He smiled awkwardly, trying to comfort her. Do you know how many kids are jealous of having a mother like that? She's a great mother. Ji Young began to open up more to Jinho. The first time I realized it was in 6th grade. When I brought home high scores, normal mothers would reward their children by making their favorite dishes. And when I brought home bad scores, Mom would sit at the table and study with me. She painfully remembered me young at that time. When I told her that, my mom, she only praised a few words. You got 100 points in math, that's great. Mi Young took out a ton of bank cards. But Mom is busy now, or you can take this money and go play with your friends. She said resentfully, at that time, I didn't even have a single friend. Hearing this, he helplessly held his forehead, secretly blaming, and Myung is really. Jinho quickly changed the subject. Ji Young, do you remember the time you came to my house to play? You always got to eat organic food. Do you know why? Ji Young replied, No, I don't know. His next word stunned her. That's all your mom did. She prepared everything for you because she was worried about your health. She exclaimed in shock, My mom did that? Jinho recounted, You think that's it? She even rearranged the refrigerator in my house. At that time, Jihai and Young argued. I'm against it. Children nowadays need to eat processed foods. I'll replace you with a brand new refrigerator. I take back what I just said. Quality of life is also very important. I need you so much, best friend. He smiled and continued, well, that's how it is. I thought you didn't know about this, so I said it. Ji Young's eyes were directed at him, quietly listening. She is a person who doesn't like to show her feelings for you. Then he gently warned, if you still mention that you only need to get 70 points so I can be lazy, you'll be in trouble. Ji Young's voice was dejected. Yes. Scene changed to when he was in class. He sat alone in the classroom pondering. Actually, no matter what I say about my mom's true feelings, I just want you to understand her. This is not a problem that can be solved that way. Right now, the first thing is to understand Ji Young's feelings and fill the void in her heart. A notification from the phone rang out, startling him, suddenly remembering the friendly tennis match. Jinho picked up his phone to check the conversation. An arm raised high, waving at him. Hey Jiho. Young Jae, seeing him running over, excitedly asked, are you skipping class? Jinho quickly explained, class was cancelled on. He looked at the group of people in the audience seats. By the way, there are a lot of people today. Were other students' classes cancelled too? In Young Jae's words, Jinho, like a silly monkey, replied, maybe they skipped class to see you. A smart, handsome student with a perfect SAT score is even rarer than an albino gorilla at the zoo. He resentfully complained, albino gorilla, oh my god. Suddenly someone stepped up and shouted, hey, Young Jae. The people from the economics department's tennis club stepped up. The arrogant senior said, hey, are you still planning to give up? Young Jae immediately got angry. I couldn't come last time because I was drunk. I didn't give up. The economics senior provoked. That's a typical excuse from the business department. He snapped, what do you mean by that? Jinho smiled awkwardly. The rumors about the feud between the business department and the economics department seemed to be true. He turned to the person next to him and asked, right? The person next to him glared at him. You can still smile? You took first place from me. Are you taking the whole world as a joke? In his heart, he cursed, what the hell is this crazy person talking about? Does my face look like I care? But on the outside he reluctantly asked, are you the student who came in second? Young Jae on the other side was eager. Pick up your racket and come out here. The economics senior waved his hand. Okay, let's compete in a different way this time. He pointed to his junior and said loudly, then let's pair our highest scoring freshman with our second highest scoring freshman. Young Jae hesitated slightly. That sounds fun, but is Jinho okay? He's a complete beginner. He hasn't even played tennis for a month. The economics senior excitedly said, what, that's perfect. He continued, our second highest scoring freshman is also a beginner. Look at him showing off his skills. After he finished speaking, he professionally spun the racket in his hand. Seeing them like this, Young Jae comforted Jinho. Even the illiterate know how to spin a pen. Jinho, don't worry, no one expects you to win. He said, just go entertain the seniors. He obediently replied yes. In his heart, Jinho was secretly excited. I'm also looking for a suitable opportunity to try out some new skills. This time is also perfect to try. The two freshmen stepped forward to shake hands. He said frankly, we're the same age, right? Then let's drop the honorifics. Jinho secretly retorted, you didn't use honorifics in the first place. He brought a gloomy mood and said in a low voice, but to be honest, you're so handsome that it makes people feel uncomfortable, thinking that a guy who only cares about his appearance defeated me. To take first place, are you sure your ranking wasn't based on luck instead of real skill? Contrary to him, he used a cheerful voice to tease him. That's right, I'm really a lucky guy, right? The economics freshman was provoked by him until his face turned green, but he was still calm. In his head, he contemptuously ignored him. Compared to my 4-eyed days, your harsh words are nothing. The racket was lowered. Rough. Suddenly something flashed past Jinho, but he was still calm. Then he was served. A pair of agile feet rushed over. Jinho guessed the direction of the ball correctly, quickly hitting back. His decisive swing made the ball soar into the sky. The economics freshman watched the ball in a daze. He stared motionlessly at the ball flying towards him. He unexpectedly hit back. Jinho could only watch the direction the ball went. A sound rang out, 15 love. Young Jae angrily grabbed the economics senior's collar. That guy served without warning, it doesn't count. He evilly replied, who told you guys to be so clueless? The economics freshman triumphantly said, I felt a little guilty for scoring so easily right from the start. Maybe because you're new, you don't know about serving and sprinting. I tried to play dirty when he was careless, but he could still hit back. Although a little grumpy, Jinho tried to remain calm. It's okay, this is the first serve, I don't mind. This liar. The ball flew in the air again. Jinho got into position, slowly thinking, he's always been hostile to me. Is it really because I defeated him to take the number 1 spot? Even after thinking for a long time, he couldn't understand. No way someone our age would have such a childish reason. Looking at him going crazy in front of him, Jinho affirmed, this must be some kind of sophisticated psychological warfare. The economics freshman lost his composure, making him reflect, no, that's not it, sorry, I overestimated you. Jinho raised the racket to receive the ball. The tennis ball fell and touched the white line. Young Jae cheered happily, look, the ball landed exactly on the line, so it's a tie. A sound rang out, causing him and the economics senior to be surprised out. He stepped forward to explain to him, this is called self-judgment. The decisions on my side of the court are made by me. According to what I saw, it was out. Jinho innocently accepted, I'm new so I trust you. What the hell? To everyone's surprise, young Jae's grumpy voice rang out, wait, how the hell was it out? Hey, fashion department, did you guys see it? The girl was startled and replied, I don't know, I was just looking at Jinho's body proportions. Another guy spoke up, let us borrow him for a day after the match. We want to make a mannequin. He angrily scolded, all of you get lost. 10 minutes later, the score was 40-0. Young Jae held his head helplessly. This is driving me crazy. He grabbed the economics senior's collar again and shouted, someone deal with that guy who keeps saying out. He turned pale and tried to explain, there's no referee. Each player makes their own decisions. Why are you so excited about a match between new freshmen? Jinho quietly listened to all their words. What do you mean when you say each player makes their own decisions? This is clearly cheating. What, cheating? He tossed the ball in his hand. Then he reassured young Jae, it's okay, on young Jae. Jinho balanced the ball on the racket, confidently saying, as the economics senior said, we're just beginners, right? He smiled, fun is the most important thing, right? Then Jinho turned to look at his ugly face and thought, anyway, I don't intend to compete seriously with a rude guy like you. I turned a blind eye to your cheating because I wanted to test the skills I learned. He gave him a sharp look, and the next technique I'm going to try is perfect for dealing with shameless guys like you. At that time, someone was quietly sketching a costume design. That person was Tim Jones. He looked at the tennis court, trembling with joy. How beautiful. After the first tennis set, Jinho was resting and drinking water to regain his strength when someone called out, Jinho. Young Jae ran over and asked him with a serious face, how did you do those circus tricks just now? Are you really a beginner? His question made Jinho a little uneasy. He awkwardly replied, the economics senior saw it just now. Even if you're not good at studying, you can still spin a pen. But young Jae still looked suspicious. He continued to probe. But your demeanor today looks strangely professional. Jinho smiled brightly and replied, is this the amazing result of young Jaeon's guidance? Just hearing Jinho flatter a few words, young Jae happily put his arm around his shoulder. Is that so? Jinho, everyone could only watch and was speechless. The two people from the economics department frowned when they saw the appearance of the two. The senior instructed his junior, young Jae is always uncomfortably optimistic. It's disgusting, you must win? The freshman firmly affirmed, of course. Both were full of killing intent. The referee's voice rang out, the match continues. Everyone in the stands cheered excitedly. The economics department's second highest scoring freshman provocatively said, why don't you give up right now? He said in a low voice, although I lack luck, I won't lose in tennis skills. His sly eyes looked at Jinho, showing off his achievements. Jinho prepared in a professional stance, unflinchingly mocking him, as if you're a beginner, why are you bullying civilians so shamefully? He raised his face, shameful. Only losers are shameful. Then he gave an example, look at the Hollywood-level acting in sports. People talk a lot about how it goes against the spirit of sports. The image showed a player lying on the field, hugging his knees. He continued, or why not be shameless? Then there was a scene of a red-shirt player receiving a yellow card unfairly. The yellow card was shown, Are you really angry because it's a cowardly act? No, you're angry because your team might lose. He kept explaining, when the other side does it, then they call it cowardly. The image showed a man raging. However, when your side does it, you'll call it smart. Then the player grabbed the shirt collar of the one faking. He kept rambling on and on. In society, the winner is the truth. His words made Jinho very tired. Look at the guy who's trying to convince others to act like him. Hearing Jinho's words made him even more angry. What? He really retorted, hey, if you play games with that mindset, it'll be very boring. If you're a professional, then I can understand. But this is just a hobby. Jinho raised the ball, regardless of winning or losing, just like this. Then he tossed the ball in the ready-to-serve stance and continued, just imitating techniques from manga is already fun. As the ball flew up, memories of the manga he had read appeared. Jae-jun introduced Jinho. Look, isn't this skill exactly like this manga? Isn't that a copyright infringement? Then he researched the technique in that book, damn it. Because he was too fascinated by that technique, Jinho tried to do it, and was seriously injured and had to go to the hospital. The doctor asked, so you wanted to try the Super Cyclone Smash? And then ended up with a back injury. Returning to reality, when the ball touched Jinho's racket net, the collision was so strong that it sparked. The light emitted from the collision grew larger and larger. The ball flew straight to the left side of the economics freshman, forming a beautiful curve. He quickly ran to catch the ball. He thought smugly, it's fast, but it's not impossible to block. He seemed to have grasped the direction of the ball. Good, I'll receive the ball before the moment it bounces. He arrogantly thought, at a point even if I close my eyes, I can hit it. The speed of the ball did not change. The racket was still empty in the air. He was stunned. Huh? The economics department stood motionless, his eyes widening in surprise. The spinning ball flew up in front of him, making him panic. The ball is moving, the ball is about to hit his head. He crouched down in fear and cried, hic, hic. Young Tae and the economics senior both widened their eyes in surprise. No, the ball bounced in the opposite direction as soon as it touched the ground, to perform that technique so powerfully and perfectly. They discussed the hit one after another. That's right, it's called. Both shouted two different names at the same time. American Twist Spin, Tennis Prince Season 8 Episode 10 Super Strong Cyclone Smash. The senior angrily scolded young Jae, what is that, you bookworm? Then the two got into an argument. He shouted, it's clearly the Super Strong Cyclone Smash, the upgraded version of the American Twist Spin. I'm asking, what is that? You super bookworm. At this time, the economics freshman was sitting huddled on the court in terror, trembling nonstop. If I hadn't avoided it, now that ball would. He didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the consequences would be. At this time, a pair of feet stepped quickly and said, what are you doing, Hollywood actor? He pointed the racket at him. Stand up. At this time, he was too scared to move. Jinho continued, we're still. Jinho's eyes were full of killing intent as he said, not over yet. A rush sound rang out, making Jinho startled and turn back. Huh? Suddenly he panicked because of the two hands rushing towards him. Huh? Jinho cried, ACH, and then a smack rang out, causing the fans to be petrified. One person stuttered in horror, what's wrong with that perverted foreigner? Another person trembled and exclaimed, oh my God. Then everyone recognized and shouted, it's Tim Jones. They shouted happily, the chief designer of Serum. Everyone was still shouting his name, Tim Jones. But he only paid attention to Jinho. Left cheek, let me kiss your left cheek again. The people from the economics department spoke up to ridicule. That dude is only great in the eyes of your design department. To us, he's just a perverted fat guy. A female student from the fashion department angrily shouted, what did you say? The guy next to her quickly took out his phone to video call the professor. Professor. Look. That friend zoomed in on Tim Jones' face and said loudly, that's the real Tim Jones. The professor on the other side excitedly yelled, Kong, quickly zoom in on every pore for me. At this time the whole stadium was in chaos. Jinho's match had to be stopped because of that fat guy. That's not a belly fat, it's a design bag. The senior quickly led him away. Hey, let's go. Young Jae uncomfortably shouted, what the hell is this? Is this the audience seat or the arena? Everyone move. After that, the atmosphere calmed down. Tim Jones spoke up, haha, I'm sorry. He sat down on the lawn and shyly covered his face, seeing you defeat the bad guy and pose perfectly. I couldn't help myself. Jinho thought helplessly. I only imitated manga. Jinho had just opened his mouth to ask, "Excuse me." Unexpectedly Tim Jones leaned his head back and said loudly, "You're wondering why I'm here? Because I want you to wear my clothes." He was silenced by his actions. Then Tim Jones excitedly showed him a notebook. "Please take a look." Jinho smiled awkwardly and received the notebook, saying polite words. "I'll probably take a quick look," but in his heart he sighed. If I don't look, he'll probably be determined not to leave. Suddenly Jinho widened his eyes in surprise. Jinho was shocked by his designs. "Oh my god, this is..." Jinho opened his mouth in surprise. "Extremely perfect. Since becoming a fashion icon of the neighborhood, I have never been 100% satisfied with any fashion style." Tim Jones was overwhelmed by Jinho's praise. How can there be such perfect clothes? He couldn't keep his composure before his praise. How can something be both elegant and practical? Tim Jones' mind was about to explode because of Jinho's words. If I could wear something like this even once in my life, then this life would really be a success. Seeing Tim Jones standing next to him overly excited, he puzzledly interrupted his thoughts. "I'm sorry, but did I just shoot you or something?" Jinho froze. "I'm speaking Korean." How does he understand? He happily cursed, "Damn it." At that moment, the sound of high heels approached, along with a familiar voice. Even if the language is different, sincerity still transcends everything. Mi-young stepped forward. Next to her was Director Joe. She said, "Just like how you were moved by those clothes, son." Jinho was even more surprised and called out, "And Mi-young." Tim Jones, standing next to her, also happily called out, "Angela." Then Mi-young and he greeted each other according to French customs, smack smack. Mi-young immediately explained, "This is called bisu, a greeting that doesn't touch the lips, just pretending to kiss." Tim Jones turned to look at him in a scary way. "You received that too, right? So you understand, right?" That look made him remember that kiss and shuddered. "But actually that person touched my lips to my lips." Jinho stammered, I like women." Then his eyes became sharper. "I too, we have a lot in common, right?" He secretly prayed, "Andy, save me," but on the outside he still smiled. "By the way, what's the matter that you came here?" She replied, "About that." Director Joe at this time was seriously driving. Behind, Jinho was sandwiched between Mi-young and Tim Jones. She put her arm around Jinho's shoulder and joked, but he couldn't smile. "I'm here to play with my son, that's all." Jinho was stunned and tried to find a reason. "But I still have class." But Mi-young didn't let him escape. "It's not too late, ask for a leave." Jinho was even more shocked, and asked her again, "Are you the vice president of Seir Korea?" Mi-young frankly admitted, "And Tim has been looking for you everywhere." Tim Jones at this time was extremely happy. Mi-young added, "Because you're not an official model, all he knew was that you were Asian and what your face looked like." At this time Jinho was calmer. He then wondered, "So how did he find me?" She proudly told her achievements, making him stunned. "During a video meeting, he accidentally saw you in my wallpaper. How do you feel? Amazing, right?" He sighed and suggested to Mi-young, "Can you change your wallpaper?" She wondered why. He recounted when Ji-young angrily shouted, "He's my mom's secret boyfriend." Then he sighed, "That's how it is." The brilliant sunset covered the road. Jinho continued the story, "Speaking of this, Auntie, why don't you take Ji-young with you when you go out? She should be out of school now." Mi-young looked out the window and bluntly refused. "No," he excitedly said loudly, "Auntie." Jinho still tried to persuade. "I know you have trouble facing Ji-young, so why don't you spend more time with her right now?" She was still determined, "Still can't." He suspiciously asked, "Why?" All three stepped into the bar with glittering lights and lively music. She hesitated, "Because..." At this time Jinho was stunned when Mi-young replied, "Minors are not allowed in the club." Then she asked Jinho back, "Should I bring her along?" He was startled. "I just said something terrible." A moment later, Jinho continued the story, "So that's why Ji-young is like that." Mi-young held her head in frustration. "What should I do? I'm really a 0-point mother." Jinho comforted softly, "Haha, don't worry too much." Jinho continued to encourage, "If you make an effort now, you can still be an 80-point mother. I'll help you, so please try your best." Mi-young felt somewhat more comfortable. "I'm counting on you, nephew." Jinho suddenly glanced to the side, by the way. He looked at a girl with a hot body dancing to the music and exclaimed, "The club is really a great place. Everything is flashy and glittering." Then she leaned against the man, but her eyes were directed at Jinho, and above all. Then that girl gave a charming smile. He saw that smile and was startled. Then Jinho blurted out, "There are so many beautiful people in the world, why haven't I ever met them before?" Mi-young and Director Joe laughed. Seeing that, he stammered, What's wrong?" Then Mi-young asked him, "To you, are they like normal people?" Jinho was confused. "Are they models?" She quickly explained to him, "There may be some normal people, but most are celebrities or models. They probably secretly followed Tim Jones after hearing the news that he came to Korea." Mi-young raised an issue again, while they seemed to be dancing happily. The image of Tim Jones and Mi-young being powerful appeared along with her words. "If I told you that they were desperately waving to attract the attention of Tim Jones or Seir, would you believe me?" Jinho surprisingly exclaimed, "Self-promotion disguised as a random coincidence?" Mi-young calmly asked, "You accept this surprisingly quickly?" Jinho was still quietly sitting on the bar stool, muttering to himself, "If you want to convince anything, you need to attract their attention first." Mi-young laughed, and said, "Of course they're wasting their time because Tim Jones' lover is our son." Jinho smiled slightly. "I think I'm being hurt by the word lover because of you." "This is not right at all." Mi-young asked back, "So, you really won't be a model?" Looking at Tim Jones dancing in the lively crowd, Jinho explained more clearly, more precisely, "I don't want to sign a contract with any company." Mi-young replied, "Don't want to be tied down, but it's not that you don't want others to approach, right?" Jinho affirmed, "That's right." She turned to Director Joe but still talked to Jinho. "I guess it would be better to take you to Seoul Fashion Week once. No, it must be Paris Fashion Week at least." Jinho bluntly said, "If you gave Ji-young even half of that dedication, she wouldn't have become like this." Hearing that, Mi-young became sad. "I'm really a 0-point mother." Jinho immediately requested, "First, please change your phone wallpaper to Ji-young. Children notice everything." Mi-young continued, "By the way, aren't you going to have some fun? Just enjoy it. I'll keep today's events a secret from Jihai." He bluntly retorted, "I don't trust you anymore. Especially from someone who gossips to my mom about how many times I go to the bathroom at night." She then promised, "Okay, if I tell Jihai about today, I'll buy you a foreign car." Her words made Jinho incredibly surprised. "What?" Mi-young waved her hand, laughed, and said to him, "You know that the vice president of Seir never jokes about money. Now just enjoy it without worry." The Seir director sitting next to her added, "If you break your promise, I'll sue you, then I'll replace your position as vice president." The Seir director's words surprised both Mi-young and her. "Wasn't my joke funny?" Mi-young was speechless. Director Joe's jokes always sound so serious that it's scary. Lee Jinho walked amidst the flashing lights and pounding music. Jinho was pushing through the crowd when someone accidentally bumped into his shoulder. Jinho fell down and instinctively grabbed onto something very soft. He flusteredly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry." A warm and seductive female voice rang out, "It's okay." Jinho unconsciously raised his head. It turned out he was falling into the arms of one of the 3 beautiful girls with hot bodies. The girl continued, "It's okay." The girl who had just caught him greeted him. "Little one, you're so handsome. Are you a Seir exclusive model?" That girl offered Jinho, "Do you want to dance with me?" That girl kept inviting him. "After dancing, we can go eat," and after eating. Jinho immediately avoided her and ran straight into the men's restroom. "I'm leaving." In the restroom, he washed his face repeatedly to sober up. Tim Jones next to him asked, "Why don't you go enjoy yourself with those girls?" Jinho decisively replied, "Because these people are here because of Seir, not because of me." Jinho's face darkened. "It's really great, but I need to leave before causing more trouble." He sighed. "Phew, it's finally over." Tim Jones was surprised by his strong will. "Oh?" He looked up at him with admiration. "Good control of instincts and self-control. Boy, you're really—" Jinho interrupted him. "Stop, I know it's not what you mean, but this is not the right place." Tim Jones wondered, "Where are you going now?" He smiled brightly. "Of course, to enjoy the true nightlife of Korea. The city at night with lights from buildings." On the warm dining table, 2 glasses of alcohol were raised. On the grill was grilled pork belly. Then, he and Tim Jones went to a karaoke room. 2 large glasses of beer clinked together. They changed the fun place again, chicken and beer. They continued to enjoy the happy moments in the karaoke. Finally, the shop assistant pushed 2 delicious-looking drinks over and said, "Here are your 2 super large chocolate lattes." At the park, an excited voice rang out, "I really like today." Tim Jones sat sipping his drink and added, "Especially the combination of beer and chicken is amazing. Next time you visit my country, I'll definitely treat you well." Jinho, hearing that, happily asked, "Where are you from?" He replied briefly, "England." He flusteredly said, yes. Jinho wondered, "Now I want to ask, what do you want me to do with those clothes?" He said frankly, "I don't think you came just because of me, even if you make them for me." He said softly, "I can't hide it anymore." Then Tim Jones offered, "Jean, to be honest, I want you to participate in my fashion show. I want to show the world what a real muse is like." Then he became excited. "But that's not allowed. My muse will be targeted by other designers. I can't let that happen." Jinho then made a deal. "I see. I'll be your source of inspiration, but only inspire your designs without appearing on the public stage. Is that okay?" Hearing that, Tim Jones' mood darkened. "But I don't like that. I want to show the other designers that they don't have a muse like you." He expressed sincerely, "But I don't want to share you with anyone." Jinho was speechless. This guy. He secretly judged, like a child. "I won't let you borrow my latest game console, but I brought it to show off." Jinho said, "To be honest, I don't think you can hide me, Tim Jones. Look." He raised the screen. Tim Jones looked at the screen of Jinho's phone. "Overload of traffic," he said, "has reached the limit of visits." He added, "This is the homepage of the clothing sales page I'm wearing. I know about this because I know the web owner." While happily singing karaoke with him, he received a call. The other end hesitated suspiciously. "Jinho, what's going on? Since tonight, the products with the keywords Lee Jinho Korea University keep coming non-stop." Tim Jones hesitated to guess. "Since tonight," he affirmed immediately, "is when we started going out together." He explained further, "Just being with you has attracted this much. Can you imagine how interesting it would be if I wore your clothes, especially with the era of everyone using social media now? The level of spread is unimaginable," Jean said. His voice was slightly questioning. "Isn't it better to reveal directly than to miss out?" Tim Jones was increasingly moved. Then Jinho politely declined the invitation. "Moreover, my conscience doesn't allow myself to wear these wonderful clothes for free." The refusal made Tim Jones sad, but he still had to give up, even though he didn't want to, since Ka Jean has said so. "Okay, I'll think more about it." Before that. At that time, Tim Jones suddenly spoke up. "I have something to tell you." Jinho wondered, "What is it?" He announced, "I'll be returning to France in 3 days." As he spoke, he remembered the faces in France eagerly waiting for him. "Come back quickly, if you don't come back in time. I'll go there and bring your body back." He surprisingly exclaimed, "So soon?" Sitting on a bench in the park, Jinho hesitated to ask, "Then the next time you visit." Before he finished speaking, Tim Jones interrupted, "I'll definitely come back here. But it will be a long time, so I'm making this offer." Tim Jones offered, "No matter how long it takes, when the clothes are finished, can you promise to come and wear my clothes right away?" He quickly responded to his kind invitation. They shook hands, as if to confirm an established commitment. "Of course," he said. Jinho did not fail Tim Jones' trust. "No matter how long it takes, as long as you call, I'll come right away." But then he secretly hesitated. "That's what I said, but..." The next day, Jinho's face was slightly stunned. Tim Jones, with dark circles under his eyes, pointed at himself, his voice full of excitement. "Jean." Jinho stepped up, blankly asking, "Didn't you sleep last night?" He honestly said, "After hearing you say that, how could I sleep?" Jinho affirmed, "This person, he's really crazy about it." After setting off, the two stopped in front of a large building. On the table, a design was placed neatly. A hesitant sound rang out, At that time, Jinho was completely surprised. "Oh my god." At this moment, he was still stunned. "The CEO of Seir." A compliment rang out from the chairman. "Excellent." Jinho immediately recognized, "It's Pietro Bettari." He stopped, gave a look to Tim Jones, and said in a low voice, "Nothing is surprising anymore. Auntie is the vice president of Seir Korea, and I have a world-class designer as a fan." From the large screen, Pietro's voice rang out. No wonder Tim threw away all his work to fly there. "Jean, right, you should become a Seir model right away." Hearing that, Tim Jones proudly said, "No, he's my muse." Pietro worriedly said, "Tim, this is an issue of revenue." He pointed at the SEP and said, "According to that logic, we'll let him work with X Vuitton too." Pietro then turned to Jinho and sincerely said, Jean, I sincerely thank you for becoming Tim's muse. He said, we hired Tim because he's a designer full of ideas. But he has a wandering blood, jumping out the window to find ideas, running away to find inspiration. Recalling the times Tim Jones ran around looking for the right person, if I can't find Tim Jones will, damn it, how can you hold ideas in this place? The assistants had to yell at him. Come back immediately. Pietro expressed, now he's willing to stay in one place. Pietro sighed and lamented Tim Jones' personality. An artist with a free spirit is indeed a wonderful character in public, but with a partner, it's really terrible. Tim Jones was still cheerful. In exchange for waiting, there will be a huge amount of money. Pietro said softly, anyway, to be grateful, I'll give you this offer. Jinho showed surprise at his words. Seir will be your sponsor for 3 years. How does that sound? What he said next shocked him, hurriedly raising his hand to cover his mouth. Not only provide everything from clothes to every pair of socks, but also products that haven't been released yet. Depending on the situation, we will support hairstylists too. Jinho's face darkened when he heard Pietro say, you only need to always wear the high-end products we provide. Tim Jones was still confidently raising his head. You're doing everything to keep my muse. Pietro's voice rang out, can't let such a talent fall into the hands of other brands. But he said, I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. Tim frantically turned around, Jean. After the refusal, Pietro's voice dropped. Why? Through the large screen, Jinho faced his questioning voice. Don't you understand how big of an opportunity this is? Or do you like another brand more? He immediately denied either of those. Hearing that, Pietro wondered then why? In his heart he understood, high-end brands are really good, being sponsored is even better, it's all free. The best things are the life I've had after that day, if my life is tied to only wearing luxury clothes. Jinho affirmed, then I don't need it. Jinho confidently said, beautiful and fashionable things must be worn and decorated. He emphasized, even if it's not from Seir. After hearing that, Pietro was slightly stunned, then smiled excitedly. Pietro's voice was decisive, that's right, Tim has found a true muse. Jinho's words moved Tim Jones so much that he trembled, making Jinho panic. Is he always like that? Tim Jones muttered, beautiful and fashionable things must be worn and decorated. Pietro hesitated sometimes. Pietro offered, if my words made you misunderstand, I'm sorry. It seems I unconsciously thought you were like those idiots who would do anything just to wear Seir. Jinho politely replied, not at all, I also reacted a bit emotionally. He expressed, you're also polite, making me want you even more. Ah, that's right. Pietro was typing something on his phone and said, I told Seir Korea that you can take any clothes you want. Ah, this is my gift, not sponsorship. He calmly said, feel free to take them to give to family, relatives and friends. Hearing that, he joked, really, you'll regret it. Jinho thought he was joking, so he thought, the CEO is also human, also knows how to joke, huh? Scene change, at a store with all kinds of clothes sparkling and luxurious. This place was full of designer items. Mi-young pointed to the pile of things behind, take it all. Jinho trembled and held up 2 items, this, and this. Mi-young shouted loudly, is that only worth 3 million won? Pietro doesn't even count that. Jinho couldn't believe it, 2 sets are already 3 million. On the other side, she was calling someone, Jihai, it's me, this sister, get your butt to my company right now. It's time to reap all the benefits of having a talented son. He, behind, collapsed into a chair in shock, so the CEO isn't human. Jihai was still vaguely asking Mi-young, really okay? Hyunman and Jihai looked at the luxurious clothes before them in surprise. Wow, really get to take it all? She said, what, feeling embarrassed? He shyly replied, of course, I haven't done anything yet, there's nothing for me to do either. Mi-young, hearing that, just smiled. She calmly explained, listen carefully, you have become a major contribution to Seir's revenue for at least the next 3 years. Mi-young, seeing Jinho like that, then explained, 10 billion, 100 billion, no, even 1 trillion is just a small number compared to the money you will earn. What does it matter to have a few products? He was shocked by her words and exclaimed, trillion, 1 trillion. Jinho quickly remembered his favorite dish, then can I buy several pounds of pork belly? Mi-young immediately stopped, don't even think about eating anything like pork belly. Immediately, she strictly reminded Jinho, son, you're already a treasure of Seir just by breathing, take good care of yourself. He awkwardly expressed, I understand. Please calm down. Then he secretly thought, with willpower, I can't even gain weight if I want to. Suddenly Jinho asked, that's right, is there anything I can do for Seir? Mi Young, hearing that, misunderstood and scolded even more, I told you not to feel indebted. He hurriedly explained, that's not it. The corner of his mouth curved up, I'm confident. Jinho's eyes shone brightly, full of determination, he affirmed, confident that I will succeed. She was so surprised by his will that she was stunned. Then the corner of Mi Young's mouth curved up and secretly praised, grown up so much since when? She turned around while saying to Jinho, go with me, there are some things I want to introduce to you, can't take it back. He helplessly followed, I know. A cabinet filled with high-end and luxurious items. Hyunman quietly glanced at them. He silently watched Jihai as she enjoyed every moment with the new outfits. At that time, Jinhee's happy smile was evident. Hyunman's eyes did not leave her. But then his eyes of the past appeared, but in them was only sadness. The image of Jihai tiredly collapsing on the ground while hugging her head was deeply imprinted in his mind. Hyunman stood silently before her collapse. Jihai helplessly asked, why is life so hard? Again that question was repeated. Why is life so hard? Jinhee's graduation photo was placed neatly on the table. She disappointedly said, I have never been lazy in my life. Trash scattered on the floor. Jihai still resentfully said, since I was conscious, I have always had to struggle to pay the rent every month, struggle to pay the deposit. She bitterly lay face down on the floor. Even the trash bag burst. Will there be a day when I can smile and say it's just a few hundred won? Hyunman couldn't help but feel heartbroken seeing Jihai like that. He secretly blamed himself. It's all because of me. Again he remembered the past. His father's voice rang out, Hyunman, I'll sell this cow to pay for your tuition. Don't worry about anything, just focus on studying. Hyunman expressed, because I'm the eldest son, the siblings had to miss out on so many things. I planned to support them until they could find jobs, and pay off this debt. He had confessed to her, despite these shortcomings. Hyunman boldly proposed to Jihai, do you want to marry me? Deep in his heart, he felt incredibly guilty. You shouldn't have to live such a mediocre life. He became a little less tense, so you still married me. After having children, their daily life still passed by simply and peacefully. Let me throw out the trash. No, you just came back, just rest. But then take care of Jinho for me. Before leaving, Jihai gently turned back and said softly, I don't regret marrying you at all, so don't make that face. Returning to reality, Hyunman's eyes revealed emotion. He had never taken his eyes off Jihai. Hyunman quietly watched her happy smile. It was exactly like Jinhee's youth. Hyunman stepped away slightly. He reached out and rubbed his forehead, thinking, thank you, son. Scene change. Hyunman slammed a large beer cup on the table and shouted, I'm really a sinner. He lowered his head and admitted, your mother has suffered so much because of me. I couldn't buy that bag. How much was it? Jinho replied, about 5 million each. Hearing that, he looked at Jinho with emotion. You're really allowed to take it. He sighed and affirmed, I told you I was. Jinho said, I also agreed to work for them, taking photos, interviews, reviewing the agency list, receiving sponsorships, sending sponsored goods to Auntie's department, and going to the club to create indirect advertising effects and increase brand awareness. He said with satisfaction, that's good. Suddenly a girl stepped up, excuse me. Two girls shyly asked one after another, are you the handsome guy from Korea University? Can we take a picture with you? Hyunman quietly sat watching the fans interact with him. I've been a fan since you were the everyday neighborhood boy. Your fashion has been unique since then. Please forget me from back then. Then the two girls left. One girl still praised, your father is also very handsome. The friendly staff said goodbye, have a good day. He blankly asked, handsome Korea University boy, what is that? Jinho immediately explained, it's a nickname online given to me. Bah, your son is a bit popular with women. Hyunman was happy when he realized that he was so loved. Is that so? Don't worry about marriage. Your parents' daughter-in-law will live in luxury more than anyone. I'll buy a house, buy a car, and a wedding ring even if I have to borrow more money. Jinho blankly asked back, you just said don't have any debt. I haven't thought about getting married yet. Time quickly passed. 3 days later, the day Tim Jones left Korea. A voice rang out next to the suitcase, thank you, I'm really happy. Tim Jones and Jinho said goodbye to each other according to French customs, It's an honor to be able to help you during these 3 days. They said goodbye together at the airport. Hopefully I'll see you in France next time. Our CEO will be very much looking forward to having dinner with you. If I have the opportunity, one will definitely come. He waved and promised, then see you later, my friend. Next time I'll surprise you with even more amazing clothes. Jinho smiled, looking in the direction Tim Jones left. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Jinho looked at the phone screen, his face revealing happiness. The phone screen showed a conversation on WeChat with, "Let's see who will be surprised, my friend." Meanwhile, at Mi Young's house, she was also looking at her phone. Mi Young put her phone down, casually saying a few words. As soon as he became the vice president, my son has progressed this fast. Life is really unpredictable. At that time, Ji Young also noticed her phone. She stared at the phone on the table, teddy bear. Ji Young glanced at Mi Young, then walked over and picked up Mi Young's phone. Suddenly her eyes became sparkling. Her phone wallpaper had been changed to a picture of Ji Young as a child. She observed her surroundings, while looking at the phone. Then Ji Young took the phone and took a picture of herself and secretly blamed with love, "I'm so pretty now, why did mom use a picture from my first birthday?" Scene change. A man walked with a guitar on his shoulder. He raised his hand to his forehead to shield the sun to see more clearly, his voice full of excitement. "Oh my." Myung-jin stood in the middle of the street looking at the blue sky. "Ending my life as a professor, it's really a beautiful day." His past suddenly appeared. Professor Jung Myung-jin was once a fairly successful guitarist. The important words were emphasized, was once. 2 weeks ago, Myung-jin was stunned by the number of students participating in his guitar class. Registration. Number of registrations, 5 students. Many negative reviews appeared. Class review, ruined. Professor Jung Myung-jin, asking to play guitar on the lawn. There are too many ants and then eat points D+. Teaches well but gives stingy points. Thinking from the 80s. Learning on YouTube is better. Hard to get A. Run away immediately. He sat alone on campus playing the guitar. My mind is broken. People passing by were curious. There's a homeless person on campus over there. Escort him out. It's a professor. 2 weeks after the class was cancelled. Myung-jin took heavy steps. If the class is cancelled again, my contract will end. His mood became gloomy. Whose fault is this? I'm the one who gave C and F because of a lack of romance. He really knew, no matter how much you used to be loved, tastes will change. What goes up must come down. When generations change, trends will also follow. Of course, the old generation doesn't disappear, review 40%. But at least here, university is the territory of the new generation. Korea University, Myung-jin thought, complaining why they don't sell sangwa tea at the cafe that only young people visit. Walking in the hallway, he kept thinking, but if I get fired now, where will I find a job? Myung-jin walked in weariness, still fearing, even if I was a former professor at Korea University, I can't compete with the real music market. Now if I go back to the music industry, I don't have the confidence to surpass the younger generation. He sadly affirmed, it's all my fault. In another place, a girl propped her chin up and discussed, "Hey, did you know, this class is famous for giving tight grades?" She wondered, then why did you choose this class? In this day and age, who still? Another person shyly said, "It's a little embarrassing. A friend told me I smell like an old person, but..." The girl excitedly urged, "Tell me." Outside, a hand had grabbed the door handle. Inside, that voice continued, "I have a dream." Turns out the person speaking was Jinho, he expressed, the dream of playing guitar while sitting on the school lawn. The classroom door was opened. Do you understand? The 2 girls and Jinho all looked to that place. Everyone else was no exception, all looked towards the door. He looked at the crowd before him and was surprised. Opening his mouth wide, Professor Jung Myung-jin, the journey through music. Myung-jin was stunned before all the students. After Jinho's schedule was leaked to the whole school, the registration rate increased to almost 1000%. In the past, he had also stood before so many audiences like this. At that time, Myung-jin's eyes showed happiness. Now it was also like that, standing before a full class, he was also very happy. Phew, is this a dream? Myung-jin wiped away his tears and stepped in, a dream that makes my eyes blurry. The final registration was confirmed with 65 students. Scene change, a young man was immersed in every melody that his guitar created. The driver in front spoke up, "Plays well, did you just buy it?" Jinho played and answered her, The professor gave it to me as a thank you for helping the class not be cancelled. He said this is the guitar he used during his golden years. She was curious. Can I know the name of the professor? Jinho happily introduced, Professor Myung-Ji-na. Did you know? Director Soi replied calmly, not very famous, but the kind of singer that anyone who knows the name will know. She jokingly said, if you're short on money, you can take the signature on the guitar to Apple Market to sell, you can get quite a bit. He immediately joined the joke, hit the lottery. Director Seir was satisfied. I like how you Jinho understand my jokes. The vice president and others always say I'm awkward and scary. Jinho brightly replied. It also depends on the person listening to the joke. She asked, are you not worried about today's photo shoot? He expressed, I've already participated in many photo shoots, in Italy and at school. Suddenly she said bluntly, no. Her voice dropped to a scary level. You should worry about today. The magazine that will appear today is one of the most prominent in the majority of fashion magazines in the world. The famous magazine appeared, X Magazine. The pride of the group is the pride of all members. Director Seir carefully reminded him, what do you think those uptight employees at X Magazine will expect from Jinho? In other words, a harsh voice rang out, of course, it's sponsorship. She angrily complained, putting an amateur model on the cover is proof that Seir is going downhill. Her colleague next to her also added, I mean, he's not even a model, just a normal person, a son of a gun. The guy with the hat seemed interested, but it's Seir, this normal person is probably not ordinary. She still held prejudices against the new model. Wasn't the new vice president of Seir just changed? I heard it's the son of the vice president's friend. The guy with the hat unhesitatingly affirmed. From the beginning, that's it, Seir Korea is ruined, we'll soon see corruption scandals on the news. She frowned, secretly cursing connections. That colleague also secretly judged mediocre. The guy with the hat showed even more contempt, relationship. After that, the image of Director Seir reminding him appeared, unpleasant, inexperienced, went through the back door. She turned her head, carefully instructing, if you make a bad impression while already having prejudices, then not only will Jinho be embarrassed, but the honor of the entire Seir Korea. Which proactively recommended Jinho. Returning to reality, a figure stepped into the photo shoot room. Director Seir's instructions were still echoing in his ears, so please perform well. All three people who had criticized the new model were surprised. That figure was dazzlingly bright. Hello. Jinho reached out his hand and introduced at the same time, I'm Jinho. I'm honored to work with everyone today. Who the hell is it? After the photo shoot, the three people quietly listened to the question, how was the photo shoot with Jinho? They each affirmed, although he's a normal person, his skills are unimaginable, the top of the top, extremely charming. Finding it not enough, they each praised one more word, there's a strange charm in both professional and personal aspects. I also think so, hopefully there will be another opportunity to collaborate. I heard his photoshoot schedule for next month is full. The question was asked again, so should we barge into the waiting room and talk to him? They answered in unison, no. One person explained currently Jinho is busy with something more important than the photo shoot. Another person was curious, what is it? That person immediately replied, practicing for tomorrow's talent show, So Young. At Jinho's place, that girl left, call me if you need anything on. He politely replied, thank you. Jinho was secretly happy, luckily, I can practice the guitar in the waiting room. If I do well, I can unlock the skill before going to MT. Skill, rooftop star. The system sent information, unlock conditions, 1. Receive a guitar as a gift, 2. Listen to 30 songs and play each song 10 times perfectly. Time is running out. As difficult as the top national students, he thought, I remember all the chords from yesterday. Jinho sat calculating carefully, 30 songs, each song 10 times, but to play perfectly, each song needs to be practiced at least 10 times, so at least 300 times. Assuming each song is 3 minutes, it takes at least 15 hours. Luckily the professor taught me very carefully. He played the guitar and asked, Freddie Park Jae-jun, can you sing again? He, hearing that, asked back, what, do you need me to find my mom again? Then, Jae-jun sang Mama. The great sound startled him. Oh. Carefully utilizing every moment, now I only have one song left, but... Jinho looked at his swollen wrist sadly, tendinitis. It hurts too much to play anymore. With the skill, it won't be like this. All his fingertips were injured. Doing too much will exhaust the whole body. Elsewhere, a small hand appeared, mixed with psychology. Seola clenched her hand, her face showing sadness. She said softly, "Want to give up too much, painful." 3 years ago, a newspaper reported, entertainment, oh too heavy, the dazed body of a rookie. The image showed, the dazed and infatuated image of Roam Entertainment's new singer Lee Seola. 20 years old, has attracted admiration from viewers. A harsh voice rang out when seeing the report, "What the hell?" That man held his head helplessly and blamed, "How can they write reports like this with the concept of a pure singer-songwriter?" Her manager next to her said softly, "It's true that it attracts a lot of attention." Scene change. Someone made instant noodles in the cup and calmly replied, "It's okay." She optimistically joked, "Isn't that how every singer-songwriter starts? It's not hard. I was so confident back then. When the album comes out, everyone will listen to my music and realize I'm a pure singer-songwriter." That was how the first and second albums completely failed. Seola stood silently when hearing those words. "Seola, I know you don't like this genre, but please make dance music for the third album." She agreed, and it was successful. Seola, the reaction to the third album is explosive. The CEO has gone to the trouble of arranging this magazine interview, so please do well. Seola didn't seem very happy with that success. Her voice lowered and she replied yes. In her heart, Seola had secretly prayed, "Really, I hope the third album would also fail. If it's not a song I created, if I'm successful because of wearing revealing clothes, singing childish lyrics, it feels like those songs will really represent my personality." Water in the sink dripped. A soft voice rang out, "I'm going to the bathroom for a bit." Seola quietly stood before the mirror in the bathroom. After that, she left. The door next to it gradually opened. Seola stopped before the door. The manager was on a call. "Yes, Seola, the bathroom, yes, she's a little down," he said. "Her lifelong pride is songwriting and guitar skills, she must be hurt." She was still standing silently in one place. At this time, the manager felt that something was strange, but she's been in there for a bit too long. At this time, Seola's mood seemed to have changed completely. A melodious sound caught her attention. Seola immediately ran towards the source of that magical sound. She did not hesitate, only rushed to the place where the sound came from. Seola's arm reached for the door handle. Without hesitation, she opened the door and saw Jinho inside quietly strumming the guitar. He was startled and looked up. Jinho's music soothed Seola's soul, causing her to choke and cry, "Please keep playing." He hesitated a bit in surprise. Then he clenched the neck of the guitar. After that, Seola sat down before him, immersed in the sound of the guitar, the pain. The last note rang out, she secretly realized, it stopped. The quiet hallway suddenly rang out a panicked voice, "What? Seola has disappeared." Those footsteps moved faster and faster, bringing anxiety. "She went to the bathroom 20 minutes ago and still hasn't returned." The person at the other end of the line immediately became eager. "What? Find her quickly, isn't there a problem?" The manager ran and shouted, "Don't jinx it." Seola's back flashed in his mind, causing the manager to worry. "Even so." Her voice sounded clearly disappointed. "Want to give up too much?" The manager's heart rose with fear. "I have a bad feeling." Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. His pupils widened. The manager hurriedly turned to look into a room. In another place, Seola gently sang her clear voice. Opposite was a slender hand playing each string of the guitar. She happily clapped while offering, "Another song, please." Jinho, hearing that, secretly exclaimed, "Sings really well." Seola friendly started a conversation. "Are you also here for the new song interview? I don't know what your company is." Immediately after that there was an answer, "Mine is Lowell." He smiled awkwardly and explained again, "No, I'm just a normal person." Hearing that, she was slightly stunned. Normal person? Seola was dazed after hearing the story from Jinho. "Yes, I'm practicing for tomorrow's MT talent show. I've only been practicing for less than a week, so I'm trying my best." She thought in surprise, not being able to close her mouth. 1 week, with this skill? Seola shyly recognized herself, knowing that geniuses exist, but me, I only know how to complain about why the world doesn't recognize my true self. He calmly asked back, "And you are?" She covered her face in embarrassment, excitedly waving her hands. "Is a rookie, only a rookie in my 3rd year, so embarrassing." A voice calling Seola's name made both of them startled and turn around. "Lee Seola." The manager threw the door open, his appearance both happy and panicked. From now on, you have to take your phone with you even when you go to the bathroom for me. He added, the boss and I are very worried. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately surprised. Huh? The manager quickly looked closely, then shouted loudly again in surprise, Is Lee Jinho? His face changed slightly, cautiously approaching. Lee Jinho, Lee Jinho, do you want to be a celebrity? Before that probing question, Jinho refused immediately, his expression very natural, showing a smile. No. After that, Jinho quickly left the room when hearing the announcement, Lee Jinho, filming is about to continue. The manager leaned against the wall, sighing with regret. As expected, it didn't work. She saw that appearance and was curious. Who is that person that you tried to keep? He sadly squeezed out each word. He's the person that any company would crawl to get, but absolutely refuses to work for any side. The manager wearily narrowed his eyes, but his voice revealed admiration. Young, handsome, and smart, he's the blue chip of this era. Seola was encouraged to learn more. I understand most of those parts, but what about the smart part? He slowly replied, he got the top national score into Korea University. Immediately she was shocked, shouting loudly, Korea University. Seconds later, Seola's face turned slightly red, her mind thinking, I'm really just a rookie. The manager was the one who opened the conversation. Seola, what's wrong? She was slightly confused. He expressed his feelings. Lately I've seen you quite sad. He hesitated to say something that made Seola widen her eyes, but now. Her gaze suddenly shifted down when hearing his words. A romantic moment with An appeared. The manager only said vaguely, just had something good happen. Next, she said seriously, Manager, after today's photo shoot, I want to record the third album again. The manager panicked before that determination. What? Don't try too hard. Scene change. Her voice rang out strangely softly. I'm okay now. She happily uploaded a post. Seola held her phone, the corners of her mouth showing a happy smile. Ending the recollection, the lively figure of the girl appeared again. Like during my internship, I want to be full of ambition again. He was slightly surprised by the change in Seola. But then he had to accept, then smiled. Singer Lee Seola, the interview please begin. Both quickly stepped to the interview location. While walking, the manager encouraged, that's it. This kind of personality suits you. Blow up the camera of today's interview. She was full of energy, affirming firmly, of course, I also want to film the MV you just mentioned. He teased next to her, didn't you say you hated it because the clothes were too short and childish? Seol was confident with herself. Who am I? Does the trainee have to pick and choose between hot water and cold water? Time quickly passed. The day the business administration department went to empty. Full lips, rosy and incredibly fresh. On the car, everyone adjusted their appearance, unanimously responding, let's go. Jinho sat in the corner propping his chin up helplessly. I didn't think they would spread it on so thick like this. Young Jae sitting next to him said excitedly. Sending sponsored products here is clearly to use the reputation of the Business Administration Department of Korea University to promote, right? Since it's like that, then we have to show off to the max. Later, his mischievous conspiracy gradually became obvious. Just thinking about the scene of those guys on economics being uncomfortable already makes me happy. His eyes were dark as if possessed by a demon. From now on, I will apply a ton of lip balm and only use the bathrooms in the economics department building. Suddenly, young Jae remembered and asked Jinho, alright, Jinho, you prepared for the group talent show, right? Jinho said briefly with a look of pleasure, I'm ready to blow everyone away. In the evening, at the two-story house, young Jae held a microphone in one hand and a piece of paper in the other, shouting, it's time for dinner, you skinny freshman. That sudden shout caused everyone to be startled and retort. So noisy. The cooking was just finished, but the guy young Jae was still talking nonstop, guys. Mixed with those were words of argument. Mom said you have to wash raw chicken before cooking it. The other person also chimed in, Matub said not to. Young Jae asked the question, do you like eating mom's cooking, right? One person looked at the rice pot before him and without hesitation blurted out, puke in the pot. Another person chimed in a dry voice, it's rice. Ignoring everyone making a fuss, An shouted loudly, it's all over. A guy turned pale when seeing the purple food that the girl brought, curry, and couldn't help but be angry. Our team is ruined. On this side, young Jay continued to announce, "Water is self-service, so is rice." A frowning young man angrily shouted, "Damn it, our team is ruined, then we have to leech off Jinho's team." From behind, another voice panicked, "Jinho, help." As soon as he finished speaking, Jinho's team stood still before the fire that was raging. Someone loudly said with gratitude, "Thanks for starting the fire, Jinho. Now I will summon the spirit of the owner of a noble family, was performing some kind of evil ritual." Young Jay excitedly said loudly into the microphone while pointing forward, "Knew you guys would mess up, we prepared a bunch of instant noodles. There's no Korean who doesn't know how to cook noodles. Right?" Suddenly he stopped, his eyes rounded staring at the fire blazing in front of him. Someone reminded him, "Jinho, don't touch anything, got it?" He replied, "Got it." Young Jay stood from afar sweating cold. "How can you burn the noodles too?" As a result, the group filled their stomachs with donated noodles, thanks to pushing Jinho to hold the pot to beg, "If you give us a bowl, we'll let you take a picture with him." A moment later, young Jay stood on stage loudly shouting, "Is everyone full?" The people below unanimously shouted yes. Hearing that, he was very excited. "Bellies full, what else should we fill?" The crowd then shouted in unison, "Alcohol." Young Jay pretended not to hear clearly. He raised his eyebrows and asked again, "What?" The crowd below the stage without hesitation shouted loudly, "Alcohol." Immediately, a box of beer appeared. Young Jay happily said loudly, "I'm here to reveal to you the prizes of the talent show." He popularized the awards. Third place gets 2 boxes of soju, 5 boxes of beef, 10 boxes of chicken. Lots of fancy snacks on the table. Second place gets beer, soju, makgeolli, and unlimited snacks. A guy flexed his muscles and exclaimed, "Wow, they bombarded the entire poultry farm?" The girl next to him, while taking off her shirt to show off her toned abs, replied, "They robbed all the chicken breasts too." Turns out these were the people from Muscle Power Law Team. Next were 2 members from the Dance Team Excitement Association. The girl adjusted her glasses, constantly clicking her tongue, as luxurious as a banquet. A girl from the band told you already glanced back. In her heart there was some doubt. Jinho's team also plays guitar? Jinho also turned his head in doubt. There's another band? We are number 1 band. Young Jay at this time loudly stirred up the hall. Good, from here I can hear the burning determination of you guys, so enthusiastic. He pushed the cart with both hands, his voice even more excited. Now let's come to the first place. All the guests below the stage were excited. Precious bottles of alcohol then appeared, unlimited snacks and 5 bottles of X-Renting 17 years old. He paused for a beat, then said decisively, "Then the talent show begins." As soon as he finished speaking, a foot stomped on the floor. The muscular man maintained his expression, calmly lifting the weights without any expression. Young Jay immediately stepped forward and asked in surprise, "That's amazing, how can you be so strong?" The man put his hands on his hips, calmly replied, "Whenever I'm stressed about the entrance exam, I add 1 kilogram to the weight bag." He continued to ask, "What is one good thing about becoming a freshman in our department?" The man's voice became decisive. "The business administration curriculum is wonderfully heavy." The man didn't hesitate and tore the book. Speaking of the curriculum, watch this, tearing the 500-page introduction to business administration with my bare hands. The middle-aged man sitting at the judge's table, still calmly said, "That's my book." He was Kim Ja-kwon, business administration lecturer, author of the Introduction to Business Administration. After that, he didn't hesitate and pressed the button in front of him. Young Jay, holding the paper, said gently, "Okay, next." He shouted to introduce the dance performance from the Excitement Association. The 2 contestants enthusiastically warmed up the stage atmosphere. Someone below wondered, are those 2 lovebirds going to dance a couple dance? Both of them heard and couldn't help but shout loudly, "We're sisters." The audience below heard that and laughed. "Oh, is that so? Sorry." A girl standing on one side chuckled, "Whenever you go camping and there's a male and female couple dance, 9 out of 10 times it'll be troublemaker." Jinho, do you think that's true? Jinho, hearing that, nodded slightly in agreement. Jinho had no experience going on excursions or camping. The girl next to Jinho praised, "You were also famous back then, right?" Suddenly a person walking from behind spoke up. "Is your team's performance just you, Jinho?" The girl and the other 2 approached, starting to ridicule bluntly. "Can you handle such a mixed bag? Is 4 people singing with 1 person playing an instrument considered a band? Calling it cappella would be more reasonable. She glanced at Jinho's expressionless face and continued, and you haven't even been playing the guitar for 1 month. He still said nothing, only gently twitched his lips. Jinho looked at her triumphant face and calmly said, I have a secret weapon, so get ready. Hearing that, she laughed in a mocking way, oh, so confident. After speaking, Jinho gently bowed his head, secretly reassuring himself, no matter what they say, I've received expert advice. Time turned to the moment, 2 weeks ago, in a room, a voice suddenly spoke up, preparing for the talent show. A person holding the controller suddenly said uncomfortably, why ask me? It's better to practice with the team members. Another voice chimed in, they said they only know how to study so they don't know what the current trends are, but I'm no different, addicted to games. That person continued with a somewhat pleading voice, at least you have to go on stage to perform to compensate for missing the end, so please help me. Turned out to be Jae-jun, glancing to one side then showing a smug smile, born to be a backer. In the dim light, he said seriously, how much karaoke money are you spending? Jinho replied with a respectful voice, yes sir. After that, their karaoke session began. Son, oh son, please look at me. Jinho finished singing and said, what do you think, this song is too good, right? From the TV came a praising voice, oh my god, a voice with a shining aura. Jae-jun seriously called out. Lee Jinho. He put his arm around Jinho's shoulder and frowned. Don't even look at any songs in this shop that haven't been sung 4 digits of times. Jinho hurriedly turned around, trying to explain with a sad face, these songs are timeless for a reason. Jae-jun stiffly said, listen to me. He looked at the controller in his hand and muttered, the talent show isn't a place for me to like this. Jinho, hearing that, said, I don't understand, then what are you doing at the talent show? Jae-jun repeated his words, then helplessly explained, then what are you doing at the talent show? In his head he thought, it's really a weirdo crazy about the Reset Life game, and has never been camping. Scene change, young Jae held the microphone and loudly said, next is the team told you already. As soon as this band performed, all the audience watched every melody of them. The truth is, the life song, the song you like so much that you want to play it for others, is usually the song that comforted you during the most difficult time. The audience was immersed in the emotions of the music and shed tears, playing a sad song in the middle of a fun and lively event like a camping trip. Young Jae stood behind the stage, his forehead wet with sweat and confused. In his heart he was restless. It's over. How to get the atmosphere back? The judge also couldn't hold back his emotions and teared up. My dad used to like that song very much. The audience was immersed in the melody. It would be like bringing mom's cooking to a luxurious party. I miss my mom so much. Jinho stood behind the stage, holding his guitar, looking worried, and remembered Jae-jun's words, you're probably not going to be the only team to think of that idea. Then he said aloud, Park Jae-jun, this guy is digging his own grave. Remembering the day before, Jae-jun was in the karaoke room and uncomfortably said, do you understand what the atmosphere will be like if there are 2 sad songs in a row? To be safe, just pick a fun and lively song. He thought, I guess it's based on experience. Jinho at this time sat with his legs crossed and said, but I don't know any recent songs. Jae-jun, hearing that, replied, first, check the top 100 chart, find a song that even the neighbor's dog knows. The chorus. Then he pointed the microphone at him and said with a smile, on stage, the golden triangle is the image, popularity, and skill. Your image is good, and I'll take care of the popularity of the song. He caught the signal and showed a confident smile and asked back, meaning I only need to focus on the skill now, right? Jae-jun put his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful, but your team has 4 more people, you can have them sing too, they also know a little bit of dance, and there are 2 weeks to practice. He wondered, what are you planning to do? Returning to reality, all the attention was being directed to the stage. The host announced, the last performance is from the band We Are Number 1. Below, the girl shouted. Jinho. However, the man next to her frowned, another guitar, are we going to cry again? Young Jae glanced out the stage and worriedly thought, this Jinho. As soon as they saw his lonely appearance on stage, everyone wondered, where are the other members? The stage lights shone on Jinho's position. Before performing, he secretly affirmed skill is the power to attract others. Jinho began to strum the strings, popularity is. As soon as they heard the melody of the song, those listeners showed excitement. It's the song with 500 million views. Jinho proudly thought, the power to make everyone like it. Below, the audience quietly reminded each other to keep quiet and listen carefully to the melody. At this moment he continued to think, and the image is, the power to not let anything else enter the audience's sight. While performing, he suddenly remembered the moment when his friend said, Jinho, actually we joined because we wanted to be closer to you, we don't have talent. Jinho looked at his phone, unconsciously asked, how is this? Immediately afterwards he gradually returned to the sounds and lights in the concert. Jinho showed a satisfied smile. His hands still played on the strings, blind to attentiveness. The audience unanimously raised their phones to record. Jinho at that time was caught in countless frames. His voice echoed throughout the room, where attention doesn't touch can create an effect. The moment the performance reached its climax. In a flash, brilliant lights shone on all the members. They blended with the music and performed very lively. Under the bright halo, everything will then. In the moment that the other members appeared simultaneously, the audience couldn't help but be surprised and excitedly shouted, wow, what is it? Where did those people come from? How magical. They really succeeded, shining brilliantly. About 2 weeks of brainstorming, they have always seriously practiced for each other. There were also moments of comfortable entertainment while practicing. Look, more than 6 packs, surely 10 packs. The girl, seeing that, shouted, how scary, get out. All seemed to have contributed to creating a masterpiece, only to perform for 4 minutes and 52 seconds. It's too short. Jinho at this time was still drifting in the wonderful emotions of the song. The participating contestants dejectedly discussed, my muscles are the real deal, we know this dance, I know the bass part. At this time Jinho suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Then he raised his hand to the sky and shouted loudly, now. He shouted loudly and stirred up the whole venue. If anyone feels confident, come up here. Want to enjoy this first festival to the fullest. Some of the audience were watching the recording of the performance that day. They praised in admiration, Korea University students these days are really crazy. Sometimes the ones who only know how to cram are even scarier. The person standing next to him thought, the boss also knows crazy. This person carefully watched the performance and marveled, in such a narrow space, they can also breakdance with backflip. Hey he, looks like this but I'm a Gen MZ. Fearing that the viewers wouldn't understand, TVN even added, Gen MZ is a combination of Gen Z and Millennial, from around 1981 to 2010. Then they watched all the members of the band one by one and praised, these kids are also not simple, I thought they just jumped in randomly. But look how natural they are, raw talent. This person stopped at Jinho and exclaimed, but the most outstanding one is still. After watching attentively for a while, it was finally time for the performance to end. He looked at the SEP and asked, should we recruit him, even if we have to make an 8-2 deal, right? The man's eyes became distant then replied bluntly, no. Then he added 9-1, of course we are one. Scene change, warm sunlight was shining down on the whole town. Suddenly someone lifted their phone up and read a few lines of a message they had just received. The girl held her head and looked unconvinced and shouted loudly, stolen by another group again. In the back, a group of friends were playing with the kitten, they happily called, so cute. A fierce voice rang out to remind, hey, still free to play with the cat, don't you know? Another voice replied, oh hey, how dare you call our senior a cat, so rude. The person who just spoke was Kyung Young, probably a student in class 10 of the business administration department. That girl asked, just choose a random company won't work Osung Group. One person replied, Group 2 already chose. She asked further, then what about Coco Talk? An arm raised high and shouted, Group 3's already. Jinho waved his hand while walking to the other group's table, the legend has arrived. One person said loudly, it's Jinho. He sat down while speaking, I rested because I had a photo shoot schedule, thank you everyone for letting me into the group. One person happily said it's okay. At the MT everyone sang and danced together, remember? Jinho joined in petting the cat and chatting with everyone, thank you, so what's the topic of the essay? One person clearly explained to him, choose a company and that company's key product. Analyze the weaknesses and strengths from a business perspective. One person emphasized, but using TreeWiki or having the same topic as another group will automatically get an F. Their teacher had said, you guys are adults? The cat uncomfortably bit the hand of one of them. Another voice spoke up, but most of the big companies have been taken. Jinho made a suggestion, then what about the mobile game market? 4 people said in unison, mobile game. He happily said, right, any ideas? They remembered the teacher's words that had emphasized, things to do if you guys don't want to go to Korea University. 1 game, 2 mobile games, 3 computer games. Jinho saw everyone's faces turn pale, so he corrected, not that. Think about a game advertisement with celebrities participating or something that's on the news like Monster Go. Why are you guys still so hung up? A friend who was responsible for searching for information. It's really surprising, there are so many resources. I didn't think someone would spend millions of dollars on mobile games. That friend spoke up, okay, let's divide the parts. Jinho will of course give the presentation. Who's doing the slides? He, hearing that, hurriedly stopped, oh hey. I also want to do the easy part. Another girl said, Jinho has no choice, since you rarely show up, you have to do the hard part, right? He turned to her and replied, rarely show up? I came to every meeting, Suddenly another voice called his name really loudly, Jinho. That person enthusiastically ran towards him at the speed of light and introduced, hello, we're Entertainment Company B.T. You don't read messages, so we came to meet you in person. Jinho also quickly ran away from this person, it's okay. The friends looked at him running away and commented, see, ran away again. At least this time they sent someone who knows how to run. One person made a suggestion, take the opportunity to make him the team leader. Everyone agreed, okay. Mi-young burst out laughing over the phone. Jinho also spoke up, Andy Mi-young, I'm serious. They won't leave me alone a bit, can't even eat lunch in peace. Mi-young sat with her legs crossed, calmly explaining, it's because they're anxious, He asked back, anxious? Mi-young analyzed, every time your picture comes out, it goes straight to the top 10 trending searches, Seir Korea's revenue, men's fashion plus 10%, women plus 4%. She continued, her voice full of playfulness, even with SNS not having a single post also reaches 500,000 followers. Whose credit is this? Jinho, hearing that, was pleased, feeling a bit narcissistic. I guess I'm really amazing. Mi-young continued to say, everyone thinks you'll join Seir as Tim John's muse. She continued to explain, but instead, you're operating independently, looks great. The subsidiaries that have been avoiding are all rushing to find you before it's too late. Jinho was tired, they keep looking like this, I'll probably become a hedgehog. She, hearing that, only smiled and replied, that's the life of a semi-celeb. He laughed and wondered, if I'm managed by Seir, they probably won't come anymore. Suddenly there was a beep from the phone. Jinho didn't hear a reply, so he checked his phone. Hung up. He was stunned, video call. Mi-young appeared on the phone screen along with Pietro, then she spoke up, let's discuss it more deeply. Jinho was surprised, why didn't you tell me you were in a meeting with Mr. CEO? Life was naturally colored and became black and white, in short, the proposal to be managed by Seir has failed. The reason, no management experience. Mi-young reached out with a suggestion, can we build a team now? Pietro stroked his chin thoughtfully, similar to making an ambassador, right, ambassadors are already famous. The problem is to create a star along with our brand name. Jinho, hearing this, asked, so officially managing me means? Pietro replied, recognizing you as a symbol of Seir, this is not as simple as recruiting and training a model. He analyzed further, if the statue of Venus inspires beauty, then that feeling is directed to the goddess Venus, not the model. Pietro added, the job of the model is to make the brand shine. As long as the conditions are met, who wears Venus doesn't matter. He emphasized, but that star will become the embodiment of the brand. Pietro continued, what to eat? What to wear? Pietro emphasized the importance and influence of a celebrity. Problems in the past and future, even small mistakes, can become weaknesses of Seir. He concluded with a decisive sentence, so directly managing someone has too many risks. He realized, so that's why there are representative companies. Pietro sat with his legs crossed, slowly saying, it's just the worst-case scenario. I'm the CEO with responsibility to the investors. He started to tell, taking another example. With that name, the incident of a murderer in the 2010s only wearing one brand dealt a heavy blow to that name. That person had once affirmed one thing. Fashionable people like me only wear clothes from brand O. Finally, Pietro came to the conclusion, of course it's not that I have doubts about Ko Jin's character. If I had less responsibility then I would have welcomed this idea. What a pity. Jinho calmly replied, I understand. He happily said, even though it was just a casual joke, this conversation was very interesting, thank you auntie. Mi Young sat propping her chin up, wasn't a joke. She made a bold suggestion, Jean, why don't you drop out of school and officially join, who knows, join CIO and build a foundation. Jinho wearily said, you're telling me to drop out of school again. Pietro, who had been quietly listening to them talk, stop it, auntie, I'm only 20 years old. An unexpected question rang out, so Jean, what are your plans for the future? He replied, currently I'm still freelancing, that way I can focus on the things I want to do. Pietro sat quietly, propping his chin up thoughtfully. Jinho was sitting in a room that looked very warm, Jean, Business Department Kim Dae-myung. After that, he was busy texting with Business Department Kim Chang-young. The server brought up the water, here is your hibiscus tea. Jinho politely replied, ah, thank you. Jinho looked down at the teacup in his hand. In his heart he couldn't help but wonder, hibiscus tea, made from dried petals, right? A red flower bloomed, Jean, popularity is also like a flower, once it withers. Once it withers, it's hard to come back. He calmly raised his cup and sipped, then said coldly, so what? After speaking, Jinho decisively put the cup down on the table. Then he looked at the light of the sun before him, telling himself, the remaining 48 parts of my life are still waiting for me. The tea is really good. Time passed, until 3 days later, the sky became brighter and clearer. Suddenly there was unexpected praise, no joke, you look like a report in the corporations. That person sincerely suggested, Jinho, if you're busy, we'll write the script for you. Jinho gently brushed his hair back confidently, I've memorized every line of content you guys sent. Hearing that, the person next to him was a little uncomfortable but not malicious, damn, I hate it, but I'm also relieved. When it was time to leave school, a girl from behind approached and asked softly, haven't seen any companies coming to find you lately, right? He gently nodded, Suddenly Jinho stopped for a beat. In his head he thought, saying that makes me realize, they're not coming anymore, but the messages are still exploding. The truth was, please increase security at the main gate of Korea University. Hello students, spring is coming, bringing a mountain of problems too. Recently there have been many outsiders said to be coming to find student Jinho that have been disrupting classes. We propose the following solution, ban vehicles that are not pre-registered from entering. An anti-fan posted a complaint, every time I go to school it's Jinho this Jinho that, it's driving me crazy, what's so special about him? Even so, he was still happy and cheerful as if nothing had happened, finally can eat in peace. Let's go eat ribs to celebrate. But when a voice rang out in his ear, the smile on Jinho's face disappeared. Only Jinho, are you free? As soon as he finished the sentence, everyone ran away. A young man ran and turned his head to tease, well, team leader, are you planning to skip dinner too? So MZ. He hurriedly called out, no, take me with you. Jinho imagined the hot ribs. Oh, I also want to eat grilled ribs. The person lowered his voice apologetically, but still made his mood darken, sorry, but we're a bit in a hurry, just a little, is that okay? Jinho was heartbroken because he had to skip grilled ribs and angrily shouted, who are you guys? The anger hadn't subsided, he continued to shout, but when he saw Sola and her manager, he stopped immediately. Why not let me eat? He was stunned, this is... Sola politely spoke, hello. She quickly introduced, I'm the 3-year rookie from Roem Entertainment, Lee Sola. Jinho immediately remembered, the singer in the waiting room. Sola winked gently, recalling the past, we've met before, right? After that, they went to a water shop together. He coldly went straight to the point, you two are here because of the contract, right? The manager took a sip of tea and calmly replied, no, as soon as the big companies joined, we gave up. Different from what he had predicted, Jinho wondered then. The manager put the phone in front of him. Before we get to that, have you heard Sola's third album? Jinho nodded as if he suddenly remembered, that one. Sola sat silently, accepting all comments from him, it's really great. I don't know why she didn't make dance music sooner. Suddenly the manager mentioned something that made Jinho stunned, have you seen the MV? He glanced, trying to arrange the words correctly. Let me be honest. Jinho said frankly, causing the two people opposite to sink, honestly, I can't feel it. The manager looked up and asked carefully, can you give us a reason? He hesitated a bit then. Finally, Jinho seriously listed each weakness. First, it's true that there's a cold, distant high school girl vibe, but the singer doesn't look like a high school girl. Before he could finish speaking, on the other side Seola immediately angrily slammed the table. What? He ignored her, continued to give his opinion. The clothes are too revealing, they don't match the tone of the MV, at least until that part. It's still similar to the lyrics so I can still understand. The manager's eyes became sharper, his voice lowered as if probing. Is it, the appearance of the male actor makes you feel uncomfortable? Jinho nodded immediately without hesitation. He clearly stated the unreasonable points from the male lead. It's not that he lacks attractiveness. Jinho put Seola and the male lead on the scales to compare bit by bit. But with a one-sided story, the two leads look too compatible. It's no different from a beautiful couple. Viewers can't feel empathy. Gradually everyone started calling it a song that was tripped by the MV. He remembered the previous comments. Some people even said that the MV is the barrier that prevents people from enjoying the song. After watching the MV, I can't believe they ruined it to this extent. Wait, if it's like this, aha, it turns out Seola is one-sided. According to the lyrics, that's it, so awkward. The manager looked at the phone on the table and said softly, "You already know. It's easy to explain." Then he slammed his hand hard on the table. "I'll get straight to the point, Lee Jinho." The manager looked straight at Jinho and pleaded, "Please appear in the next MV." He without hesitation smiled and agreed, "Okay, I'll take it." Everything happened too fast, causing the atmosphere to become silent. He was extremely stunned. That easy? On a beautiful day at Dongdaemun 00 Shopping Center, a curious voice rang out, "Is Seola the only artist of Roem?" Seola and Jinho were choosing clothes together, she replied. "Yes, we're a small company. If this third album also flops, we'll definitely go bankrupt." He gave her a dress. "Try this one." After speaking, Seola hesitantly asked with some coquettishness, "You're not planning to turn on us because our company is about to go under, right?" He resolutely affirmed, "Of course not." Jinho smiled brightly and praised, "Anyway, I still can't forget Seola's voice. It's really great." Hearing that, she seemed to be energized. The moment he turned away to look at his phone, Seola hurriedly covered her face that was red from embarrassment. "What the heck? Why is my heart suddenly?" Jiang called to blame, "Hey teddy bear, didn't you say you didn't have time to go to the Cherry Blossom Festival with me? It's been exposed." Jinho whispered over the phone. "Pink pig, don't use the phone at school, it's already being rumored." He made up a story to lie to her. "Let me tell you, it's not a date or anything, it's work." She was stunned. "Work?" He forced a smile and tried to convince Jiang. "If Aunt Myung finds out, she'll go crazy, so don't say anything, okay?" 5 minutes later, the call from Myung came. He helplessly cursed softly, "This little one." Myung shouted loudly, causing Seola, who had just finished trying on clothes from afar, to unexpectedly turn and look. "Son." She scolded fiercely into the phone, "Traitor, you rejected Seir's offer so decisively." Jinho reluctantly replied, "I knew it would be like this. I didn't join them, I'm just appearing in the MV." Myung, hearing that, was satisfied. Her voice softened, "Is that so? Then why did you accept?" At that time, Director Joe carried the resume in and stepped in. She hesitated, she couldn't take it anymore and called. She gave Seola's resume to Myung. "You like that song?" Myung carefully reviewed her resume. Director Joe looked down at Myung and realized, "Vice President, it seems Sep has found a new way to boost sales." Myung was still on the phone with Jinho. She asked, "Son, do you need to be sponsored?" Scene change. Someone brought out the Winter Love sheet music and suggested, "Here, listen to it." The girl listened to the music with interest. "It's really good." Another person listening to the music also agreed, "The high notes at the end are really impressive. My daughter also likes it." The janitor standing next to them was also quite interested. "Who is the singer?" "At Myung's office. I don't see anything wrong with the song, but..." A decisive voice rang out, "I still oppose. There's no way they deserve to be sponsored by Seir." Director Joe wondered, "What exactly are you basing your decision on, Sep?" She stretched and replied, "My son's eye for talent, and my own instinct." Myung and the director left together. She softly comforted, "There, it's all in place now just go get the approval." Director Joe reminded, "The CEO will scold you." Time quickly passed, the day of the MV shooting. The lights of the film set had begun to be turned on. The male employee was still doubtful. Seir really sponsored all of this. "If it's not successful, then we don't have to pay a fine, right?" The female employee standing next to him reassured. No, there's no such thing. Director Joe said seriously. But there's still a budget left. How about blowing up a car? I understand explosions very well. They replied, it's okay, the theme is one-sided love, so that's a bit too much. The director shouted, asking everyone to focus, start rehearsing. Jinho looked at Seola gently. His eyes were so real that the director had to praise, keep that expression, serious face but warm eyes, cut, too great. Seola standing opposite was very tense. Lee Seola, no, relax your jaw. The director shouted loudly, you look like you're hiding a walnut in your mouth. We're creating the nation's first love here. And this time Seola was better than last time, but still not satisfied the picky director. Good, keep filming. Seola, not yet, that's cute, but not right. The filming atmosphere was chaotic. Jinho received a lot of praise. Seola was given comments repeatedly. Perfect, Seola, not yet, that's right, that's it, Seola, stop. During the break, Seola retreated to a corner, holding her face sadly. She didn't expect to act so badly, really, Seola. Jinho looked at the director, who was angry in the distance, and comforted Seola. Leftovers. The director is just too excited sometimes, don't mind it too much. At that time, he had secretly calculated, Lee Jinho is sponsored by Seir, this is a chance to change my life. He showed a smile to boost Seola's spirit, but anyway, the dance scenes haven't been criticized, right? Seola was still sad, but suddenly Jinho offered, making her surprised, do you want me to give you an acting tip? He tried to joke to make her laugh, imagine me as grilled pork belly. Seeing her contemplating, Jinho awkwardly thought that he had overdone it. It seems like it's a bit too much. But after that Seola held her head, trying to stop her thoughts. Hold on, I'll gain weight. Then he also understood, she's dieting. He secretly praised, but she's good at getting into character, she has talent. He suggested an idea, then how about this? After that, he came up with another image to help Seola act better. Imagine me as a guitar signed by Eric CL *** ton. He said with an attractive voice, causing her to burst into inspiration, worth 20 million won, are you moved yet? Seola widened her eyes and opened her mouth, then. Jinho and Seola were like children, kept asking each other, what am I, a 20 million won guitar? The director took the opportunity to seize this situation. Remember to record this scene in the making of. A moment later, Seola was filming a scene playing the piano. Suddenly, the cameraman blankly said, huh? Seola appeared through the lens dreamily. The feeling has completely changed. The cameraman standing next to him whispered to Jinho, how did you advise her? His question made Jinho blush. He awkwardly replied, I lost to the guitar. Seola's mood had been completely renewed. Among them, she was playing the guitar. That person was Jinho, who was immersed in the music. Seola was momentarily careless, thinking that she had ruined the filming. It's over. The director's voice rang out, okay, cut. The director held the script in his hand and sighed, finally got to film the highlight scene. He paid attention to the expensive shot, so this scene is just the female lead's imagination. Manager Joe seemed a little disappointed. That Cinderella motif is a bit sad, right? Director Joe replied seriously, and our summarized role is to convey that sad scene really well. She looked at a scene of them holding hands, then said, but Vice Manager Joe. Director Joe chatted, to be honest, do you think the scene of Tim Jones' muse falling for someone like Lee Seola is reasonable? Vice Manager Joe showed a contemptuous smile at the two main actors. The level is not there, no matter how much you add to it, Will. The director heard that and darkened her face. Then Director Joe glanced at the arrogant Manager Joe, then asked back, gossiping during work is equal to Seir's level? Manager Joe was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. She hurriedly tried to avoid it. I'm sorry. Director Joe remembered Mi Young's words, Director, no matter what I think, I oppose it. Mi Young at that time was sitting pensively in her room. Looking at Seola's resume, she affirmed, there's no way they deserve to be sponsored by Seir. Suddenly Mi Young's eyes lit up when hearing the question from her, what exactly are you basing your decision on, Sep? She leisurely said, of course it's my son's eyes for talent. Mi Young added, and my eyes. Scene change. Director Joe stood pensively in one place. Then she picked up her phone and looked at it for a long time. Mi Young sent a message, what do you think of my eye for people? Director Joe sent a reply message, I admit that I was wrong. Returning to the filming scene, Jinho and Seola were holding hands romantically. When facing her, his cheeks were flushed red. Seola was also immersed in the character's emotions truthfully. They hugged as in the script, filled with happiness. The director was finally satisfied, he said tearfully, perfect. The hug made Jinho so embarrassed that he broke out in a sweat. He awkwardly reassured himself, Tim, calm down, what Seola is holding isn't me, but the 20 million won guitar. Seola also liked it so much that she didn't want to leave Jinho's arms. If I ruin this scene, will I get to hug again? The director spoke cut. Seola excitedly turned around and shouted, ruined, right, let's shoot again. 1 week later, the media competed to post a video of Seola requesting to repeat the scene. There's nothing ruined. Where's it ruined? No way. Seola can't stop filming it wrong. After reading the article, Jinho softly asked Jiang, how are the views? She replied, 400,000 on the MV, 200,000 on the making of. Jinho happily smiled brightly, really? At this time, Jiang was staring intently at her phone. She unexpectedly exclaimed, reached 1 million. Jiang was surprised, the views naturally blew the roof. How did you do that? Jinho calmly said, posted selfies after the filming. He smiled with satisfaction. I took a ton of photos on the set and posted them little by little. Of course I had to avoid the ones with both of us to avoid a love scandal. She then quickly replied, what teddy bear, you're a fox. He talked to her without forgetting her punishment. A business administration fox at that, you finished it. Now write each wrong word 100 times for me. Scene change, at a room with a lot of boxes of goods, wow. Seola was lying at home browsing social media. I thought I would be kicked out because I didn't make enough money for rent. Who knew I would succeed to the point of buying a whole house? All thanks to Jinho and Seola. Countless malicious comments attacked them. Lee Jinho is mine. 1 hour ago, Lee Seola revealed all her intentions. Disgusting, Park Jin-gu 50 minutes ago, they said they're not dating already. Don't be a normal fan, 49 minutes ago, know your place, don't cling to Jinho. Seola listlessly looked at the negative comments about herself online. She remembered the scene when Director Joe and Vice Manager Joe were talking. To be honest, do you think the scene of Tim Jones' muse falling for someone like Lee Seola is reasonable? Manager Joe's words were deeply imprinted in her mind. The level is not there. Breaking away from that memory, Seola unexpectedly shouted loudly, boss. A surprised voice, huh? She thought, if they're not the same level and not compatible. Seola said seriously, music shows, variety shows, small events are fine. Please accept all job invitations for me. Her heart was full of determination. If I can be on the same level as Jinho. 15 days before the Daedong festival in Gwanik, a young man slapped his hand hard on the table in eagerness. What are you talking about? He frowned. Can't sell alcoholic beverages at the outdoor pub. His friend also helplessly said, I heard the student council has blocked everything because we stretched the law too much last time. Young Jae wondered, then how can we make a profit without selling alcohol? Hearing his friend speak, young Jae was stunned, distorting his face. They said our executive committee has to figure out a solution ourselves. He was shocked. Huh, what? At this time, Jinho walked from behind and called on young Jae. Young Jae turned to greet, Oh Cha, the celebrity, why are you being so humble? And why are you wearing glasses now? Did you just get eye surgery? Jinho smiled. Too many people recognized me after that MV. And I'm getting calls from strange numbers too. He rounded his eyes and asked young Jae, but we can't sell alcoholic beverages. His dream. He sighed, the situation is that according to the alcohol law, even if it's diluted to 1 or 2 degrees, we're still not allowed to sell it. Hearing that, Jinho surprisingly took off his glasses. If it's only allowed to be 1 degree, then I'd rather drink juice. Jinho offered an idea. How about a self-made booth? It's not that we can't sell alcohol, but that customers can't bring it in. He explained clearly about the plan he had just thought of. We cooperate with nearby supermarkets to sell alcoholic beverages at a slightly higher price. Young Jae wondered. I see, you mean make a deal with the supermarkets to increase revenue as beta. Jinho replied, assuming it's like a discount on snacks if customers buy alcohol from the supermarket. I'm the snack coupon, trust me. Young Jae didn't seem satisfied. But do you really want to mix juice with alcohol, so bland? His friend applauded in agreement, why not? He explained in detail, if you add just the right amount of lemon juice and sugar and soju, it will become a mojito. Young Jae's friend softly reassured, "Trust me, I know most homemade cocktail recipes." Young Jae looked at him and hesitated. "You're interested in cocktails, ah?" That friend shyly made his face redder than a tomato. "I learned to make them for my girlfriend." Young Jae immediately poured cold water on his face. "Then you've worked in vain, don't be sad." That buzz-cut friend angrily slammed the table. "I succeeded, okay." Suddenly Jinho's voice lowered. "But a heavy loss, it's not as good as selling alcohol directly." He suddenly came up with an idea. "Then we should sell non-alcoholic cocktails too. If we're going that far, then let's make the food stand out too." Jinho drew a perfect story in his imagination. "While the other departments are busy grilling kimchi cakes, we will make a luxury menu." Young Jae hesitated. "There's potential, but who will cook?" He was too complacent, causing Young Jae to think of the scene of everyone running away when he entered the kitchen. "I." Young Jae said irritably, "You burn noodles while cooking, just be a waiter." Jinho cooed, "I've practiced a lot already." He thought, "I have to clear my reputation from the MT incident." Jinho imagined, a chef had two disciples. One sought me out because they admired the master's wealth and fame, the other only wanted to cook to their heart's content. One day, because the master called the two disciples and said, "The heir to this restaurant will be chosen through the next competition." Red pupils full of fear. The pot was taken apart by someone, dropping the screw. So on the day of the exam, the jealous and devious disciple who craved wealth and fame, along with the skillful use of the pot by the disciple who was wholeheartedly devoted to cooking, blended together. That young man who loved cooking was blinded. Even though he was kicked out of the restaurant, and cried all day until he fell asleep. When he opened his hazy eyes, he still only thought about cooking. That young man started over from the beginning. Those ingredients reappeared again in his life. For the first time after so many times, that young man picked up a knife again. Jae-jun threw a cold look at Jinho. "Then what?" Jinho took a cloth and covered his eyes. His actions made him freeze. Jae-jun panicked. "Hey, don't tell me." Jinho's face darkened. "Yeah, now I'll become that guy." The clock struck exactly 7 p.m. Jae-jun called in horror. 119 right, my friend is crazy." Jinho, blindfolded, held the knife to stop his friend. "Hey, Park Jae-jun." Jinho confidently said, "Just trust me and play games." Then Jae-jun obediently sat playing games on the TV. He sat playing, but his heart was indescribably anxious, then wondered, should I call his parents? At the same time Lee Jinho was standing cooking in the kitchen. Jae-jun was still very worried and uneasy. Jinho held a carrot and a knife in his hand. An ominous sign then appeared. Jinho was startled and dropped the knife and the carrot. "Ai cha." He held the blood on his finger, reminding himself, "Have to be careful, if there are mistakes then those skills are useless." Lee Jinho's hand groped for the object. "Knife, where did I put the knife?" Suddenly another hand picked up the knife and held the handle towards Jinho. "Ah?" Jinho happily said, "It feels like the knife turned back to my hand on its own. Could that be a ability of another skill?" But just now it was Jae-jun who had helped him. He gave him a horrified look. He rambled to himself, if only Park Jae-jun could see it. Jae-jun cried secretly in his heart, and thought, "I saw everything, you crazy guy." A notification appeared. Unlock conditions for the Fire Master skill. Jinho performed each cooking step. First, prepare 100 onions, scallions, garlic, peppers, and carrots. Second, cut the prepared ingredients. The ingredients were added to the pot to cook. Third, cook the prepared ingredients. Jinho at this time was gradually more familiar with the work. His movements also became more skillful. "I can feel it, the rhythm when the knife hits the cutting board." He happily felt the aroma of the food. The natural fragrance of the ingredients is awakening the sense of smell that is too familiar with the smell of processed food. Jinho smugly commented, "Peeling garlic is easier than tissue paper now." He thought, this is a skill that changes over time just like willpower. Jinho realized that, I can only call myself a true chef after eating a lot, cutting a lot, and stir-frying a lot. Skill, Fire Master. Only someone who can control the fire truly can become a cooking master. He reached out and took off the blindfold, his face showing satisfaction. The necessary ingredients had been prepared by him, he excitedly said. "Done?" Jae-jun, with red eyes, anxiously asked him, "Really done?" Jinho was startled by his eyes, replied, "Ah, not yet." Jae-jun tried to persuade him to leave. "Let's eat something." But Jinho only replied, "1 more hour and I'll be done." After that, very beautiful dishes were placed on the dining table. He looked and his mouth watered. Seeing Jinho scoop the food onto the plate, Jae-jun was still skeptical. Did you really make all of this yourself? Jinho proudly replied, you saw it all with your own eyes. What are you saying? Hurry and taste it. He tried the first bite. He looked forward and asked, how is it? Jae-jun constantly praised, the seasoning is perfectly balanced, a burst of flavor. Ha ha ha, Lee Jin-ho, is the reason for living. He innocently asked, is it really that good? Did you hide ratatouille in your pocket? That rat said, let me give you a taste of the awesomeness of mouse copyright. Jinho helplessly reminded, ratatouille is the name of the dish, and the mouse is Ray. Jae-jun laid rolling on the ground full of regret. I shouldn't have come, now my taste standards are too high. I'll die of hunger because I can't eat food cooked by Lee Jin-ho. Jinho reminded his friend, stop talking nonsense, it'll get cold now. On a clear blue sky, the day of the Guanik festival, the tennis ball flew quickly past the stunned opponent. The female audience in the stands clapped and cheered enthusiastically. Jinho stood confidently in the middle of the tennis court. The referee called 40 love. The audience became more enthusiastic and called Jinho. He suddenly remembered young Jae's words, so he shyly pulled his hat to cover his face. You have to do it well, the business administration department is counting on you. Suddenly he called, ladies. Jinho excitedly shouted, if I win, let's have dinner at the business administration department. The audience in the stands shouted loudly. Jae-jun sat listening and his face turned red with anger. Humph. The cheesy lines make you not know who came up with them. Young Jae sat next to him, folding his arms and asking. Jealous? The business administration top student, we guys will make a lot of money. That night, the food stalls of the departments had opened for sale. A voice commented, the taste is okay, but... The woman wiped her mouth and asked, why are there so few customers? Nutrition department. The chef specially invited from Korea University, Park Kokt, said unhappily, there must be a reason. The two chefs turned around and said in unison, Lee Jin-ho. Park Kokt asked, who is Lee Jin-ho? A chef replied, he's a freshman in the business department, very handsome. Everyone must be going there, I want to go too. Park Kokt crossed her arms angrily, her face stern, saying, are you serious with these ridiculous reasons? The chef then held up her phone to her face. Why don't you take a look? The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became strange. Everything around seemed to stop. Park Kokt decisively walked away, refusing the request of the two chefs behind her. You can't win, give up. The two of them kept trying to grab her hand. Please, please help us. She angrily shouted, let go. How can you compete with someone who makes you feel full just by looking at their face? Elsewhere, everyone around hesitated before turning to look. Some people recognized her and invited her. Would you like to sit down first? It really is Chef Park Kochi. She replied sternly, no thanks. Park Kochi remembered the two chefs looking at her with admiration. But I don't understand why even the male customers have decreased. Could you go and scout it out once? And tell Jin-ho that I like him very much? She thought to herself, I can't refuse their request. The aroma of the food slowly wafted to her nose. A glass of refreshment was brought over, and the waiter asked, what would you like to order? Park Kokt quickly ordered, stir-fried chili with meat and mapo tofu, and don't put the whole lime in the mojito. The waiter was attentively taking notes and asked, how do you know? You haven't even tried it yet. She pushed up her glasses, explaining professionally, because of the aroma. For a chef, the nose is as important as the tongue. When the food arrived, Park Kokt used both hands to gently break apart the two chopsticks. She picked up a piece of food and slowly put it in her mouth. The figure of the woman sitting and seriously trying each dish became prominent among the other tables. Park Kokt suddenly froze. She used force to break the bamboo chopsticks in half. Meanwhile, around her, the waiter was enthusiastically serving other customers. Is everything to your liking? Two beautiful girls praised excitedly, it's so delicious. Suddenly, Park Kokt called out in a deep voice, you there? The young man quickly responded upon hearing the call, yes? The scene before him shocked him. She angrily growled, call the person who made this dish here right now. Elsewhere, a hand was skillfully preparing a dish. Every action attracted the attention of everyone around. The image of him looking tired but still smiling brightly, holding a spatula and stirring the food with gusto, made Park Kokt feel uncomfortable. Let me see what kind of shameless face he has. In another place, in a car, a person pleaded, Manager, can I go see the festival for a bit? There's still plenty of time before the performance starts. The other person flatly refused. No. He was helpless. See the festival? You want to see Lee Jin-ho, don't you? It's so obvious. The manager's words made Seola's face pout. What if a scandal breaks out? Elsewhere, Park Kok silently looked at the dishes on the table, thinking to herself, this is definitely not the skill of a student. She had imagined the image of a real cook. He must be a chef, not just any chef, but a seasoned professional. Park Kok recalled the admiration of the young girls, filled with resentment. A professional is mixing with students, selling out the pride of a chef. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her. Did you call for me? Park Kok irritably snapped, Yes, I did. Let me see what kind of incompetent face you have. She turned around and saw his bewildered expression. Park Kok suddenly remembered Lee Jin-ho. She pointed to the food on the table and asked doubtfully, A student can really make this? Park Kok made a suggestion. Let me see your hands. Jin-ho took off his towel and obediently agreed, Yes, ma'am. She carefully examined his hands with many cuts. Some wounds were bandaged. Park Kok observed and hesitated. Even a baby learning to peel an apple wouldn't have this many cuts. How did you cook like this? Park Kok suspiciously asked. Do you have sinusitis? Jin-ho cheerfully replied, No. Young Jae and his friends stood hiding by the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. It doesn't seem like he's getting scolded. She asked further, Are you a chef? She wondered again, Do you know who I am? Jin-ho excitedly, his eyes sparkling, No, but I know you're a very amazing person. The aroma of the cooking ingredients radiates from your hands and body. He analyzed, That's the image of you being serious in your chef's uniform, meticulously preparing the dish. You often make fusion dishes rather than traditional ones. Right. Today you use salmon and yogurt. Park Kok started to imagine as she listened to him. Is your nose a dog's nose? Jin-ho replied shyly, My senses are quite sensitive, please continue. In the distance Seol, completely covered up, was secretly observing. Jin-ho on the other side was still enthusiastically sharing, and this is the first time I've smelled such a wonderful aroma. I would really like to visit your restaurant. She asked back, Restaurant, you mean? While the two were talking, in the distance, she gripped the wall tightly when she heard Park Kok's words, Drop out of school and come to my kitchen. I'll book a plane ticket for you right now. She ran over, but the hat she was wearing unfortunately fell off. Seola ran over and tightly grabbed Jin-ho's arm to stop him. No, you can't steal him. Suddenly, she froze. A man immediately recognized her. It's the singer who came in second last time. She suddenly panicked a bit. What, at this time? Her manager waved from afar. Hey Seola, your hat. Seola turned to look at him, speechless. People around started to discuss Seola? Is that Lee Seola? Those who recognized her quickly took out their phones to take pictures. Wow, it's really Seola. The photos that were just taken were quickly uploaded to social media. Someone suggested, Please look over here. Seola immediately fell into a state of embarrassment. I'm not anonymous anymore, oh my, why do I keep acting like this? Just then, Jin-ho immediately spoke up to explain for her. I told you, I only accept MV shoots, not recruitment. Even if it's a good friend, no is still no. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin-ho winked at her. The wink made Seola shy, her cheeks starting to turn red. She slowly said, Can't you make an exception for a friend? He looked at her with a slight smile and replied, Even if it's a friend, no is still no. Two people next to them accidentally overheard and started gossiping. What? Just friends? I knew it, how boring. Afterwards, the crowd around gradually dispersed. Park Kok asked, Why not? Seola replied, Well, Jin-ho has to go to the military, and he has to broadcast in Korea. He's very busy. Park Kok jokingly teased, So why does this young lady care so much? You're not his girlfriend, why are you so worried? She shyly waved her hand, Even if we're not girlfriends, we're still friends. Jin-ho glanced at Seola and shyly asked, Why did you come here? She smiled and pointed at herself, Don't you know? I'm performing at the festival today. The student council has worked very hard. He smiled, So you came here to see me? Seola teased, Yes, and you have to drink something to sing well, but now that I've been discovered, I can't go get a drink anymore. He pointed to the group of people next to him and suggested, "If you can't drink, just have some gachi japchi. Wait a moment while I talk to those people over there." Seol immediately agreed, "Okay." Jinho looked embarrassed and said shyly, "I'm sorry, no matter how much I think about it, I don't want to sign a contract." They heard this and tried to stop him and persuade him, "No, don't. At least read the terms first." The manager, and she sat on the side listening. He said, "Come to think of it, our case is really too lucky. They're clinging to him like stalkers." Suddenly, someone raised their hand and interrupted the conversation. "Excuse me." From the crowd, a blond man stepped out and asked, "May I ask why?" Jinho was a little surprised when he saw him. "Who is that?" Jinho looked at the blond man taking something out of his vest pocket, still suspicious. "Who is he?" "He speaks Korean fluently." He took a business card from his jacket and introduced himself. Sorry for the late introduction. I am Damien Tommaso, the Asian casting director of HU Company." Damien looked at Jinho and smiled. "I want to take you to the top. I came all the way from France, so can I know the reason?" Jinho silently looked in his direction. Jinho sighed softly and replied, "I refuse because there may be times when I betray my word." He continued, "If I sign a contract with someone, I may have to do things I don't want to do, such as filming an advertisement for Seir's competitor." Park Kocht agreed. "Of course, corporate ethics come first." Park Kocht added, "The top you're talking about isn't worth abandoning your word for." Damien immediately interjected, "It's not abandoning it. This bag, you can't buy it with money." Damien recalled sitting on a chair holding 2 documents and saying, "Currently Seir China, Hong Kong, and Japan are paying $2,000 per hour. Seir Korea has adjusted to match, right?" Then he wrote something on a piece of paper. "But I'm not just here to offer that much money, unless it's doubled." Damien emphasized, "What do you think?" Jinho listened indifferently. After hearing the conditions he set, she thought carefully. Seol nearby was also stunned. Everyone around listened in silence. Jinho said in a deep voice, "At least 335 million won, that's the estimated cost to raise a child in Korea. According to the statistics, according to Korea's GDP in 2022. He frowned and said bluntly, "My parents raised me with the amount you said was insignificant." Jinho remembered drinking beer with young man and continued, "Having money is good, this bag, you can't buy it with money. I want to earn more money than I do now." The people who had helped Jinho appeared in his mind, but, "I don't want to receive money from hurting the people I care about." Damien thought about what Jinho said. He continued to express, his words surprised everyone, "Becoming famous with just a little fame without careful preparation, isn't that a deception to the people who support me and all the people who have put so much effort into preparing for that path?" Seola imagined it herself and said, "If the director thought I wasn't making money and promoted me to other people, I would feel hurt, right?" The manager reminded her, "Lee Seola." After speaking, Jinho gave a confident smile, "That's my answer." Immediately afterwards, the cigarette butts of the group were thrown on the ground. Jinho contemptuously pointed the way for them, "The exit is over there." "I'm sorry I couldn't give you the answer you wanted." An angry voice scolded, "How rude." The group stood huddled together on a corner, smoking and cursing. They even dared to show attitude? A passerby felt uncomfortable and sneered, "Geez, there's a smoking area and they don't go in." One of them spoke up and asked Damien, "What do you think? Aren't you the most humiliated one?" Damien remained calm. Suddenly he gave a sinister smile, "Aren't you the most humiliated one? This world is full of stones." Damien recalled how he handed out his business cards. Many people had received his business cards, of which only 0.01% had the potential to be gems. Damien had been constantly searching for people with the potential to be his gems. Damien likened potential people to very rare blue diamonds. A miner excavates gems and an artisan can cut and polish the stone to reveal its true value. He held up the diamond and observed it clearly and identified himself. "I am that person, casting director Damien Tommaso." Damien looked at the diamond in the shape of a person sitting in a red box. Of course there are those who possess talent but have personalities worse than plastic. But what can you do? He coldly thought, it's natural for gems to want to be treated specially. Then Damien remembered Jinho's appearance and continued, "I didn't come here just to offer that much money. Someone like him can't be satisfied with his current position." Damien had tried to convince him, so ignore the rules and accept the contract. He calmly thought, I thought that way. A loud voice called out, listen, Damien. A partner of his wondered, what are you going to do now? Damien asked suspiciously, what do you mean? The other guy shouted loudly, I've been saying it all along, what are you going to do with that Lee Jin-ho? Hearing this, he wondered, what's this? The image of Jin-ho standing in front of the sparkling diamond appeared. Don't tell me he thinks the moment he shines is the same as his own motto. Damien thought to himself, that's an insult. Not only is it short-sighted, but they also think about defiling it. The partner discussed with him, a smoking photo is already considered winning the lottery. Let's bury him with a scandal with Lee Seola. He judged silently, just as I thought, they don't have the qualifications to hone that gem. In the middle of the night, Damien's annoyed voice came from inside the building, enough. I don't want to be involved in that lowly thing. The partner's voice was dazed. Lowly? He angrily affirmed, yes, lowly, bonne soirée. Time continued to pass. Seir's sponsorship contract with Lee Jin-ho lasted for 3 years. At the age of 23, he would leave Seir's embrace. Damien was full of determination and resolutely said, I have to act now. Scene change. At Mi Young's office. Director Joe, have you seen that article? She asked suspiciously, that article? She said more about the article she mentioned, about my son smoking in high school, selling food illegally, and so on. Lee Jin-ho, have you been allowed to sell food? Expensive clothes. Lee Jin-ho's spending is suspicious. Celebrity Lee Jin-ho, at the Korean University pub. Shape-shifting Superman Lee Jin-ho, how much has he changed? Malicious tabloid articles aimed directly at one person. Director Joe calmly said, oh, that? I've seen it. It's really childish to attack a 20-year-old newbie. You can tell they were paid to write it, so I don't bother to pay attention. She frowned, should I pull some strings? Myung rested her hand and calmly replied, no need. A YouTuber with a few million subscribers posting a verification video will clear the rumors. The other woman seemed surprised. Wow. She continued, but it's strange, the speed is too fast. Mi Young became more and more uncomfortable. Our son is really talented, but he's not a celebrity or idol with a solid fandom, as if someone directly witnessed it and prepared for this incident. Right? She sighed and asked, why are you so worried? Elsewhere, Damien scrolled to his phone excitedly. It must be a very amazing fan, paid completion. A photo of Jin-ho in high school appeared. Here, look at this. If this is Lee Jin-ho in high school, it must be 1 or 3 years ago. But what are these shoes? These Air Jordans were just released 2 months ago. Looking closely, this photo was taken from the MV and edited. A person wearing a bear head analyzed carefully. In summary, someone hired a student and then intervened to edit Jin-ho's photos. Also, what kind of license is needed to cook at a university festival? Relief, the new article was posted yesterday and today there's already a VAR check? Bro, have you seen Seola's new MV? The reporter graduated from WE University. The person wearing the bear head pointed directly at the screen, all thanks to the anonymous informant. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel. To end today's session, let's watch that video that's going viral. The image of Jin-ho facing Damien's group appeared. Having money is indeed good. I want to earn more money than I do now. Jin-ho hesitated about something, but he shyly covered his face when Young Jae turned on the video that he had once said, I don't want to receive money from hurting the people I care about. Jin-ho shouted embarrassedly, stop teasing me. Jin-ho's friends just kept teasing him, too cool. National image Lee Jin-ho. Brother Jin-ho is so cool. Young Jae held the phone and turned it towards Jin-ho and admired, but you're really awesome. How have you lived that your past has no blemishes? Jin-ho thought to himself. Lived like a game addict. Suddenly Young Jae was startled. Young Jae said loudly when he saw blood flowing from his nose, nosebleed. He quickly looked for tissues. The two sat on a bench resting. Young Jae asked, haven't you been overdoing it lately? The dark circles aren't a joke anymore. Jin-ho slowly replied, overdoing what? Jin-ho turned and said, lately I've only been shooting summer photos, walking, interviewing, tutoring, taking certification exams, preparing for midterms, homework, club activities, practicing guitar, flower arranging, knitting, and doing social activities. Oh, and studying food 1.1 with Professor Park Cox since yesterday. Young Jae admired, you really live hard. Night gradually fell. Young Jae picked up Jinho to take him home. He said shyly, I can take the bus. He said resolutely, it's okay. Go home and rest comfortably. Young Jae instructed, don't die. Jinho smiled helplessly and replied, yes. Looking at the car's shadow gradually disappearing, Jinho thought to himself, now I notice, young Jae drives really well. How many tutoring sessions a week are enough to buy that car? My tutoring fee isn't low either. Suddenly he remembered the suit he wore to the entrance ceremony. Young Jae also said that the suit I wore on graduation day was expensive. Where did you buy this suit? On the road? Did you go begging in Dubai? Jinho laughed happily. Could it be that he's actually the son of a SSS class building owner? Stop it, reality has to have some limits. Me. The clock struck exactly 4 a.m. Jinho tiredly put his head down on the table and closed his computer. The report is done. He remembered his plan with Mi Young. In June, I have to go to Paris. If this keeps up, I'll probably faint in Paris. Her instructions appeared in his mind. Remember to take advantage of it. Son. It's not just Tim Jones, the CEO will also be there. Jinho said with a tired face and hesitated. The professor could give an easier exam. Why is it a report evaluation? But I don't want to reduce the time for my hobbies. I wish I could only sleep 2 hours but feel like 6 hours. Suddenly Jinho woke up. Hey! Scene changed to a hospital. A doctor with a smiling face welcomed. Oh my, it's our Jinho here. He looked at Jinho and judged. You don't look like your uncle at all. Jinho smiled and politely said, people say sons usually look like their mothers. Then the two walked and talked. So you want to work in the hospital warehouse like last time? Yes, can I? I can't thank you enough. Suddenly he showed a very sinister face. The guys who were kicked out for being caught stealing hospital drugs. Thanks to them I was so stressed that my insomnia recurred. Damn it, as a doctor, I had to run to the hospital next door to ask for medicine. Can you accept that? He lamented, I'm so tired. Seeing his scary face, Jinho exclaimed, oh my god, even a good person like you has this look. He smiled kindly and continued, but I feel relieved that a Korea University student is taking care of it. Jinho could only laugh, haha. In his heart, Jinho secretly resolved. I must get this skill at all costs. At the reception desk in the hospital, a voice rang out, Dr. Kim, Dr. Kim. A lovely-faced doctor excitedly told a story. Have you heard about the handsome guy coming to the warehouse? I heard he's the grandson of the head of thoracic surgery. Kim Ina calmly replied, oh, I heard. She kept chattering in Kim Ina's ear. Every time you go in there to find something, the first time you'll be shocked by his face, the second time you'll be shocked by his speed in finding medicine. He probably remembers all the medicine locations. Kim Ina replied perfunctorily, yeah, he's really awesome. Kim Ina's footsteps suddenly froze when she heard her next words. His name is beautiful too, Lee Jinho. Kim Ina thoughtfully glanced over and asked, cute and chubby? Her face was fascinated and replied, no, he's tall and handsome. I wonder if I ran over there and asked him to find my heart that I accidentally dropped, would he find it? Kim Ina coldly turned her head, ask him to find your reason. While they were arguing, small footsteps ran along the hallway. Cold-blooded witch, that's why you don't have anyone to marry. Then from somewhere, rushing footsteps came. And you keep bringing up marriage, so you can't get your license. A little girl rushed over and hugged Kim Ina tightly. Doctor. Jihai looked up with a wronged face and complained, I want to drink cola, but the nurse won't let me. She looked down at the little girl, scold her for me, doctor. Kim Ina gave a gentle smile. She sat down and gently explained, Jihai, if you drink cola, you'll get a stomach ache. When you get better, drink 100 bottles of cola, okay? Jihai whined, I want it now. The other doctor stood with her arms crossed and glared at Kim Ina mockingly. That two-faced Azure woman, Jihai, this doctor just hurt me. Kim Ina said coldly. Control your words in front of children. She held Jihai in her arms and comforted her, falling into her own thoughts. But Jinho, Lee Jinho. Her eyes softened a lot. It really is a familiar name. Kim Ina recalled the past, when she was with Jinho when he was chubby. Kim Ina curled up, tired, and put her face on her knees. 3 years ago, Kim Ina, pediatric resident. Jinho beside her hesitated for a long time, not knowing what to say. He suddenly spoke, sorry. She replied curtly, what? Kim Ina glanced at her red eyes, do you also find me annoying? It's 11 o'clock, sorry, but the warehouse is my place first. She coldly blurted out, get lost. After hearing those words, he stood up and walked away. Kim Ina's inner self was like a different personality. It was ridiculing her. Wow, you just snapped at someone you just met? And a young student too. It kept reminding her of the heartbreak. Ah no, you snapped because he's still young. You need someone to be your emotional trash can. It turned into an ill-tempered superior pointing at Kim Ina's forehead and mocking. Like your senior, right? It flicked her forehead hard. Kim Ina, wake up, don't you want to be a doctor? Her tears kept flowing uncontrollably. It cursed, what, want to whine again? Suddenly she seemed to wake up to the two words, annoying. Kim Ina propped herself up and groped on the ground. Huh, how long have I been asleep? Her hand touched something, she glanced over. Under the floor were many different candies along with a letter. She opened the letter and read the contents written inside. I found a lucky chocolate. If you eat it according to the alphabetical order, good luck will come like the word, from Chubby Four Eyes. She muttered, shouldn't luck be lucky, not Lucy. After that I still went to the warehouse whenever I felt down, but… Looking at the soda can with the paper note, below were the candies arranged to spell out Lucy. I no longer shed tears. The paper notes and candies piled up, they had conversations through sticky notes. Tell me your name, Chubby Four Eyes, it's Lee Jin-ho, I'm sorry about the other day. Thank you for your luck, Lucky, not Lucy, I'm only in 9th grade, so I don't know anything. Back in reality, when recalling the past, her heart warmed up a bit. Jin-ho, thanks to that short time I've endured until now, I wonder how he's doing now. From afar, a voice rang out, ah, are you looking for this? He handed the box to the doctor, both being polite to each other. You could have found it yourself, no need. Jin-ho smiled, this is my job. There was someone cursed with fatigue, always studying in a state of tiredness with the dream of becoming a doctor. But when his father, who was also extremely tired, had to be hospitalized due to a construction accident, his dream came to an end. One day, he thought. Everyone was distorted, doctors, nurses, interns, and even patients were sluggish. The shadow wondered, why do humans need to sleep to reduce fatigue? His hand reached out to take the book. Are we slaves to sleep for the rest of our lives? That was the beginning of the journey to break this curse. This is the story of the quick starter skill. In front was the hospital. The first unlocked condition was spending more than 6 hours a day in the hospital for a week. A lot of books were piled up. The second condition was reading 20 books on sleeping. Pills, fatigue, medicine, and massage. He rested his chin and thought, so far, no problem, but the third. In the end, Jin-ho couldn't think of anything. Let's get off work first. He walked and remembered, but Ms. Ina doesn't seem to recognize me. She probably forgot about someone like me back then. Suddenly a small hand pulled Jin-ho's shirt. Jihai naively asked, who are you? He squatted down and gently asked, what's your name, kid? The lovely girl said, my dad said I can't tell strangers my name, and I'm not a kid. Seeing this, Jin-ho jokingly asked back, I'm not an uncle either, but is it okay to approach strangers? Jihai explained the reason, you look like a handsome puppy, so it's okay. The little girl asked more, are you a celebrity? Jin-ho cleared his throat and self-admiringly introduced himself, I'm a model, tennis player, guitarist, and chef. Soon I'll be a massage therapist. Entertainment companies are lining up, but I'm not interested. The little girl was confused by him. Ah yes, you're here because you hit your head, poor you. He denied it inwardly, no, I'm not. And then, Jin-ho stayed and played with Jihai. For some reason, I'm stuck here. I missed the bus. You're so lucky, uncle. While the little girl was playing, he quietly asked, are you waiting for a friend? Jihai still smiled and played the game and replied, I don't have friends. He remembered the snacks given by the nurses and asked Jihai's opinion, do you want to eat candy? I have a lot of candy. The little girl immediately refused. You can't bring gifts into the department, I can't eat them. Afterwards, Jihai brightly explained to Jin-ho, because I have a digestion cat. He wondered inwardly, why a cat? Jihai naively asked, don't you know the digestion cat? The cat in her imagination was very fierce. Did you eat chocolate? I'll scratch you. The little girl explained more. When you eat bad food, the cat will meow and scratch in your stomach. He immediately realized, stomach ulcer. After explaining to him, Jihai turned back to play the phone and said at the same time, the doctor said it's a very evil cat. Even so, she was still very optimistic, but it's okay. My mom always prays for me every day from heaven. Mom said she hopes our cat is a good cat and doesn't hurt Jihai. Hearing this, he was silent. But Jihai asked him calmly, my mom is amazing, right? Then he gently rubbed the little girl's head and followed that positive energy. Yes, extremely amazing. Suddenly, a hasty footstep ran over. Then a voice said, Jihai. The little girl glanced in the direction of the voice. Immediately Jihai's mood became happier than before. Hyun-seong and Kim Ina arrived together. The little girl happily exclaimed, Dad. Jihai quickly ran into Hyun-seong's arms. Why are you so late? He gently crouched down to greet the little girl. Sorry, my princess. Are you waiting for me without going to sleep? Kim Ina stepped forward to ask Jinho, haven't you gone home yet? He said softly, it's late, so can I sleep at the hospital? That night, someone was secretly working on a laptop. Jinho said without much surprise, just as I thought, the bus is gone. Well then, I'll do my homework here. Then he remembered the image of Jihai playing with his phone. At that time, Jihyo suddenly froze a little. The image of the small girl alone in the hospital made Jinho ponder, how long does she have to wait alone? It already feels so familiar. He picked up his phone and asked himself, is there anything I can do to help? He looked at an app, Matube. Scene change, Kim Ina and Hyun-seong stood in front of Jihai's hospital bed. This, doctor? The lovely girl was fast asleep. At that time, he said worriedly, is Jihai really okay? Her arm reached out to rub Jihai's head and said, there's no perforation or bowel contraction, so don't worry too much. We've stopped the bleeding. She's also improved a lot after taking the medicine. And moreover, Kim Ina looked at Hyun-seong, who was exhausted, and said, Mr. Hyun-seong, shouldn't you also get treatment? She earnestly advised, exhaustion, continuous weight loss, insomnia. If this goes on, you'll get severe depression. Hyun-seong turned his head to avoid her, silently listening to Kim Ina's words. We will take responsibility for Jihai's health, so I hope you also take the time to take care of yourself. Afterwards, she sent him away. Please go home safely. Kim Ina took out 4 chocolates. Also, take these with you. Hyun-seong blankly looked at Kim Ina's palm. Lucy. She explained, it's a good luck charm. Then she remembered the past with Jinho and conveyed positive energy to him at the same time. If you eat it in the correct alphabetical order, good things will happen. Scene change. A finger gently pressed the elevator button and said with a slightly surprised voice, it's the first time I've seen Dr. Kim see someone off. Her hair-bun friend tilted her head and wondered, is that uncle your type? Kim Ina's face darkened. Her voice was somewhat threatening. You know that if you don't pass the exam on the first try, you'll be kicked out of the hospital. Right. The hair-bun girl was startled. Relax, girl. Elsewhere, Hyun-seong silently looked at the photo of his daughter and himself in the car. The neatly folded piece of paper opened, revealing the words, Lucy, Lucky, Light. Once upon a time, on the day of his wife's funeral, Hyun-seong quietly sat in a corner, holding the baby in his arms. Jihai obediently slept peacefully in her father's arms. In the middle of the night, Hyun-seong's heart was heavy. He said softly, rest in peace, my love. I will definitely protect Jihai. Someone was attentively working. Suddenly a voice said, Department Head Cha, I'm going home first. Hyun-seong politely said, go home carefully. The colleague asked a little worriedly, haven't you been working a lot of overtime lately? How long has it been since the funeral? Hyun-seong just smiled and said, I have to work harder. The image of Jihai turning her head to look at him, I need to earn more money, showing off the family picture she drew at school. That's right, I'll draw a house too. So that the little girl can wear the best clothes and eat the best food. He was determined, so that no one would look down on Jihai for not having a mother. At school, the voice of a naive little girl rang out, wow, Jihai has a very beautiful bag decoration. Jihai showed her friends, it's English, it's red as Chanel. The blonde girl was confused, what does it mean? Jihai smiled, I don't know, probably like Tiny Pang. Tiny Pang is English, Chanel is also English. The little girl proudly raised her small, pretty handbag to show off to her friends. My dad said that as long as I wear this, no one will dare to look down on me. Limited edition mini Chanel bag, priced at 6 million won. Time flew quickly until dusk. The teacher looked and saw only Jihai left, thinking to herself, Jihai's dad is late to pick her up again. I'll draw a picture for my dad. Suddenly, there was something strange in the little girl's stomach. Then he finally came. The teacher greeted them both. Go home carefully, Jihai too. Hyun-sung asked gently, what should I buy for my princess? Jihai excitedly replied, cola jelly. Jihai eagerly showed off the family picture she drew at school. That's right, I drew our house while waiting for Dad. He was full of surprise. Wow, really? Let me see. In the picture, there were exactly the naive drawings of a little girl. Jihai held her father's hand. Her mother was an angel, giving a blessing smile to the two of them. Yes, this is happiness, to let my daughter eat well and dress well, a home where she can enjoy the things she likes and always have a smile on her face. Hyun-sung gave a warm smile. I'm so happy, but Jihai below made a strange noise. He was still lost in thought. If only I could continue to live like this. Hyun-sung panicked at the girl's cry, Dad. Jihai collapsed. He didn't know what to do except anxiously shake the girl, constantly calling her name. Jihai, what's wrong, Jihai, Jihai? At that moment, he felt like he was standing in front of his late wife's memorial tablet. She said, Mr. Hyun-seung, please protect. His wife was always like Jihai's picture, an angel, our Jihai. He hugged Jihai, tears streaming down, protect you. Waking up from the nightmare, his tears were uncontrollable. He didn't know what to say except, I'm sorry. Over here Jihai was still at the hospital, her hand within 4 drip. The hospital room was large, but everything was silent, quiet and boring. The little girl hugged her teddy bear and whispered, I wish my dad would hurry up. The little girl perked up her ears and heard a voice behind her. I'll say it again, if the patient or visitors feel uncomfortable, you have to leave immediately. Someone replied yes. Jihai was surprised to see a familiar figure. Huh? The little girl happily exclaimed, You're here. And Hyun-sung was carrying a bag with a teddy bear, striding towards the hospital. It's been a long time since I've taken half a day off. The little girl said she wanted a bunny doll. It's been a long time since I've been able to meet the little girl during the day. He took out his phone, planning to call Jihai to tell her, that's right, I should call ahead. He was calling Jihai. His hands trembled and squeezed the bag before the dial tone. The subscriber you just called is currently unavailable. Please leave a voice message after the beep. He didn't care about anything else. He threw the teddy bear away and ran as fast as he could towards the hospital. Jihai. Arriving at the hospital gate where Jihai was, he panted, why? In his head, he thought of many bad scenarios, and there were many nurses in front of Jihai's room. The nurses whispered to each other, really? I knew it. They said, too young. He couldn't calm down anymore, don't tell me. The nurses suddenly turned around to look behind them. Hyun-sung yelled and rushed forward, Jihai. A cheerful tune rang out. In the middle of the room was the image of Lee Jin-ho and the children singing together happily, catch, catch, tiny pang, catch, catch, tiny pang. Hyun-sung sighed at the scene before him. Love ping, hope ping, lovely ping, fear ping, kind ping, what is this? The nurse next to him laughed happily. What should I do? 20 years old is a bit too young, almost 12 zodiac signs apart. Kim Ina approached and handed him a cup of coffee. Are you surprised? Kim Ina explained, he's working part-time in the hospital warehouse. He asked if he could play the guitar for Jihai. Hyun-sung wondered, how do you know my Jihai likes guitar? Kim Ina sipped her coffee gently and replied, he said he saw the search history on the phone when he lent it to Jihai. She continued, at first he only intended to play one song and leave to avoid disturbing others, but the family members of the patients kept him. The parents begged Jin-ho to stay. Please play the song my grandson likes too. My daughter can't watch Tiny Pang because she's sick. I will do the same. The image of the little girl smiling and the other children doing the same, because he made her smile again, which I have always wanted. The children smiled brightly and the parents burst into tears. They cried because their children smiled. It's been a long time since I've heard a laugh that doesn't contain pain. Hyun-sung pondered. He lowered his eyes, Doctor. He thought about the prospect of Jihai being discharged from the hospital but not knowing what he should do. What should I do after Jihai is discharged from the hospital? If the same thing happens again, Kim Ina interrupted. She said gently, you asked the wrong question. The person who needs to be taken care of is Mr. Hyun-seung, not Jihai. In her eyes, Jihai in the hospital always had a bright smile. Jihai is very brave. She has never given up because she has to stay in a strange hospital, and she is also very good at enduring pain. Do you know why? She said gently but stabbed straight into his heart. No matter how difficult life is, Mr. Hyun-seong smiles in front of Jihai, but there's nothing else. Hyun-seong's eyes widened in surprise at what she was saying. As long as Mr. Hyun-seong doesn't collapse, Jihai will still endure bravely. Kim Aina continued to take a sip of coffee. Her words stunned him. So, don't think about extreme things like even if you work to death, you still have to leave a huge fortune for Jihai. Hyun-seong was embarrassed. Is it that obvious? She sighed. I know all the parents who think like you. Clothes, dresses, toys, they don't hesitate to spend money as long as they can buy them. I understand the desire to express love in that way to compensate for the short amount of time they can be together. She also reminded him of Jihai's illness, but that can lead to bad eating habits and being poisoned. She took out her phone and dialed her number. So, Kim Aina handed the phone to him. I will help so that Mr. Hyun-seong doesn't make mistakes. If you need simple advice or advice on Jihai's diet after discharge, feel free to contact me. Hyun-seong was embarrassed. Thank you, but then it would be too much trouble for the doctor. Kim Aina burst out laughing. I'm always free for Mr. Hyun-seong. The nurse who was eavesdropping couldn't help but exclaim, oh my. She walked away. The kitchen is about to explode. The sky was already turning to dusk. A white car sped along the road. Lee Jin-ho sat in the car, looking at the road and thinking, I accidentally promised to come again. The schedule is packed. He crossed his arms triumphantly. But as long as I get the quick starter skill, there won't be any more problems. I've completed conditions 1 and 2, only 3 left. Suddenly, his face turned pale. The driver saw this and asked, Student, why are you so pale? Are you carsick? Lee Jin-ho stammered, Driver, full body massage with oil, that means you have to rub your whole body with your hands, right? The driver replied, What else? He described more, take off all your clothes and rub until your butt is shiny, that's a full body massage. Thinking of that, he shuddered, oh my god. He laughed and teased him, What, are you planning to do it for your girlfriend? How lucky, he thought to himself, I don't have one. He picked up his phone and gave a sly smile, hee. He read the message and suddenly exclaimed, Huh? On the other side, the boy smiled contentedly, Delicious pork chop, die with me.